What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on things. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on things, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on things. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't nothing. No.
Bye. Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. Your animals to the shit. Animal, baby.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to figure some stuff out.
Myron!
Dude,
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. What is,
Myron, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on things. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on things, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't nothing.
Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. Your animals to the shit. Animal, baby.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Okay, so
think, okay, so we've been working on some stuff in the background. Try to figure some stuff out. We're working on it. So here's where we at so far. And I guess I'll have to restate it over and over. And let me apologize for last night. Oh man, let me put my little message up. Please join us on Dr. Enqi YouTube page. Because we are on Instagram and we're a few different places right now. We're on IG, Facebook. We are definitely, for the first time in a while, streaming live on, man, the microphone. Hold up. Yo. Let me check and make sure the mic is right. Super tripping. Yo. Yeah. Okay. So, and we on the Patreon, right? And so we got it set up. Right? We got it set up. So the official order of the soul craft. Maybe that's probably should have been the name of this video. The official order of the soul craft, membership. It's gonna be daily accountability phone calls, text message. We're gonna do our one-on-one every week, private, each person. So there's only 7 slots for this. There's only 7 slots, a possible 7 slots, so that's what we're looking for. 3 to 7 people, because it's going to be a lot, an undertaking for me. So once I do it, like I said, and I get, once I'm confident that I can handle more than, a handful of people like this, then I'll be able to mainstream it to more people. Right. But for now, it's only going to be a handful of people, and that's first come, first serve. Right. You go to patreon.com to sign up. Patreon.com, you sign up. It includes your herbs every month. So people who having trouble staying on top of their herbs, your herbs are free with the when you join the Order of the Soul Craft. So your herbs come free. You get the morning call. You get the it's extensive. It's extensive. It's almost free. In fact, let me tell y'all something. Some of y'all may not know what I'm talking about, but for those of y'all that do, you'll know like this is a thing. I just got Sharita just hit me up yesterday. When Sharita hit me up, the first thing popped into my mind was, I better hurry up and set up this coaching program, because Sharita would never let me price nothing like this ever. You know what I'm saying? Like 20, listen to this, 20 phone calls a month. She would never allow me to set something up like that, where I'm giving somebody like 4 consultations for a consultation is like $350 to $500. Let's just set that expectation level. Thank you. A consultation is like $350 to $500 per consultation. So to do 4 consultations for less than, a couple $1,000, as far as she's concerned, that's going to be insane. Right. So that was it, and giving away the herbs and all of the stuff that we're doing. But for me, it's not really about the money as much as it is about the experience. And give it to me before the cut get too hot. I got it. Thank you. No, you gangster. Listen, I'm on this wave right now. This is the wave. This is elderberries with 2 spoons of blue magic. elderberries with 2 spoons of Blue Magic. And I think I'm going to add a little bit of baobab right now. I'm going to add a little bit of baobab right now. Just for like the taste. Just for the taste. And some of that vitamin C. Just for the taste and for some of that vitamin C. Right? Strictly for taste and vitamin C. Yo, let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. Amazon has a mind of its own. Yo, why Kyle do me like that? Kyle, listen. Fancy black pesos is nowhere to be found right now, okay? Fancy black pesos is nowhere to be found right now, okay? This is strictly Dr. Enqi mode. But this is going to benefit, like I said, everybody on the Patreon. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just the people that's in the Order of Soulcraft. We're not going to start that up and then forget about everybody else. This is going to be an amazing experience for everybody because, we're initiating our fraternity / personal coaching and everything all at one time together. So it's going to be dope. We're going to be doing the books, like memorization, speed. First of all, speed reading, comprehension, and memorization. That's going to be a whole separate thing that we do with the books. Speed reading, comprehension, memorization. And that's something that I really can't do like this. I can't do that in video format. Speed reading, comprehension, and memorization, because I know a lot of people are saying, we need you to help us read all these books as fast as you're writing them. Speed reading, comprehension, memorization. That is something that's one-on-one. That is not something that I could do with a bunch of folks. You cannot do that with a bunch of people. That's the reason why schools move so slow. I don't know if you ever have experience between like a public or private school setting versus like a homeschool setting, but homeschool, it's not that your child is special. Okay. It's just that homeschool, your child always moves faster because homeschool goes at the progress of your one child. So the soon as your child understands, y'all go right to the next thing and right to the next thing and right to the next thing. As opposed to your child may get it, but we got to move at the speed of everyone. So it's not until the slowest child, understand this, classroom settings go at the speed of the slowest student. A classroom setting goes at the speed of the slowest student because the teacher has to make sure that everybody got understanding before we can move on. So we're going to be doing that as well in that fraternity. And like I said, everybody doesn't have to join the fraternity. It's not that crazy. But I did have some requests, and then from the requests, I threw it back at you guys. You guys told me exactly what you wanted, right? And so we set it up, and it's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. But listen, let me apologize for yesterday because yesterday, the stars did not align for us yesterday. Okay, the stars didn't align for us yesterday. We were supposed to do the panel discussion yesterday. The panel discussion. So Holistic Jedi is having a daddy moment, right? Nobody's more understanding the daddy moments than me. Doesn't even require explanation. Daddy moment is like, yeah, that's the end of that. You know what I'm saying? So Holistic Jedi is working on the family. Crypt Jesus was out at an event showcasing his Crypt Jesusness. So he was going to go live from the event and give us some of that. I blew that for the team because I got angry, ended the live too quick. Now, Poker Face, he was dealing with a death in the family, right? And the craziest thing is, he told me, he was like, because I asked him what happened, and he was like, bro, the craziest thing is exactly what you said was going to happen is what happened. So now I'm looking at my phone like, what does that mean? He said, bro, you just finished saying about your friend who was getting ready to get started and he never got started and he was just getting ready to get going. He said, that just happened to me. That just happened to me. Just after you told everybody that this was going to happen and that this happened to you, it just happened to me. I'm telling y'all, this holiday season, this death season is very real, bro. This is the death season. This walk here where the sun goes down, immune system crashes, vitamin D, vitamin K deficiencies peak and start to spike and all that kind of stuff. It's a nasty season. This a nasty season. Yeah. The fraternity, the Order of the Soul Craft. It's official right now, but we only starting with 7 people is the max. 7 people is the max. So it's first come, first serve, and obviously these will be the first people that's going to move through the ranks of the organization. So these first people are going to be the people that's going to be, you know, in position or whatever the case may be. But I'm just looking at it as they'll be able to help me help everybody else. Right. So these would be the people that will really have, you know, and then we're going to I'm just figuring out how, but we're going to do certifications as people move through the ranks as well. So it's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. But last night, again, let me apologize. My man sent me that video out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting to get that video. I had a whole planned thing of what I was going to discuss last night and what we was going to go through. And so I'm mad at myself because I ended our build so that I could do the Smart Niggas show, right? So I ended our, we normally go 3-4 hours on the occult, science, the occult health science side, right? But I ended it early last night so we could do, we could talk about our weekly stuff and blah, blah, blah. And it was geared around what I wanted to discuss really was more like the big meat stuff and people not really prioritizing what's important in life and how people send mixed messages. Because I thought even though the brothers from Bag Fuel had a lot of cuss words, like it was kind of hard for some of us to listen to, I think the message was solid and right on point. For LeBron James to be showing a certain, we just have to be careful with the messages we're sending. And, LeBron is getting to a space where, people got to realize that everybody is not as dumb as they put out in the public. Some people are putting a certain persona out into the public so that they can manage like that image is constructed. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's business, it's branding. But so what's happening now that you all have to realize is, and nobody is bigger fans of LeBron than me. This is LeBron household. We don't even play that game when it's playoff time. If LeBron out of the playoffs, we don't even watch basketball. We just move on with our life. But the thing is, LeBron's got his money. So LeBron is not, LeBron's in a space now where he no longer wants to be a role model. Like he did his thing. He put everything in place. As far as he's concerned, everything is 360 and now it's about his kids. So there's a space where it's like, yo, bro, we get it. You have been a role model for a long time, bro. I know you just want to act the fool. You know what I'm saying? You may just want to do something that you feel like you didn't do when you were 16 or 17 or something. He might want to stand on the corner somewhere and smoke a blunt, or get so drunk he vomits, or like, you know, what the things that people would normally do from high school to college, you know, your late teens, early 20s, that kind of stuff. He never really got to do, or at least not as much, because he had to be responsible. The thing is, LeBron, here's the problem. Now that you're shifting gears and things are becoming more about Bronny and Bryce, unfortunately for you, you have to be twice as vigilant with your public image. You got to be, you can't let your hair down. I know it feels like it's time, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, because now you got to be on, and so you're not promoting for your boys to be drug kingpins and killers and like you. So that's kind of what that message was from Bag Fuel, and we was going to get into that, but anyway. It's a good thing that things always happen the way they're supposed to, right? Things always happen the way they're supposed to, because I got some messages between last night and this morning, and I was like, okay, hold up. Do these niggas think it's a game? I was like, wait a minute. Do these people think I'm playing? Let me show y'all something, because I told y'all that this right here was the master. I told y'all this was the Bible right here. And I guess because so much books are coming out, and it's like every time a book comes out, there's something that's critically important that we need to address with the book. So some people, they're like, Enqi, are you like shifting our attention purposely to another book? Or are we supposed to be inclusive with how we're approaching our study, right? And so for me, I never thought that I needed to say that, you know what I'm saying? I thought in my mind, like, we understood this was a group project, but I get it. The speed it's a lot, right? It's a lot. But I just wanted to bring everybody back and just use this book as an example that everything that we're doing is inclusive. Everything that we're doing is inclusive. Nothing that we're doing is like spur of the moment. Nothing we're doing is spur of the moment. If you open this book, you will see herpes in this book. If you open this book, herpes is in this book. Hello. If you read this book, herpes is in this book. If you read this book, kidneys is in this book. If you read this book, kidneys is all through this book. You understand what I'm saying? Well, that's because of the information. It's not despite the information, it's because of the information. That's what you got to understand. So my reach goes further than my views do. If that makes sense. My reach goes a lot further than my views. Because what I'm doing is holding people accountable in a way that nobody likes to hear. Nobody wants to hear about their vices and what they're not doing and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? It's much easier to tune into some gossip where we could listen to somebody else's dirty laundry and responsibilities and priorities, and Enqi getting ready to tell me to start eating better and buying books. And so I get it. It's an acquired taste. You know what I'm saying? This is this is the genius. You know, this is a small, you know, this is the genius group. These are the thought leaders, but everybody follows and taps in. This is what makes it unbelievable that people can't understand. They like, hold up. Enqi don't be having but 5 people over there watching. How is it that he got all these YouTubers with hundreds of thousands of views following him? He don't got no views, but the people following him got, because the people following me, they take a little jewel here and there and they coat it with foolishness, and they attract a lot more people that way. They're able to take one little thing and coat it with a whole bunch of foolishness and then pull somebody in, like Hassan or somebody, that's how they do it. You know what I'm saying? They come for inspiration like church, and then they go back out into the world and blah, 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 blah. Right? So everybody loves God, but when you get to church, it ain't but 7 people in mass with you. And that's counting pastor. Ain't but 10 people in church. Everybody love God. It's kind of similar to that. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. I just appreciate you guys, because it's you guys that hold up the world for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? It's you guys with the cash apps and the book support and, getting the products. A lot of people are appreciating the free bidders. They're like, yo, this free bidders thing, do not stop doing this. If y'all buy a whole bunch of the free bidders joints, I'll be able to keep it going. If not enough people buy it, then we'll discontinue it and maybe figure out something else, right? But I just want y'all to understand. So let's look through this real quick and see if there's some stuff in this book you might have overlooked, right? Because of the wonderful things that he does. All right. Before we do that, though, I just want to bring us back to this point. The most popular, according to academia, the most successful herpes drug in history, acyclovir, it works by mimicking a energy molecule, right? GTP, right? GTP. And mimicking this energy molecule puts it in the spin cycle for viruses trying to replicate, and they cannot, right? Now, what's important about this, it's a lot of things that's important about it, but particularly for what we're discussing right here is that the energy cycle is the nexus, right? So even when we were discussing cancer and Thomas Seyfried and Otto Warburg and all that kind of stuff, remember, it always comes back to the energy system. And this is the reason why, statistically, Black folks look the way they look, because we have the most advanced energy system. The more you melanin you have, the more advanced your body is at metabolizing energy. The gift is, I should have said it that way. The gift of having dark skin is that your body is much more sophisticated and much more efficient at processing energy, right? The curse of dark skin is that your body is much more sensitive in every single aspect of energy production. And because your body's more sensitive, it's much more susceptible to wear and tear, right? Wear and tear. So on the one end of the spectrum, you have really dark folks. All the way on the other end of the spectrum, you have really white skinned folks. And beyond that, albino folks. If you check albino folks, they have energy metabolism issues. If you check albinos, they have energy metabolism issues, right? But underneath that, here's what we did as a globe. We created the global standard based on the most in efficient human model for metabolizing energy. Now, at the same time as white folks are the most inefficient at metabolizing energy, physically, they have the strongest bodies. They have the most strongest physical makeup, right? So a white person's basic design for our environment is much more strong, solid, and robust, right? Our body is like like taking a black person's body, comparing side by side, is like you got like a Ford truck would be like the white person, and then the black person would be like a fly, like a Lamborghini or Porsche or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Which is really nice. It's nice, but man, it's a headache. It's expensive. It's like a constant high maintenance, that kind of thing, right? Now, the ideal health situation globally would be everybody understands their own body, where they can kind of tailor stuff to their specific needs, goals, blah, 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 kind of what we try to envision and institute. But that's not the reality. The reality is when people create institutions, they have to create institutions based around the people who create those, who fund and build those institutions. So the majority is built around a much more robust model, right? A lot less fast twitch muscle, a lot more slow twitch muscle. Slow twitch muscle, oxidative respiration, slower, steadier. Now, you don't get the explosiveness and some of the other fly stuff, but like we're discussing humans like cars right now, right? Remove the emotion, you know what I'm saying? So, if we put these things on the road, can that F-150 keep up with that Lambo? Hell no, right? But technically, we're not on a racetrack. We we off-road. We live off-road. So technically, F-150 is much more adapted to. So we've got to figure out that we're driving Lamborghinis off-road. Like, you know what I'm saying, in the mud and the rocks and the tree, like, and it's not working. Right? That's the biggest thing when it comes to the kidney issues. That's the biggest thing when it comes to the kidney issues. Like, our kidney is not designed for this. That's why there's no cure for chronic kidney disease, because there's nothing wrong with the kidneys. I need to say that again. The problem with chronic kidney disease is that your kidney is working fine. Your kidney is working fine. It's nothing wrong with the kidney in chronic kidney disease. It's just, you beat it down. It's like if you got two blenders, think about this. You got two blenders, right? Now you buy both of these blenders on the same exact day. They're the same type of blender, same type of blades. Everything is the same. In this blender right here, I'm going to only put powder and I'm going to put water. I'm not even going to put ice in this blender. I'm just going to put powder and water. That's all I'm going to put in blender A. In blender B, I'm not going to put no powder and I'm not going to put no water. The only thing I'm going to put in blender B is rocks and scrap metal. Now, if I turn these blenders on, right? How many times do I get to hit that blender with the rocks and the scrap metal in there before the blender breaks, right? Now, when the blender breaks, here's where the rubber meets the road. When the blender breaks, we have this idea, this concept that something was wrong with the blender. When we put the rocks and the scrap metal in there and it breaks, we got the idea in our mind that something's wrong with the blender and the blender needs to be fixed so that we could continue to put rocks and scrap metal in here. Meanwhile, there's a guy with the same exact blender that never put rocks or scrap metal in his blender. And that nigga been blending with that blender for like 30 years and he refuses to get a new blender. He's like, nah, my blender working fine. I'm good. That's the story of our kidneys. It's user error. right? Nothing's wrong with the kidney. We put rocks and scrap metal in that damn thing. Now, let's use that same example and switch it up. Let's say blender B is $100 blender. And let's say that blender A, blender A is $100 and blender B is $500. Well, guess what? Technically, if it has a stronger blade, if it has stronger grooves, if it has a stronger cup material, a stronger engine, maybe the bottom of the blender is metal instead of plastic. Well, even if I put rocks and metal in this blender, guess what? I should get a little bit more time out of it because this is more solid. So now we're not comparing water and powder to rocks and metal. Now we're putting rocks and metal in both blenders in this example. Only thing is, this blender is plastic with plastic blades and a plastic blade holder. This one is all metal. This one's way stronger. And they both doing rocks and metal. Which one is going to work? The one that's built stronger, they still going to break down. But the one that's built stronger is going to last longer, right? Because it's more built to handle that. This is built to handle rocks and scrap metal because this is a rock and scrap metal blender. You know, it's built to break those things down, right? So they both going to last pretty because this is built for that, right? So you have kidneys that comes from people in the cold climates. Guess what? Them folks got thousands and thousands and thousands of years developing kidneys that's just handling animal fat, animal protein, and that is pretty much it. Because that is the only thing consistently in that environment to eat. You, on the other hand, right? See, this is the thing. We can't be picking and choosing. We got to keep the same energy, right? Every black person is from Africa. All right, well, let's talk about being from a beautiful, oh, yeah, they from the snow and Umar, snow bunnies. All right, cool. Well, here's the thing about this African thing. You had the best environment. And because you had the best environment, unfortunately, you have the most advanced equipment, but it's not robust. It's not the Ford F-150. It's not the Ford F-150. Our body is going to conk out way faster than everybody else's under the same stress. Because our body, this is the first time we've been put in these conditions relatively. So our body's not used to any of this. So people respond differently. But across the board, you get the same advice from every hospital. You get kidney failure, come up off of that animal protein. They tell you cut it down, cut back as little as you can. Why? They letting you know that's tearing your kidneys up. Clearly. Or it would not be unanimous, no matter where you go. Medical doctor, surgical doctor, no matter what doctor, you got kidney failure. You go to a nephrologist. Forget everybody else. When you go to a nephrologist is not a kidney specialist. A nephrologist is the kidney filtration specialist. Like he's a specialist amongst specialists because your kidney has a lot of different jobs it does. A nephrologist only is there for the filters. Those are glomeruluses or whatever they call it. You know what I'm saying? The little toilet bowls, right? It's like a little toilet bowl attached to a piping system, right? That's what the nephrologist, and the nephrologist is going to tell you, oh yeah, you got to cut off got to come up off of that meat. You got to come up off the meat and the soda. Meat and soda would destroy your kidneys by itself. Meat and soda is the rocks and the scrap metal that I was talking about. Because the synthetic phosphorus, your kidneys can't handle it. Your kidneys cannot handle that synthetic phosphorus, because that phosphorus that's in the meat and that phosphorus that's in soda is not the same phosphorus that's in plants. That's totally different. That's totally different. Your kidney cannot handle that. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, come on now. That's what we doing though. We running premium cars on 87. That is exactly what we're, not even 87. We putting, I don't know what we putting in these cars. It's not less than 87. Right? Like it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's really not a best or worst thing. I think that's where some of the racial and emotional attachments to the racial ideas come into play and limits people from learning and being able to, you know, but the Black dynamic is all over the health thing. Whether we're talking about herpes, Black people, you number one. We talking about kidney failure, Black folks, you number one. If we talking about non-genetic diabetes, Black folks, you number one. So it's almost impossible for us to actually have any conversations about health without addressing statistics. Like if we're going to be scientifically sound, we have to look at the statistics, and the statistics go Black people here or African Americans here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we have to deal with those things and the reason that they exist. What it is about our body that has us over there? Why is that happening? What are we doing there? Right? What are we doing there? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, though, I want y'all to open up this book so y'all can see that we've been like, this. So don't get it twisted. Yes, this is our theosophical book, right? This is part 1 of it and part 2 of it, right? This is not the right one, but this is it, right? This is one book. This is our theosophical book, right? It's our spirituality all up in here, right? But don't get it twisted. The main thing is always the main thing, right? So first things first, I think we should go, let me find this herpes segment of the book. Let's go in here real quick. All right, so let's start the show off.
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe. They've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today. So again, I'm asking you to support me in my run for U.S. House District 12 here in North Carolina. You don't have to live in North Carolina to support, because what happens in Congress affects the entire country. So again, it's aliforcongress.com. I hope to have your support. Peace and love, y'all.
All right, so go ahead, pull out your book. Pull out your book. Let me see what page. Let's see, the thing is, it's a lot in this book. But what happens is there's so much in the book that it's hard to catch everything. And I get that. Let me see something. Oh, that's where it's at. Okay. So just open it up into the middle of the book. It's actually the part where we're supposed to be taking notes. Yeah. The Seymour section, right? should be. All right, 370. Yeah, I guess you could start anywhere. And these pages are blank, or not blank, but they're half blank. So you can write in the book, literally, right? These pages have big spaces, not the whole book, but I want to say, let me see. This was the part that I left this here specifically so you would have, you can create your own. Okay, so right here, so you see how much. This little bit right here is like your little, this is the CMOS journal in the book. So we go through the different, thank you. Hold on, let me add a little of that coconut oil to my blue magic and my elderberries and my baobab. Okay, we cooking now. All right, so we went from elderberries and blue magic. We added in the baobab, but now we done added in the coconut oil. Okay, so we're getting ready to cook. All right, so open up to 370. Actually, you can go back to page 359. Go to page 359. When you go to page 359, on page 359, I differentiate kelp into the major 6 species of kelp, right? There's a little picture to help you out there. The reason why is because I wanted to separate out kombu, right? Because now that kombucha is a worldwide thing and corporations have hijacked it to turn something extremely healthy into something very, very toxic that people are consuming. I wanted you to have the actual science so that people can't sell you kombucha, like, so you can, and then you can explain it to your family. Like, if you go to page 361, you have SCOBY, right? You have a picture of SCOBY. Once anybody sees what kombucha is made out of, they would never drink kombucha again, right? So you have the pictures though. So you can see on this page what they make kombucha out of today. And on this page, you can see what they started making kombucha tea out of. So this is the guy over here. These two guys is where the ancient traditions of kombucha tea comes from. This is where all the health benefits came from. This. Now, they don't use these anymore because these cannot supply the global need for commercial kombucha. They now use this, which is a pad of fungus or bacteria or yeast. Excuse me, that's exactly what it is. Bacteria and yeast, right, is what they do. And they just add water to it. And pretty much that's kombucha. Whatever you flavor it with is just the flavor. So if you add water, if you buy one of these, they sell these wholesale. You buy the little brick of yeast. It looks just like snot. You add something to it. Like say, so for instance, you wanted to make strawberry kombucha. So you would go get you a little box of strawberries, blend up the strawberries with this yeast patty, and then you add water to it and serve. And now you have strawberry kombucha, right? So people can do it yourself at home. I make strawberry kombucha. Or if I wanted to make blue magic kombucha, right? I could get one of these bricks, add water, add blue magic, and now I have blue magic kombucha. Like, but that's not this though. So never get it twisted and think that the ancient benefits and they sell you an idea is in this. This doesn't have any of these benefits, right? Now, let's go a step further. one of the beautiful things about those kelps, right? One of the beautiful things about the kelp family is that the kelp family is rich in harmine. The kelp family is rich in harmine. Okay, so now let me see if I can bring this book up on the screen, because I really want y'all to see that we ain't just throwing stuff together. We are very focused and meticulous with what we're doing. Like we're not just throwing stuff together out there. Let me see if I can show y'all some of this stuff here. Let me see if I can present. Let's go. Is that showing up? Boiling. Okay. All right. So this is in the book. Literally, we're in the book, right? These are slides from the book. Okay. So here's what I was saying. Bam. Now you can see this. Right? Okay. So these are the plants that kombucha originally came from, and this is what kombucha comes out of now, right? It's not even possible for you to have common sense and believe that the health benefits that came from those plants is somehow inside of this. And this is not a fake. This is what you purchase when you buy wholesale kombucha starters. It's called SCOBY. Okay. So there's that. Right? Okay. That's that. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. We don't really care about that. We ain't banging on that. Okay, here we go. Oh no, that ain't it. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So, here's the first thing. Here's the first thing with the harmine. Right? Here's the first thing with harmine. Right? Harmine has been demonstrated to be highly beneficial against breast cancer. Right? Now, is this a guy with gold teeth making this up? Absolutely not. You have the scientific journal. You have the article. What does it say? Peer-reviewed. Right? You have peer-reviewed literature. Right? You got the article. You got all your references. This is not. So this is. Right? Let's keep going. Right? Anti-cancer activity in breast cancer. Okay, so this is another team putting out some information. Okay, bam. Let's keep going though. Now we got ovarian cancer. Okay, all right. So there's that. So now remember, this is the purple phase, people. Right? It's the purple phase. And this is why I was pointing out to you that the energy system is the middle space between the cardiovascular system, cancer, autoimmune. Like it always goes back to how well your body metabolizes energy. That's why diabetes is a diving board to go into damn near every other disease, even infections, right? Even infections, viral infections, right, are still based on what? This energy metabolism. The energy metabolism cuts across all barriers. Because in order for a virus to steal your cells and then replicate, that involves what? A lot of energy. So that's why acyclovir mimics the natural energy compounds in your body. But because it doesn't have those hydroxyl ions, remember, like I showed you yesterday, the cell can't fully take it up. And so replication stops. And that's how acyclovir fights herpes replication, right? But there's a lot of other areas where you can still fight viruses besides that one mechanism. See, my thing is, when you go through the scientific journals, and I know because I did it, right? There are a lot of different ways that you can fight these infections. And so what I've done is mastered bringing them together, because my thing is you have much more success when you use multiple modalities, as long as these modalities all work to one end and none of them neutralize and like get in each other's way. As long as you're working towards one end, things can go flawlessly. And this is why I've been saying over the years, you're not going to fully understand everything that we're doing until you learn everything, because it's layered. As we start to pull this stuff back, you're going to be like, oh, wait a minute. So you're saying that the stuff for the blood sugar got some of this stuff in here that goes and fights against cancer stuff and fights against herpes infection? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. I'm showing you what the scientific journals are saying. Scientific journals are saying that, not me, right? I'm just showing you what the journals are saying, right? So we went through breast cancer, ovarian cancer. Now here's articles saying bladder tumors, right? And we go a little further. And then bang. What? Herpes. Herpes? Let's go right on in here. A study has reported the antiviral activity of harmaline against herpes simplex virus 1 and 2 by inhibiting immediate early transcription of the virus at non-cytotoxic concentration. So this is what I'm showing you, right? I'm showing you that the information, like we on target. We have not been moving around all over the place. We've been steady, super steady, right? And what we're doing with the books is we're further elaborating every time. We're just getting deeper into the research, but it's only one body of research, pun intended. And that body of research is your body. End story, right? So we're just getting deeper and deeper into it. So because this whole book has so many different things we discuss in it, we didn't spend, 300 pages on kidneys. We got a bunch of pages on kidneys, but we didn't go deep dive, right? So here's this. Okay, deep dive. I gave you the harmine because the harmine's part of the CMOS, right? It's from the kelp family, right? So we discussed it, boo, boo, boo. Then I showed you, okay, bam, here's you can go get the articles. You can get deeper on harmine yourself. Here's the articles. But if you actually want the harmine, we got the purple phase, you know where to go get the actual herbs, right? Let me see, let's do it like this. Okay. Let's just do it another way. Let me stop sharing this and let's go over here and I'm going to share this. Okay. So here's what you should have did with the book. Once you read in the book what I just said, right? About the harmine and the herpes, right? What you were supposed to do is go, yeah, Enqi just be making up any old thing. Let me go and see if I could verify or if I could debunk him. Let me go and debunk him. And then you were supposed to open up your browser and type in harmine versus herpes and see if you was going to be able to debunk what I'm saying or simply verify it. Right? And what did I tell you yesterday? See, now I'm identifying stuff. But yesterday I told you that one of the ways that we attack is through the NFKB and MAPQ pathway, right? What does the very first thing pop up say, right? This is Science Direct. This is one of the biggest online journal spots that there is, right? But then we got what? National Institute of National Library of Medicine, right? I mean, this is just, and then it goes deeper and deeper, and you got more articles going into various ways of how, you know, right? so had you saw it in the book, and then you went from the book and said, oh, let me see if this nigga know what he talking about. Boop, 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 boop. Then you would have found a plethora of information, and you would have already had one route to building your immunity. You'd already had that down pat. You see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know what's all is in this. This book's not all right. So let's come off of that. Right. Let's go into whatever we was talking about with the kidneys. Let's go to the kidneys. Let's do the same thing. Only thing is, hold on 1 second. My name is Minister Enqi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to hop through the book, and I'm going to show you all of the different entries all through this book. Because the book is about water. There's no possible way that you actually have a real book that talks about water in the body and not you talking about the kidney, because kidneys is the water conditioner. So like it's not even really low key a blood filter. When people say the kidneys filters the blood, that's not it. That's why I tried to be hyper specific in the book and say the kidneys filter the blood plasma, because the kidneys don't really filter the blood at all. That's not what the kidneys do. Your spleen would be a better fit for a blood filter, because the spleen is actually dealing with blood cell. Like when you think of blood, you're thinking about the solid part of the liquid. You're not really thinking about the liquid. The liquid part of blood is basically just water. So once you add minerals and you add some proteins, that water, poof, turns into plasma. Now, when you put all them zillions and zillions of little red blood cells, the proteins in there, it turns red, or it's a reddish, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where the color comes from, the pigment. You remove the actual blood cells, it goes back to a clear-ish type of fluid, right? That's what they do in the centrifugal thingy. When they take your blood sample and they spin it around, based on the thickness of what's in that thing, their stuff is going to move together. And so you'll have the clear, watery plasma, and then you'll have like more of where the blood cells are, and all of that kind of stuff will separate itself out. I forgot what they call that, the centrifugal thingy, the spinning machine. Yeah, the fun thing. Do a phlebotomy course. Go get a phlebotomy book. But anyway, so let's go through and look at all these kidney spots. Right? Look at all these kidney spots. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Look at all these kidney spots. Your liver, and this is page 30. This is early part of the book. Look. Right? This is right after we deal with the questions. Right? This is right after we deal with the questions. Right? So this is right there early on in the book. Your liver handles fat while your kidneys handle sugar. If they become dehydrated, what happens to them? their functionality, right? So we immediately get in the kidneys. Look, let's keep this kidneys thing going. When you are looking to put minerals in your water, you must make sure they have undergone this hydrochloric acid reaction so your body can actually absorb it, because if it hasn't, then those minerals are just floating in your bloodstream until they are filtered by your liver and kidneys. And over time, that buildup is the cause of kidney and gallbladder stones. Let's keep cooking. Consumption of pure isolated vitamin D may affect biochemical processes. Ingestion of large amounts impairs kidney and central nervous system function. So what are you saying, Doc? Is vitamin D something that could be bad? Synthetic vitamin D has a limit. Listen, synthetic vitamin D has a toxicity. Natural vitamin D from light and cholesterol has no toxic level. I want y'all to understand this. There is no toxic level established by science for how much vitamin D your body can handle. But that's natural vitamin D. You cannot confuse that for vitamin D in the bottle that you purchase. That has a limit to how your body can handle it. It takes 8 hours for that to even work in your body. And that's no matter, that's if you get vegan vitamin D3, which is the highest quality that you can purchase, it takes 8 hours for your body to convert that into active vitamin D, right? So if you take it at 8 o'clock at night, you know, by 4 o'clock in the morning, that stuff will start to circulating throughout your blood and all of that, right? Lower the quality, the longer it takes, and the more you lose in the conversion process, because it's not just from your mouth, it's ready to go. It has to pass through the liver and the kidneys no matter what to be considered active. And if you have issues with the kidneys, you're going to have issues activating, you know, you're not going to have, you know, what you need, right? All right. What else we got? Come on, kidneys. Come on, kidneys. What else? Some research highlights game meat as a protein source. Plant sources of protein include legumes, nuts, seeds, grains, and some vegetables and fruits. Plant foods with protein concentrations greater than 7% include soy, lentils, kidney beans. Oh, that's kidney beans. That don't count. My bad. Chronic kidney disease. While there is no conclusive evidence that a high protein diet can cause chronic kidney disease, there is a consensus that people with this disease should decrease consumption of protein. According to one 2009 review in 2018, people with chronic kidney disease who reduce protein consumption have less likelihood of progressing to end-stage kidney disease. Moreover, people with the disease while using a low protein diet may develop metabolic compensations that preserve kidney function, although in some people with malnutrition may occur. Okay. So we on kidney diet here. Excretion of urea occurs via kidneys. Other parts of the amino acid molecules can be converted into glucose and used for fuel. When food protein intake is periodically high or low, the body tries to keep protein levels at equilibrium by using the labile protein reserve, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This may lead to higher risk of kidney stone formation from calcium and renal circulatory. I don't know if y'all understand how thorough we was with what we were trying to. In humans and other mammals, the stem cells that give rise to all blood cells are located in the bone. But in fish, blood stem cells are found in the kidney, right? A parasol above the kidney. The inspiration for this study came from an incidental observation in zebrafish, an animal model used in many laboratories. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this back. The new piece of the blood stem cell niche puzzle will help the team improve the safety of blood stem cell transplants for donors and for patients with blood disorders and cancers. Okay. Now, what's the discovery? The discovery is that melanin has to protect blood stem cells. Melanocytes protect blood stem cells. Blood stem cells are very, very vulnerable to ultraviolet radiation. Ultraviolet radiations can penetrate the skin to get to the blood, right? It can penetrate the body. So your body defends, protects the blood stem cells by creating a little canopy of pigment. So everywhere you have stem cells, you have a pocket of melanocytes, because those melanocytes have to constantly add melanin to the little umbrella, the sunbrella. Yeah, the sunbrella for the stem cells, right? And so that's an article right there. You can go, right. Where is it? Let me see. See right here? You can go grab this info, right? The findings are published in Nature by researchers at the Harvard Department of Stem Cell and Regenerative Biology, Boston's Children's Hospital Stem Cell Program, and the Harvard Stem Cell Institute. Okay. And you keep going. It says, this is what the doctor says, the one that made the discovery, right? His name is Frederick Kapp. He said, I was trying to look at blood stem cells under the microscope, but a layer of melanocytes above the kidney blocked my view. So now this is happening. His discovery was in the zebrafish, right? But the only difference between the zebrafish and the human is that the location is different, right? But the melanocytes protecting the blood stem cells is the same across all species, right? So they describing their whole little program here. All right, cool. We got it. All right, we still going into the melanin in the kidneys and the stem cells and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff. And I know some of y'all like, wait a minute, Doc, you didn't go into this. Doc, are you sure you went into this before? No, I'm not sure I went into it before. I told you niggas. Everything that's in these books can't go on YouTube. Some of it just from sheer time. You know what I'm saying? I don't have time to go through every single thing. Right? We was doing that with the Patreon. But people was asking more questions and more. So we kind of put that on pause to switch some things up. And we'll be going back, picking up. I think we was on book 3 or book 4. We was either on book 3 or 4. So we'll pick up where we left off. But people wanted to switch and jump ahead to the newer books. They're like, yo, this is good, but we want to go line by line in the new books. I'm like, yeah, but we got to work through. Because there's some people just getting, people were just finding out about us yesterday or whatever. Like people are just starting. So we got to create this library where we go through and whatever the case may be. But it's a lot of information and you got to, we got to study. Right. All right. So that's that. What we got going on here. Okay. This is the breakdown for the herbs and how what it handles. So now look, right here, I'm giving you herbs for kidney stones. Right? These are herbs for kidney stones. Right? What else are we talking about? What is this? Okay, this is a weight loss cheat code. But in the cheat code, you got some stuff in there for the kidney. Okay. What we got here? For example, in renal tubular cells, increased reactive oxygen species can activate autophagy, leading to mitochondrial destruction and kidney damage. Right? So what are we talking about here? This is an article, and this article is about what? Oh, all All right. Autophagy and the NRF2 system. Right. So in this article, we talk about how to keep your kidneys healthy. Right. So again, all through the book. And now we rounding out to the back of the, oh, we still got a lot of work. We still got a lot of ways to go. Right. But you get it. Right. You get it now. Like, nah, we've been on this track. We just, you know, people was like, okay. So we're very thorough with this kidney information. Very thorough with the kidney information. Like, I don't think that we could have been, I don't think we spared any details. Right. It's just that the book was about a lot more than kidney. So we couldn't really give it the same type of energy without just having its own book. Yeah, come on, let's go. Let's hit the like button. Take a moment. But I told y'all what's going on with these niggas that don't be hitting the like button. These are the guys that's pretending they don't watch Dr. Enqi so that they could take notes and remix shit and go back to their page. But that's why that's another reason why what's in the books will never match what's on the YouTube, because I want to make sure that you have way more, right? And listen, once we have our fraternity, like once we have our fraternity crew popping, it's over. It's over. That's why I'm so willing to invest in it. Because I'll be honest, to do free consultations and give away herbs and all this kind of stuff, it doesn't really have, you know, the value for me, because I'm not making a profit. I'm losing money on this deal. Trust that. But the value for me is in creating the team. That is the value. It's in creating the team, you know, and what we'll be able to do, you know. But remember, it's accountability, you know what I'm saying? So you guys were going to have a lot, you know, stuff to do every day. And I'll be calling you every morning to make sure you, yo, yeah, what you ate now? Okay, you did. Okay, good. All right, you read? Okay, cool. All right. What time we doing the study? All right, pull out your book. It's going to be thorough. You will not be, because some people feel isolated and alone, and it's hard for them to really tap in the way they need to. So that will never be it. You'll never feel that way again. Right? You will never be alone. You'll be a part of something much, much, much bigger than yourself. Right? All right. So I think now we can rewind and go back, right? Actually, hold up. Let's listen to something first. Let's check something out first, because I think establishing some of this ignorance would work out. Listen to this. I heard the craziest, most ignorant rant yesterday. It was wow. Let me see if this is it. No, that can't be it. Is it? How did it do it? I think it is this one. Hold on. I want y'all to listen. I want y'all to listen to, I don't know where it is, so we're going to have to listen to more of it than, well, We're listening for the conversation surrounding herpes. And once again, this guy has a big voice, big platform. When he goes live, it's 500 or 1,000 people listening daily. You know, the content is, you know, Puff Daddy and all that kind of stuff, you know, paperwork and just that kind of stuff. But 500 to 1,000 people. See, I want y'all to understand this. I have to pay attention to these numbers. And if you really about this lifestyle, you do too. What you have to start doing, though, I could tell from reading comments and some personal real life conversations I have with people, is that you guys think that statistics are not in real life. And so you don't get it. But when it says 3 out of 5 Black people have diabetes, right? For me, when I see somebody with 1,000 people on their live stream, I say to myself, well, this is primarily Black content. So we're going to assume most of these people are Black. Out of this 1,000 people, because it's not all Black folks, it's not going to be 700 people per se that are diabetic or pre-diabetic, but it's probably going to be half of that number. It's probably going to be 500 people there in that live stream actively taking medicine, right? That's one of the things I wanted y'all to get from the Fat Joe clip. Fat Joe said he was diabetic since he was 13. That means all this whole time you seen Fat Joe, he was on medication. I'm trying to tell you, these niggas is faking it. They letting it look like they all right because the money is confusing people because we from poverty. So the only thing we know, we don't realize that even in poverty, we have everything already. We wealthy people. Before you recognized you was in poverty, you had everything you ever needed and ever wanted. You had people and love. The moment you started getting these ideas about money ruling the world and money, this, that, you start to realize, oh, I don't have this. I don't have that. I would like to wear these. I would like to eat this. I would like to travel there. And you start to take account of this whole thing of what you don't have. Oh, I never got video games. Oh, I never got this on this day. I never got this for my birthday. I never had this. I never had that. You never, ever take account and do that same thing in reverse and be like, you know what? I was never alone on a holiday. I was with my parents. Like some people have parents, but because they struggling, they angry about that somehow. Like, bro, us that don't have parents or they missing one parent, money wouldn't even be a quality. If I could get more time with my father, I wouldn't care what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? Like money. So we don't realize we got to put a lot of stuff into perspective. And a lot of people look at people with money and go, oh, well, they do like this or they do like that. It's not even about that. It's about getting over the obsession with the dollar and representing it in a certain type of way. Representing yourself in a certain type of way, right? And then deciding, okay, well, this is what I'm willing to do for money. This is not what I'm willing to do. Here's my morals, right? Because there are things that's more important than money. That's family, love, time. So I'm not going to let what I do for money compromise my family, my love, or my time. Right? Right? So we watched this video. I just want y'all to listen to a guy with a big platform and his views on what herpes is. Because the stigma, remember I kept saying, a large part of what we're trying to do with this herpes awareness is remove the stigma that people personally have of being a nasty person, a sinner, all this and all that. But then also remove this stigma from off of Black people, because that is the stigma that's on you that you don't realize is not race-based. And I know you kind of have, I know that's hard to wrestle with. Like, hold up, Enqi. They saying black people is the ones spreading STDs and you saying that's not racist? No, because these niggas are reading the journals. They're reading magazines. And the reality is, without any understanding of what you're reading, that's what the numbers say, period. So if I go and I look and I see the new reported cases of herpes, right? And they give me a number. And then they break that number down by demographic. And I look and see that 30% of the newly reported cases are coming from the black community, but the black community is only 13% the country. I got to say to myself, God damn, these niggas filthy. What the hell is this? What is this? These niggas are filthy. The numbers say that. That's not racist. If the niggas were purple or green or lavender, it'd be the same. The numbers are saying that. But it's because we don't understand herpes. We don't understand that. First of all, it's not even a STD like that. Majority of herpes is spread by children under 5 years old and is spread with toys. Toys, playing toys, regular toys. It spreads her. Like, that's a game changer. Right? That's why we show those things. So you can have those things from the New York State Department, the CDC, the World Health Organization telling you, you know, gym equipment, right? Mat herpes or gym herpes, like showing you, nah, this is a real thing. When your partner says they didn't cheat on you and they probably got it from the gym or whatever, that's a real thing. Go look that up. New York State Department, World Health Organization, gym herpes. That is a real thing. Type into your search bar, do children spread herpes on toys? Like, type those things in and pull that stuff up, right? But in fact, before we play the video, we'll just do it real quick. We'll do it real quick to make sure it's done. Even though we went through it in earlier videos, right? We'll just recap it real quick right here, right? Let's just recap it. Let's see what the search says, because sometimes the searches get people confused and backwards. So let's just check this out. Let's see what happens if we type in children's herpes. That seems so wicked to type in. Symptoms can occur a bit differently in each child. Some children have symptoms with the first infection of herpes simplex virus. In other cases, a child may have severe flu-like symptoms and ulcers in and around the mouth. So this is children. Children ain't having sex. Children ain't having sex. So what's happening? What causes cold sores in the child? The most common cause of cold sores is the virus called herpes. Right? The herpes virus is a cold sore. It's contagious. It could be spread to others by kissing or what? Look at this. Sharing cups. Sharing cups ain't sex. Look, sharing a washcloth. Sharing a towel. That ain't sex. You understand? And that's just one type of herpes. That's just herpes simplex 1. It looks like is the only thing they're showing here. Right? But if we go deeper and we start to get into, right, if we get into herpes 3, children, right? And when we put, what pops up? Let's do HSV 3. See if that's better. See, this is why you got to know how to look sometimes. This is where the books come in. Because if you don't know what to look for, it gets crazy. Oh, look at this one. Oh, this is nasty. This is scary. Children are infected with HSV, resulting in totally asymptomatic acquisition to life-threatening disease. So you don't even know you got it until it's life-threatening, right? This is why it gets crazy. All right, but let's just do this. Let's just do HSV 3 real quick, right? Let's just do this real quick. Boo, boo. Let's see what this, let's go to CDC. I don't even want to hit y'all with no wiki stuff on this. Right? Let's go HSV3. See what the CDC take. Risk factors. Okay, so they're talking about the zoster. The zoster is HSV3, in case you don't know. I guess this is just more popular now. Is the shingle side of it. The shingle side of it, right? But the other part of the HSV3 is the chicken pox. Yeah, see, so when they say the zoster, they're talking about the shingles, which is what happens when you're an old person, right? But when you're young, right, it's called the varicella, right? A person with varicella is considered contagious beginning 1 to 2 days before the rash onset until all the chickenpox lesions have crusted. Once the lesions have crusted, then you're no longer considered to be shedding or contagious. But this is herpes virus number 3. And what does this say? Look at this. 61% to 100%. Now let's check out HSV4. HSV4, Epstein-Barr virus, right? We just reviewing. We're gonna pass. We're gonna go past. Let's do EBV, CDC. All right. Here we go. Epstein-Barr virus, also known as herpes number 4, is a gamma herpes virus that occur only in humans, right? That's testing. Let's just click on it, see what we got going on here. Okay, look. Now look at this one. Here's another one again. Look at this. Sharing drinks and food. Look at this. Cups, utensils, and toothbrushes. And what did that say? Contact with toys. Contact with toys. Herpes is being spread on toys. You see that? So this is not right. And let's see what the numbers. What they saying? 100% of the people in the population somewhere. Let's look that up. What percent of people have EBV? You see that? Now this is not made up numbers. It's not fake numbers. So if a person got 1,000 people watching their video, that means 900 of those people have EBV. They're positive for EBV. 900 out of the 1,000. If we got 50 people watching, 35 people watching, 38, 39 people, something to that effect. I don't know what it is. It's a high, maybe 40 something. 45, I believe, actually, to be correct. 45 of people out of 50 are going to have EBV. That's herpes virus number 4, right? Spread on toys. Like, I need people to relax out there. So now, right, if you want more detail, go to the other video. We went through each one, 1 through 8, but I just wanted to remind you the little, because if you ain't see that video, you listen to what I'm saying. Like, wait, Enqi, you going crazy right now. That's the wrong thing. Okay, see, hold on. This is another thing that we deal with. See, this is what we really deal with in the book. We go crazy with this here. We go crazy with this thing here, right? This is all the way to the history of the origin of it. So I'm not even sure I'm ready to have that conversation yet. That is a very, very touchy conversation. That's a very touchy conversation. But I know exactly who, what, where, when, and why, damn it. Yeah. So there's that. But anyway, I just wanted to play this ignorance. And I did all of that to preface the ignorance that we are out to eradicate, right? So when they ask y'all, like, yo, don't Masons take an oath? Yeah. Masons take an oath to combat fear, ignorance, and superstition, just in case you ever wanted to know what the Masonic oath is about. That is the oath to fight fear, ignorance, and superstition anywhere you find it. So when I hear shit like this, it's go time.
But really was internet hype. I kept telling people the shit ain't had no traction like that. He already got accused of using bots. I proved that. But the point is, old man Jay-Z set him up. He don't have to do nothing. He made this man the spotlight now. Don't forget, it's in Louisiana, and he denied Lil Wayne. Jay-Z got petty, mad because Drake denied him, so he denied Lil Wayne. See that? And the whole thing about this thing is, Jay-Z did a lot of petty stuff, but he used Kendrick as a voice box. Plus, if Kendrick didn't have a new song, he wouldn't have a new song to perform at the Super Bowl. So, the whole beef started on this track with Future Metro Boomin. And now Future Metro Boomin and Drake is back cool again. Period. What you gonna do now, Kendrick? What you gonna do now, bro? Look like Atlanta finessed you again, bro. That's the home of finesse, bro. Future just used you real quick. That's it. He back home now. Kendrick, can you finally admit to the world that you always wanted to be in Atlanta? And can you admit in this picture you was trying to be a fake-ass Jimi Hendrix? Bro, when you gonna admit the truth that you was a fraud? I got nothing against you, Kendrick. You's a good guy. Stop acting tough, bro. Stop talking about the niggas you're gonna shoot up. Stop talking about all this chopper stuff. All right, where J-Rock at, man? Where my man J-Rock at? Where Schoolboy Q? Where they at? You've been trying to stay the superstar this whole time, bro. And you pulled a lot of stunts. But it only worked on your cult following. Sit, Mr. K. Dot. Even though you got it from Mr. S. Dot. All right, your whole style is clone, bro. But it's okay. Because you and Drake might have had it planned anyway. But I know this. All I know about this whole shit is Jay-Z pimped you, nigga. That's all I know. That was my whole point, Kendrick. Jay-Z pimped you. See, let me tell you something, Kendrick. I'm going to tell you guys something real quick. And I don't like to do these talks, man. See, where we from, let me get a little insight about New York, man. Give you another insight about Brooklyn. We don't respect niggas that wear costumes, bro. All right? So if you think Jay-Z seen you dressed like this, and if you think that nigga really respect you, bro, you just fooled yourself, all right? We don't respect niggas that wear costumes, period, bro. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. We don't respect shit like this, not even on Halloween, all right? We grew up Halloween beating people up, throwing eggs, like doing vicious stuff. We don't do that stuff, bro. So my point is, when Jay-Z seen you do all this, he knew you was a clown, bro. And he knew he was going to pimp your ass, all right? Go at Drake, take it off Diddy. All right, Hov. Now look at you, nigga. Now look at you. Them niggas done tricked you. You took the spotlight off Diddy the whole goddamn summer, nigga. You put the shit on Drake. He's a dirty dude, man. What was you and Jay-Z doing back then, nigga? Hey, Kendrick, that nigga got some more millions off your ass. Did you know that? His contract was up, bro. But I think he went to the NFL and said, I got one more artist for y'all. Kendrick, all I want to know, what are you going to do when it's time to perform in Louisiana in that Superdome? What are you going to do? That's all I want to know. And that's all I want to know, bro. Are you going to fly in right before it's showtime and then fly right back out? Are you going to have your G4 in back of the stage? What you going to do, bro? Because you was talking a lot of shit. You got to back it up now, bro. You see what happened to Rick Ross when he went to Canada, right? His homeboy got knocked the fuck out. Now you got to go to Chopper City, Kendrick. So now, Kendrick, we know for a fact them gimmicks. Kendrick, if you rapping in front of City Hall in LA, I know goddamn well you scared. You ain't gonna do shit in Louisiana, bro. You can't. Hey, I never been to Louisiana, but I know it ain't no City Hall right by that Superdome. I know that much. What you gonna do, Kendrick? Them niggas hung you out to dry, nigga. Now everybody gonna turn on you. Like I said, Drake fans don't fuck with you. Now Young Thug fans don't fuck with you. Future fans don't fuck with you. 2 Chainz fans, Lil Wayne, Nicki, keep going. They all.
Yeah, yo, I watch him. This guy watch his page all the time. Look, here's his page right here for No Fame. So if you think it's funny or you interested in that type of content, this is the place to be at. Right here. You know what I'm saying? You see, we subbed already. Right? Make sure you turn on your notifications because it'd be funny. It'd be hilarious. Sometime he'd be off the, you know, but it'd be funny. The problem I have, again, with a lot of the pages that are entertaining is that they move from their space of expertise and they speak as if they're experts on things that they don't know what they're talking about. So you're going to see that's going to happen shortly. And I'm glad you said it's funny because that's how you get pulled into all these channels. The comedy, the humor, the realism, you know, the things you can identify with, you can resonate with. But here's where it gets crazy. Because whether I'm listening to somebody like this, right, that's talking about Diddy and blah, 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 and then all of a sudden he becomes an expert on herpes, or whether I'm talking about one of these health guys that's giving misinformation out. That's what ruined last night. That's why I had to come on today and apologize because of what happened last night. And what happened last night is my man sent me a video with Shorty. She was famous. She used to be on MTV. Matter of fact, I'm going to show that after I show this. I'm going to just show it. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, I'll just show that part. And we'll just deal with that like that. You know what I'm saying? I'll just re-show it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what, like, people don't understand. It's not okay to talk about science when you don't know what you're talking about. If I'm talking about pop culture or history and I make a mistake or whatever, it's cool. But if you talking about some real shit, somebody gonna resonate with you and they gonna follow you. And if you ain't got checks, balances, and cross references, and hey, you might want to tap in with a doctor and blah 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 blah. If you don't have all that shit down, you in trouble. You're gonna put people in wild situations and all that. So literally, this is literally why we exist. But check him out though. Check him out though. Let's finish listening for No Fame. You know what I'm saying? He's entertaining and all that, but
all turn against you. And none of them like Jay-Z at all. None of them. So, Kendrick, what you gonna do now? Now you see why Snoop Dogg was smart enough to stay out the shit? Jay-Z can't get Snoop Dogg to do no dumb shit. No other rapper did the dumb shit you did, Kendrick. You had to do it or your career would have died out. You got tired of sitting down and you kept watching these niggas winning. You know Drake been winning. His career never died out. Kept niggas come out every year. You got mad, bro. J. Cole ain't go for your shit. He said, man, Kendrick, I'm straight, nigga. I'm good. J. Cole name's still good. Y'all wanted J. Cole to be dirty too. See, y'all didn't impeach J. Cole. J. Cole ain't stupid, Kendrick. Kendrick, you're from Cali. My point is this. It's my point. J. Cole is from North Carolina. He's not stupid. He knows I gotta get money out there, fool. I'm about to see these niggas. I gotta go to Atlanta, man. I ain't fucking my money up for you niggas. J. Cole ain't stupid. I don't listen. I don't follow Jay-Z, nigga. You follow him. That was the whole point. It was mad points in this whole shit showing you from the beginning, man. When J. Cole left that shit, that was my first, man, that shit bogus. J. Cole, like, I ain't fucking with that. Nigga, I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Nigga, I ain't going against them niggas. Bingo. Told you, man. It wasn't about if you like Drake or not. If you went against Drake, you putting your career on the line. For who? For who? For what? For Jay-Z? That's what happened. Because Jay-Z got turned down twice. So he was mad like a hoe. Kendrick, get him. That's all it was. Plus, we want Drake out the way. We can't put out no goddamn R&B. We can't drop no rappers. This motherfucker just broke goddamn a Michael Jackson record. And another thing they didn't tell you is NBA YoungBoy, he broke a lot of Jay-Z records. They didn't tell you that neither. These are facts. These are facts. Check the scoreboard. NBA YoungBoy done broke a couple of Jay-Z records. Told y'all, man, y'all niggas stuck in the past. You the same niggas go to Usher concerts. All you blacks stuck in the past, man, y'all on your way out of here, man. Y'all disgrace. You talked all that shit about your mama, then you wind up being just like your mama. You talked all that shit about your grandmother, now you walking around like a granny in a goddamn 25s, right? You walking around like a granny talking about Usher, that Usher show. See that? Usher brought out the city. Now you talking like grandma. Usher brought the whole city out. Y'all see how niggas still talking? Nigga, you said the same thing at Freaknik. Freaknik out, man. They whole city out tonight. Nigga, you said that shit 30 years ago. You still talk like that? Talking about bringing the city out to do what? What we gonna do? Let's build some shit. Why don't the city come out? Let's build some shit. Let's build our own mall or something. Do something, nigga. All you rich niggas do something. All right? You can have a concert in your living room, nigga. Don't you got an 80-inch TV, 80-inch screen? But then again, niggas go to the concert just to take pictures. You niggas still living in phones, huh? You still in fantasy land? You still think everything in your phone means something. They should have never gave you niggas cell phones. You niggas lost your mind. Thanks to Obama. Thanks to Mr. Obama. All right, let's go. Usher did his thing, as always. And ATL and came home, got love, and showed love, baby. I'm telling you. Atlanta, let me find out y'all going. Let me find out. Let me find out, man. Let me find out. Let me find out, man. Usher, Jermaine, hey, Atlanta, this shit is setting y'all back, man. What is wrong with y'all? Sister T, get these niggas, man. They setting y'all back, man. You can't let people around the world see this shit. They're going to think Atlanta going back country, man. You can't do this shit. Y'all don't work too hard for this shit, man. They setting y'all back, man, to the Martin Luther King days, man. Usher, Jermaine Dupri, and the Brat. So you mean to tell me you niggas went back to the 90s? Niggas still living in the 90s, y'all. Wow. Miss Kamala, our black sisters get all of this backlash because of Usher. See that? Come on, black brothers. Let's support Kamala today. I'm supporting Kamala today because this shit ain't right. Somebody should have told her Usher had goddamn it herpes. Somebody should have told her that because she's getting cooked for that. She's getting cooked more for Usher than Diddy, y'all. I'm not lying to y'all. I couldn't even show y'all all the stuff being said about Usher, man. I couldn't show y'all. That's why I'm showing y'all two sides of American reality. I'm showing you on one hand, blacks praising Usher. Then on one hand, Usher's getting exposed. That's what I'm showing y'all. And I'm showing you all the blacks praising Usher are delusional. They don't know what's going on. That's my whole point of this, y'all. That's my whole point. I don't come on just to diss people. No. But see, people think shit funny. So I got to dish your ass to let you know that shit ain't funny, bro. So look, I'm going to show you everything I tell y'all. How black people live on a broke clock called color people time. Black people in a whole nother world called BT, fantasy land. That's why I'm showing you. Elections, niggas' life on the line. On one hand, they're bigging up Usher. A man with STDs participating in freak offs. Well, we now know it was men there with HIV admitted out their own mouth. They still went to go see it. This news came out last week. Niggas still went to Usher concert. Do you follow me? Shout out to Professor Griff. This news came out last week about HIV at the parties. Them niggas still went and bought tickets. Now I'm going to show you how on one hand, you got blacks in fantasy land, land of make-believe, and then we got the real world. So, one hand, blacks putting Usher on a pedestal, and on the other hand, people saying they sick of Usher and Kamala done fucked up dealing with this man. All right, straight up. Atlanta was in the building, as you can see. Atlanta, y'all was in the building about goddamn 5,000 times already, y'all. Goddamn, y'all gonna stop being in the goddamn building. Anyway, let's go. Let's go. Let me show y'all. This ain't my mouth. I'm gonna show y'all what the people saying. Kamala is busing in support to fill up her rallies again. She's also needing musical help from Usher and Lizzo to fill seats. That ain't it. This it. This it right here. The list of celebrities who fled the U.S. after P. Diddy's arrest. Leonardo DiCaprio and Usher. Usher spotted fleeing to Europe right after his show, rumored to be hiding in the UK and France. When I told y'all Usher hiding out, Usher ain't good. Niggas thought I was making shit up. Told y'all, man. Didn't I tell y'all? I said, yo, the white people is not letting that shit go with Justin Bieber. And I tell you that, I told you, in the nigga world, it's funny. Huh? Oh, P. Diddy, baby, the shade room, baby. That's you niggas. In the real world, they're not feeling this shit. They say, look at them damn backs. We had no clue. This man had all this money abusing these people like that. He didn't build them nothing. They still fucking ignorant. And on top of that, they was touching on little Justin Bieber. Now, they're not feeling that. They're not feeling that shit. Because you love Chris Brown, they love Justin Bieber. See, let me show you racist niggas something. If he came out that a white man abused Chris Brown when he was young, you niggas would have a campaign all day. See that? See, this racism. If it was a white man that raped Chris Brown, you niggas would cry all fucking day. But since a black man did it to Justin Bieber, shh. It's funny. Niggas still bought a... Niggas told you what happened. You still bought a ticket to see Usher. Told you, man. The joke's on you niggas. Because Usher got rich. He hopped on the plane. You niggas just got pictures. And your pictures, guess what, nigga? Every one of you Negroes that posts a picture you at the Usher show is somebody laughing at you. It's somebody thinking you a Chester supporter. See that? It's you niggas. That's what you guys do. See that, lady? That's what you do. You probably got touched on. And your daughter getting touched on right now. That's what you niggas do. You cool with that? So I'm saying, let's go. Hey, Usher, so many stories being told with you and Diddy, bro. About you and Justin Bieber. This is what the world's saying. They don't go to concerts. Because Usher, all on Usher. Usher passing out herpes for whoever wants them. Let's go. Bingo. Nah, man, I don't hate on nobody, man. This is embarrassing. The whole world now. If the world didn't know about Usher, they know now. Told y'all the joke's on you, black people. Told you. It's going to always be on you. I told you they would set Kamala Harris up for failure.
Now, hold on. When he says that part, that the joke is on the black people, the joke is definitely on the black people. And to take it a step further, the joke is also on you black people, quote unquote, that know that black is a misnomer. It's not what it's not always right and exact, blah, 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 blah. It still doesn't mean you're not identified with that demographic. It still doesn't mean you don't fit into that demographic because guess what? All you got to do is wait on it. You could pretend that they're not talking about you when they say black, but your kidneys would tell you that whatever that group really means, whatever they're hiding by calling you black, whatever your true name is or was or whatever, when they say talking about them kidneys, they mean you. When they talking about the diabetes, they mean you. When they talking about the high blood pressure, they mean you. When they talking about the cancer, they mean you. And when they talking about the quote unquote STDs, they mean you. And nobody's coming to the rescue but us. It's just us. It's me and you niggas. That's it. It's me and it's you niggas. It's just us. For clarity, it's just us.
I heard somebody say out their own mouth. They said the Democrats rather had goddammit Joe than her right now. Now, I don't know how true it is, but I heard somebody say that shit. And I heard somebody say it in politics. They say the Democrats messed up. That's what they saying. But I told you, in my opinion, they set up anyway. They set up for failure, man. Now, look, she's getting blamed for Usher. Usher. Y'all forgot how many times I keep telling y'all with this shit. When y'all know when you're running for campaigns, they're going to dig up everything. So it's people that don't know who Usher is. I got to make it racial. You got white people don't know. People from around the world don't know about Usher. Like, they don't know about this herpes stuff. So when they get to Google Usher, the herpes shit is going to come up. That's how it goes. It's just that you niggas overlook the herpes shit. Other people not. And he infected mad people. Now, maybe if Usher had it and he didn't infect people, that's one thing. But he infected people to the point he had to get a lawsuit. And he infected a man. That's why it's not looking good for Usher. The trick is on you black women. Because the trick is y'all mess with dirty niggas. That's the joke. They say black people are the dirtiest on the planet. Google the shit. I ain't making up. Those are narratives. You keep the narrative going. That's how it goes. It's just that you niggas overlook the herpes shit. Other people not. And he infected mad people. Now, maybe if Usher had it and he didn't infect people, that's one thing. But he infected people to the point he had to get a lawsuit. And he infected a man. That's why it's not looking good for Usher. The trick is on you, black woman. Because the trick is y'all mess with dirty niggas. That's the joke. They say black people are the dirtiest on the planet. Google the shit. I ain't making up. Those are narratives. You keep the narrative going. You keep it going. The Usher show in Atlanta last night got out of control. See them with their phones? See that? Oh.
You see how it got real dark and ignorant real quick? And how if you take his info as credible with everything, the moment he gets into that part is where it gets different, right? Now, let me say this about our legal system real quick. Let me say this about our legal system, because I don't think people really understand this. I'm certain that you guys would benefit from some studying with my brother Abdullah Bey. Right? Yeah, I would benefit from some study with my brother Abdullah Bey. Right? But let me tell y'all this. Okay. So you have the main court system in America, right? And the main court system is the state level, right? On top of the state, you have the feds. Right? On top of the state level, you got the feds, but the state and the feds is two different things. Do not get these things twisted. These are different bodies of laws governing different legal systems that you're subject to. So yes, we subject to the state shit they got going on and subject to some federal shit they got going on. Now, guess what? Those things can never override natural law. So guess what? Natural law, common law, the law of the people, still has to have its own existence, its own ability to prosecute and adjudicate and blah, blah, blah. So that's why you have civil, right? Civil. Civil is not a part of state. It's not a part of federal. Right? All these things is separate. You want me to give you some examples? Because I know some of y'all going to be like, Enqi, stick to the health shit. You don't know what you're talking about right now. I'm going to give you some examples so you know this is separate. And if you try to challenge me, your ass might wind up in jail or somewhere else. You're finding out the hard way. So a prime example of the fact that state and federal is not the same is the weed laws. Go and check. Okay. So when y'all, a lot of the people in these different places, they running around, they like, yeah, weed is legal. Yeah, weed is legal. Certain states, the state has changed their view of it. But you may still get grabbed by the feds in certain places because they working on their own system. Right? Now, let me give you an example of how civil court, or where you settle civil suits, is different than the state. O.J. Simpson is a primary example, right? What happened to O.J. Simpson? O.J. Simpson was found what? Innocent, right? Not guilty. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. And what did his family do right after he was found not guilty? They took him back to court and put a civil suit on him. And now common sense would say, well, if all this is one legal system and he was found not guilty, how the hell is it that somebody gets to sue him for something that was proven in court that he didn't do? These are different court systems. It don't matter what the hell happened in there. That don't hold no weight over here in the civil thing. We could still start this whole thing all over again. Let's try this whole case all over. I'm suing your ass, nigga. Come on over here. Because what's the civil thing? That's people. That's why they could put that on TV. Yeah, that's civil court. They could put that on TV. Judge Judy, Judge Sarah, Judge Brown, Judge this one. Yeah. They're not putting no you ain't got no thing like that with criminal court. civil. You see what I'm saying? So these things all different. So you don't see nobody, for instance, you know you could go to jail, right? If you got HIV, listen, if you got HIV and somebody say you gave them HIV because you knew you had HIV and you had sex with them and you didn't tell them in advance, nigga, you going to jail for that. That's like attempted murder. That you going to jail for that. That's a charge. Nobody's going to jail for herpes. Do you know why? Because the legal institutions, along with all of the health institutions, already know that none of that it is impossible to go in court and prove that this person or that person gave you herpes. It's not possible. You're in a society where everybody is carrying 4 to 6 different strands of herpes in their virus at all times, including people that have never ever had an outbreak. Some people are carrying all 8 forms of herpes and they will never have an outbreak. Like, so you would never see that in no criminal court nowhere. Because herpes and HIV, the only thing they really got in common is the H. HSV, HIV, that's the only thing they got in common is the H. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, HSV, HIV, and the V. So it may look similar because 2 out of the 3 letters they use to describe it, that's it. But other than that, that's not even in the same universe. But if you don't know what you're talking about, right? And you really have bought this idea that herpes is a sexually transmitted disease, now it goes in the same universe because HIV is a sexually transmitted disease. And so if herpes is a sexually transmitted disease, these going to go in the same space. These going to go in the same space, right? But that's not how it really goes, because I just showed you the CDC is showing you that toys, cups, sharing towels, none of that has to do with sex, right? In fact, didn't check this shit out, because people thinking that it's dirty, right? You got to be dirty to spread herpes, right? But when we went to the CDC said it spreads on what? Toothbrushes, cleaning utensils, washcloths, towels. I'm sorry, last I checked, if you got infected with a towel, that means you was washing if you got infected with washcloths and toothbrushes, you cleaning those is hygiene tools. So if you're supposed to be filthy, you don't get infected by things that you might not even have those in your house. Right? So we got to get through this madness, because if our idea of herpes is having a rash or not, then we're going to have all these viruses in our body that we're carrying, and they're active in your body. Just because they're not making a rash, that's what this whole dormant versus active thing is. If they give you a rash on your skin, then it's active. If it's not actively making you itch or have a rash, then it's considered to be dormant. That is the big problem. That's where this has to be exposed, because now I'm showing you where this is related to cancer, vitiligo, brain disease, and all of these other things that they're saying they don't have a cause for. Oh, we don't know how this is happening. And I've been saying from the jump, now that's where the cap come in at. Because when the person that's supposed to give you an answer say, we don't know the answer, or there's no answer to give, then that just puts you in a state of helplessness. And when you're in a state of helplessness, you're ready to open that wallet up and be a good consumer and obey. And that's where things can become alarming. That's where things become alarming. Okay. IG just ended. What? What? All right. IG is tripping. All right. So that's where the miscon. So IG is tripping. They think we promoting it as opposed to debunking it. IG think we promoting it instead of debunking it. So this one I'm trying to get the communication. You know what I'm saying? This one I'm trying to get the communication to go across. Yeah, I mean, we got to get. This is why we got to get some awareness around. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Okay, wait. All right. So let's go. Oh, that wasn't my page. This is where the problem came in. Let me show y'all what I got sent. And this was where I got emotional and I got a little crazy. I got a little emotional. So this is what happened last night. This made me shut down the damn live and everything.
What's up, family? Prayers going up for Ananda Lewis, the fool that now she has stage 4 breast cancer after she initially refused surgery due to believing her body was intelligent enough to fight it off. She said, looking back, she may have made a mistake. Ananda opened up about her troubling battle with breast cancer. She was initially diagnosed back in 2020, but she felt like she could fight it off without having surgery to remove her breast or chemo. Unfortunately, now her cancer has metastasized and she's now in stage 4. While on CNN discussing breast cancer with other women who may have been diagnosed, Ananda shared that she was originally diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer in 2020. Prior to her diagnosis, she said she was scared to get a mammogram due to the fear of radiation. So when the time came for her to possibly get a double mastectomy, meaning both of her breasts would be removed, she refused. Ananda said she thought she could fight it without going the traditional way because her body was intelligent. She said, my plan at first was to get out excessive toxins in my body. I felt like my body is intelligent.
This is that gobbledygook. That's what, you know, this is that gobbledygook that these guys be pushing to people, bro. Your body's intelligent. What the hell that mean? What that even mean? They be saying things to people that don't even have a meaning. Like not with context. Yeah, your body's intelligent. Of course, everybody's body has a unique intelligence to it. It's called your soul, right? And your soul, your intelligence facilitates your immune system. That's a fact. But you got breast cancer. There's a breakdown. So you can't assume that in the state that created your breast cancer is somehow going to snap it out of there. No, things have to change. Things have to change. And that can't be something you do in the dark. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of feel-good shit mixed with all this black 12th pineal. All that other shit is coming together and creating these scenarios where people think they can feel their way through a scenario. You know what I'm saying? And respectfully, ladies, y'all have a problem with this feeling shit. Y'all are doing way too much feeling. Like, feelings are not reality. The reality is she had that breast cancer. Now, her feelings about her breast cancer led her to be inactive. So my problem is I'm angry with the people that support the teachers of this types of irresponsible information. That's where my beef come in. Because you need to know, like, if you're getting ready to try to combat some cancer naturally anywhere in your body, the first thing you need to be thinking about is not we're going to start removing toxins. Bruh, you got to stop that. That is some online herbal salesman shit that somebody told her. Yeah, you got to remove the toxins because, yeah, so here, let me sell you this package for $2,000. I already know she's a celebrity. Somebody made a killing. Somebody got some money off this lady and she's still jammed up. And she probably into some, she probably into her spiritual consciousness and that. So she ain't going to say, well, I'm telling you what happened because I know the language. So I already know within I already know who, relatively the conversation, right? So this what got me frustrated. Like right now, you can see I'm getting more frustrated as we're talking about it, right? But we got to discuss it because people got to stop this foolishness. You're not getting ready to meditate your way out of no cancer, bro. Like, you got to know that. You're not going to chakra your way out of no cancer. Salad. Listen, you're not going to salad your way out of no cancer. You're not going to go vegan once you got cancer and then the cancer's gone. You're not going to vegan away cancer. That's not it. Now, can doing some of those things before we get cancer help to not get the cancer? Absolutely. When you get breast cancer, is it time to start meditating and tapping into your body's intelligence? Let me see you doing that. I'm going to put hands on you. Let me see you. I would love to see you doing. You're deep into a cancer chakra activation meditation. I would love. I'm gonna slap this. That's gonna be the last meditation of that sort that you're gonna have. I'm gonna just slap all the way across your whole everything. I'm gonna slap you right on out of it. And then after I slap you and you get your life together, after you come out of you're like, what the? I'm going to say, now check this out. You was there meditating for about 20 minutes before I slapped you. I think my slap might have killed more cancer cells than your meditation. Now, you ready to get your ass started? Or are you ready to get started? Or you ready to keep on playing? Because you the one with cancer. Your clock ticking. You don't have all day. You get cancer, you on the clock. You could play if you want. Right? So the first thing you're supposed to do with cancer, right? Let's say you don't know anything. Like, oh shit. Yeah, Enqi about to hit the board. Y'all stupid. Y'all stupid. Right? All right. So the first thing you want to learn, let's say you don't know nothing. Find out you got cancer, right? Or a loved one or somebody. What's the first thing that I would ask, knowing what I know now, right? What's the first thing I would want to know? The first thing I would want to know is, how does cancer kill? I would want to know, how does cancer kill? Right? If I go to the hospital and I hear some of these terms, right? I hear about this. Right? And then I hear this word. Right? John Q. Public, they don't know what none of this means. They don't know what none of this means. This is why I'm saying you got to learn this body language. This is because this is, see, when a doctor, see, if you know the body language, you good. If you got that body language book, with that body language book, you learn that body language book. When the doctor come back and he looking at them papers and he getting ready to tell you about cancer, well, you can ask him, hey, let me see them saying, them papers is what told you I got cancer. Let me see them papers. Them papers, is that the test results I got? Give me them test results. This is life or death. I want to read this my damn self. Let me see them papers. Whoop. Them papers is going to start giving you a lot of specific information that he ain't going to give you. He's just going to say, well, we seem to have found a lump over here or there, or we found a tumor over here, or, we've got some cancer developing here. It looks like you're, stage 2, stage 3, whatever. Or they might say, oh, well, it's benign. We found something, but it's benign, so you're cool. It's not going to kill you or anything. Like, if you don't want to have it taken out or do anything, you can just leave it. It's benign. So, but if it becomes malignant, then we'll have to operate, because malignant cancer can kill you, blah, blah, blah. And you really don't know that. You're like, wait, so benign cancers is good? They okay? The doctor's like, well, no, cancer's not good because it's cancer, but this is benign, like it's harmless. Now, somebody like me, I know that that is not a thing. There is no such a thing really as a truly harmless cancer. Benign is more like you're on the clock, because this thing is not always going to be benign. So either your body's going to get rid of this, or it's going to go into one of these spaces, right? And this is when it starts to kill the tissue around it. This is when it kills the tissue around it. But guess what? Even if it becomes malignant, but it's still local, meaning it hasn't moved, you still got a good fighting chance. Right? You still got a good fighting chance. Even if you late to the party, you still got a good fighting chance, right? But this thing, this is the one, when they say this is the one where they basically letting you know, well, you if we could have caught it earlier. Now, when they say that in this space, they say you got this going on, they don't mean a specific time. What they mean is somewhere on the scale. Had we caught it before it starts traveling through your body, at this stage or this stage, it'd be much more easier. But here, since it's spreading all throughout your body, surgery may not be, we could probably cut out the biggest chunks and then try to radiate the rest, but you want to start making sure your affairs are in order, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I want to know. I want to know about death potential. Where's the killing thing? And what's the most dangerous? And what does that mean? And why is that happening? Okay, cool. So this is the most dangerous, and this is when the cancer is traveling throughout my body. Well, listen, I'm sure that there are no Ubers. How are the cancer cells traveling through my body? And then when you, hold on, let that not come from me. Let's go on ahead over here. Let's do this. Okay, so let's hit the share screen. Let's get us a nice, fresh little Google. All right. Now, we're going to type in, how do cancer cells travel in the human body? Boop. In metastasis, cancer cells break away from where they first form and travel through what? What? How do they travel? What's the highway they're on? Oh, wait. I'm tripping. Y'all can't even see. All right. So look. You see what I typed in. You see my search. That's the important thing. How do cancer cells travel through the human body? Right? Because I want to stop. I want to make sure this doesn't happen. So if I'm trying to do some natural stuff and I'm not, naturopathic thing, and that's my sole strategy or whatever. And in those type of straits, I'm gonna be honest, that's not what I would recommend. I would recommend you using a naturopath, a dietitian, a personal trainer, a doctor, a nurse. I would recommend you have all of the health professionals on deck that you can afford, that you can bring together, right? There's nothing more urgent than what's going on at this moment in your life, right? So you should have a team on this. You should have a team on this. This shouldn't be something, right? Yeah, this shouldn't be something you playing with, right? But anyway, right? So this is what you want to know. This is what you want to know. In metastasis, the cancer cells break away from where they first formed and travel through the blood or lymph, right? So now, if I was you, I would be trying to find out everything possible about the blood and the lymph. Then you find out, wait a minute, the circulatory system is built into the lymphatic system, which is why water comes in your body, goes through the circulatory system. From the circulatory system, it goes into the interstitial fluid, the fascia, into the cells, back out of the cells, into the lymph. Now it circulates through the lymphatic system. And what is it doing while it's circulating through the lymphatic system? It's going through filtration, right? It's being filtered and cleaned so that it can come all the way around your body and back up here where it's dumped back into the circulatory system to repeat that same cycle. So what I want to do is figure out how to make that the most dangerous place as possible for this scenario, for this situation, right? And then if it's localized somewhere, right, what can I do in that space, right? So if I'm dealing with some breast stuff, what can I do up here? What can I do up here, right? For the lymph nodes, the lymph ducts, right? The lymph fluid, right? What can I do in those spaces? How can I make that adjustment, right? How can I make that adjustment, right? And then make all of the tiny little adjustments, right? And while you're making those adjustments, you're working with your doctor and you're showing your doctor your adjustments and y'all strategizing and y'all taking tests and y'all looking at levels and y'all checking white blood cell activity and lymph node activity, making sure your filters is tight. If those lymph nodes start to develop holes in them, you're going to let cancer cells slip through. So chances are, if you got cancer traveling through your body, it's probably that you already missed the part to work on them lymph nodes, because technically it should be some checks and balances to stop that from happening. And each lymph node is a filter that's loaded with different types of B cells and T cells and all that. The B cells and the T cells and the macrophages, they all right there at the lymph node already on deck. It's like being a gang member in a new city. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know where the rival gangs is in the city you from. But now you on vacation somewhere, you don't know nothing about this place. So you at the grocery store, you probably thinking it's all regular people in there. Come to find out, you surrounded by. Let me tell you this story. It's a story like that, but it's not a gang thing. You know what I'm saying? It's some KKK. Check this out. I had a presidential 1980 Mercedes Benz. This is in the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? So when I got the car, it was old, you know what I'm saying? But I loved it. I got it really cheap, put some love into it to get it back. You know how you get your used car, you know, you just looking for something that, you know, when you turn on the key, it go, you know what I'm saying? But I happen to find somebody with something. And so the thing is, the car needed, like how we was talking earlier, the F-150 versus these luxury cars. Luxury car, I got to take this Benz to a Benz specialist. So in Georgia, at the time, I was living right across the street from South DeKalb Mall on Candler Road, right? A lot of people know when you first moved to Atlanta, you go to Candler Road. That's where the cheap cribs is at and the fake promotions on the internet. So when I looked for an apartment on the internet, the apartment looked amazing. When I pulled up, it was shooting and it was crazy. We didn't stay there long, but I lived there right across from South DeKalb Mall, Candler Road. And we had to drive the car like Douglasville or some old crazy past Jonesboro. I forgot. It was deep though. And anyway, this mechanic literally saved our life. You know what I'm saying? So we drive out to where the Mercedes-Benz place is, right? And we do it early in the day. That's just how I move. You know what I'm saying? So we get there, I don't know, it's 10, 11 in the afternoon, whatever. Nobody speaks to us. Nobody. Now, mind you, on the way driving there, guess what we seen? The Confederate flags was the same size as the house. Like they would have one of their sides of their house would have the Confederate, would be painted or actually have a huge Confederate flag that would be the size of the wall of a house. You understand what I'm saying? First time I seen that, you know what I'm saying? So we looking like, damn, I wonder how much them flags like that cost. This is crazy. Yeah, this is probably the part of Georgia we not supposed to be in. You know, I'm telling the family because I'm driving with, you know, my children's mom at the time. And who would I have? I think, yeah, it's only Ari and Tony at the time. You know what I'm saying? I only have 3 babies. One is in New York. Alexis is still in New York. I got Ari. I got Tony is a baby. You understand what I'm saying? So Tony's in the back seat. So we talking about this, whatever. We get to the car place. Nobody talked to us. You know what I'm saying? And now, mind you, this is an easy 20 years ago. So I'm young with the Benz. I got me a few dollars, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking all that in my mind. Arrogance. I'm like, oh, they hating on a young man. No, that ain't got nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? So eventually, after we there for like 2 hours, like they was trying to leave us there till we figured out to leave. We wasn't going to be helped. Eventually, this one guy, white guy, I don't know why. Maybe he felt guilty. He like, yo, how can I help you guys? And blah, 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 blah. So he starts helping us. Long story short, he takes us to the back where like the waiting room is. So you sit down in there, you have a coffee, magazine, they go look at your car, whatever. So he's like, all right, cool. You know, I'm going to help you. I'm going to take your car. I'm going to check it out. Let me show you guys to the waiting room. So we go to the waiting room. He sits us down in the waiting room and he waits till nobody's around. Right. And he says, listen. He goes, listen. We're not going to work on your car. Okay. What I need you to do is pack up your family and get out of here before it gets dark. They're probably going to try to keep you here until it's nighttime and say they need to pick up your car. You need to pick up your car another day. So then you and your family are forced to try to get a ride from here back to wherever y'all from. And you probably will never make it. You will be trafficked at best. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you want to get out of here with your kids, and I'm going to be honest, I think I'm only telling you this because you have little girls and I just can't stand to watch this happen. I want you to get out of here. Now, if you still want us to fix your car, you set your appointment, you do everything online, you pay online, and you bring your car early in the morning. And that way you could leave the same day before it gets dark. But this is not where you want to be after dark. This is still a active sundown town. Let me get those keys from you. Put the kids in the car. Get the fuck out of here. It ain't where you from, it's where you at. Right? So when the cancer cell pulls up to the lymph node, it's that kind of vibe. The B cells is there, the macrophages, the T cells, they all waiting for the cancer cell to get comfortable so they can rip his ass to shreds. I kid you not. They literally do that. They break it all the way down so they can see what's going on, figure out what's going on, and then they can recognize those cancer cells anywhere else. Because cancer cells are clever. They know how to disguise themselves, and it's not just what you think. The body is mad exciting. Think of a criminal. Think of a professional bank robber, right? Professional bank robber goes with disguise. He got masks. He got escape route. He got this and that going on. That's how cancer cells is. It's a lot more going on than you think, right? So, yeah, that's real. This was in the early 2000s because I had moved to Georgia after the 9/11. Remember, they moms was down there in the 9/11 shit. So we had a whole 9/11 experience, right? And so it might have been 2 years after that. So we talking about 2001. Might be 2003, 2004. Yeah, it's like 2003, 2004. Yeah, because I had been down there since 2001. But I was struggling when I first got down there. You know what I'm saying? It took me a few years to try to get my life together. And I was just getting my life together, just getting us a car and blah, blah, blah. And that's when I was like, oh, yeah, I got to get my black behind back up where uppity niggas belong. The northeast corner of America. The northeast corner of America is where the smart black people are welcome. Smart black people are not welcome in the South. You got to calm that down and relax it. Right? And using your intelligence is ostracized on the West Coast. This is why they still running around as cowboys in 2024. That's literally the home of the cowboys, and they still act like they still are cowboys. That's the whole gang West Coast mentality. We're not going to earn any money. We're just going to wait for anybody to come visit, and we'll just rob people. That's what we do. And the people that live here, we're going to put them under extortion. And anybody come visit, we're going to rob you. Cowboy shit. That's what's going on in California. So the only place for where, you know, black intelligence is accepted and respected and promoted is in the northeast corner of America. That's just how it's always been. Period. That's what the people were leaving from the South to come up north and find. Education or gainful employment. Gainful employment is where you can work based on your intelligence and your potential, as opposed to working as a, you know, manual labor person, right? So in the South, it was manual labor. Oh, you got legs in the back? Okay, good. Start lifting these and put them over there. At the end of the day, for everyone you put over there, I give you $1.50. Manual labor, right? the guy deciding how many people needs to do this and that and calculating this and that, or he's going to get paid decently. He's using his brain, right? So that's right. So that's what's going on literally inside your body, right? So that's why we have books on what? Lymphatic immunity. Like we literally have a book dedicated to understanding the lymphatic system. Why? Because you cannot fight, combat, or prevent autoimmune disease or cancer. I mean, technically, you always, there's no way to definitely, but you can't even attempt to put together a protocol or a strategy to fight against autoimmune disease or cancer if you do not map the lymphatic system, because that is where your body's filtration, like everything pans out there. So that's the back end of your immune system. The front end of your immune system are the intelligent cells, the Langerhans cells, the melanocytes, and the T cells. Those three cell groups are your front end, and the back end is your lymphatic system. Now, you know of it, you're taught in school, innate versus adapted. Innate and adapted are the activities that take place within these groups of cells, right? But the moment we realize that the same groups of cells are operating in the innate immunity and the adapted, or learned or acquired immunity, then it begins to get crazy and you can't really teach it clearly. So in order to teach it easier, what you want to learn is populations of cells. What is the melanocyte contribution to your immune system, right? What do melanocytes do? Okay, cool. Let's take melanocytes off the table, right? And we think about what we traditionally learn in textbooks. Your immune system is based on B cells and T cells. Okay, first thing you need to do to learn that, right? So this is first thing. Here's the mark. So here's first thing, right? Telling you, I done forgot more shit about the body than most people will ever learn. This is why this is also why we have the Order of the Soul Craft. Literally, because I need to duplicate what's in here in somebody else's brain. Right? I'm looking for here it go right here. It fell on the side. Like, hold up, man. I can't properly write on the whiteboard if I don't got my hat. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, I got to have a driptuation. You see what I'm saying? It's still got to have a driptuation. Okay, anyway, got my hat. All right. So we together. Yeah, see, here's this book right here. This is the Lymphatic Immunity book. The Lymphatic Immunity book. This is Electrician Manual number 2. Right? Electrician Manual number 2. Yeah, we went in. And the articles, oh my God. All right, so anyway, this is the first thing. We want to figure this out. Second thing, right? To put together our strategy now. This ain't necessarily just studying cancer like an in general kind of space. This is how we want to attack this sucker, right? So metastasis, dangerous. Well, where does metastasis take place? What do I need to beef up? Okay, blood and lymph. Blood. Blood and lymph. So it's traveling through the fluids of the body. So it travels through the fluids of the body, right? Particularly the watery stuff. It travels through the water in the body, right? Because these are both, that's the thing that's different about it. These both is water. So quality of water we might want to, there's that. Right? Okay. All right. So the lymphatic system, though, the main thing is the lymph nodes. Just like you have in music. God is music. Pay attention. Nodes. Right? Now, what do you have there? Traditionally, the main conversation is going to center around these guys. Right? So the first thing you want to know is, what's a B cell? What's a T cell? What is a B cell? What is a T cell? I want to know what these are, because the moment you find out what these are, your protocol starts to broaden. I want you to know how to this is how the pros. See, this is not them other, this is how Dr. Enqi is going to train you to be able to, this ain't that. So now these guys going to be watching these videos. They're going to be trying to mimic what we're doing. It's going to change their whole lingo and all that. And, you know, they always going to be 1,000 steps behind. Anyway, so we found out where metastasis takes place. So now we want to make sure we get the best water, right? We start to clean these things up, right? We know with blood, what are problems that we need to address with blood, right? What are problems in blood? Well, you got the new book, right? Did you get the book? You got to watch out for the cops. You got to watch out for the cops. That's the first thing you got to watch out for. You got to watch out for the cops. What are these? Cholesterol oxidative products, right? And then the next thing you got to deal with is glycation. You got to get that number down. What number? That A1C number, right? These are the things that you need to really worry about. This is how you clean the blood. All that goofy, yo, this is a blood cleaner herb. Like, that's not real, bro. This herb right here, this one herb is a blood cleaner. What is it cleaning out of the blood? What one thing? What are you talking about? Like, so glycation. So cholesterol oxidative products, you need to learn where you get those from and cut those all the way down. Glycation, you want to know the cause of glycation and cut that down. What book do we have on these things here? This is in the kidneys book. You'll learn all about this in the kidneys book. Glycation, where's the glycation stuff is at? The glycation stuff is in the Dr. Sebi versus Dr. Enqi book. Where is that book? I got like 30 books right here on the floor. My room looks even worse. These books is everywhere. I was just in such a writing space. Anyway, the Dr. Sebi versus Dr. Enqi book. The entire biochemical step by step to glycation, how it forms and how to reverse it. That's in the Dr. Sebi versus Dr. Enqi book, right? So cholesterol oxidative products, glycation. Start with that. Start with that, right? Start with that. Tackle those. That's going to make your blood a lot stronger, right? The lymph, you're going to tackle the lymph with good water and what else? How do you attack the lymph? Exercise, right? So we're going to get some exercise and water in for the lymph, right? Look at that. Free. It ain't cost you nothing. Exercise and water in with the lymph. We're going to figure out these for the blood. Now, of course, in the book, we go deeper. We got some more cheat codes and some specific ways to, you know, we go crazy. But in general, boom, there's that. Now, where was I? What are these? Right? Because this is going to help you to build out your protocol. So you're not going to say, my body's intelligent. No, you're going to inform your body. Your body's not intelligent by itself like that. Your body's intelligent, meaning that your body can learn what you teach it, but you got to teach it. So first thing you need to know is what is a B cell, right? Then you find out, okay, boom. B is short for bone marrow. So now I got something else I need to be working on for this, right? If I want healthy B cells, right? I need healthy bone marrow because that's what B means. B cells are bone marrow cells. So until you know that these are bone marrow cells, you don't even have a target or a strategy on how to increase them, decrease. You can't work with them. And if you can't work with B cells, guess what? I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're not actually working with your immune system. I don't know what you think you're doing, but it's not, you're not on this, right? Then you got to find out about T cells. The T is short for thymus, right? These are thymus cells. I don't like cells. Right? So now I got a target for T cells. Now I need to figure out what I need to do to build up my thymus, right? Not thyroid, my thymus, right? Because T cells are thymus cells. Yeah. See, remember the first set of books that I wrote before Melanin vs. Diabetes book 1? Well, after Melanin vs. Diabetes book 1, but before we had the whole Melanin vs. Diabetes series. The first series was the children's story. The children's story is to teach this. I think I'm gonna have to come back up here and we're gonna have to review that children's story because that we teach this whole shit in the children's story. Because if you're not teaching this to your kids, then what are we doing? This is what the kids need to know. See, if this looks deep, I promise you, my kids know this. Your kids need to know this. That's why I be saying it's levels to spending time with your kids. Okay, you're spending time with your kids. What y'all doing together? Eating candy? Or watching Netflix? Or you telling them some shit that they can value and hold on to for the rest of their life that they're going to benefit from? What are you doing with them? Yeah, spending time with them is good, but spending time doing what? Reinforcing stereotypes, brainwashing, and pure fuckery? Or you getting with your babies, having some tough conversations and some paradigm shift shit that could let them be ahead of their time? I'm just asking. Right? So we got to work on this and this. Guess what? See, our whole entire health, our whole program that I've been saying from day one is built around this. So anybody been following me for at least 5 or 10 years, you know, our whole program is built around this. Because guess what? Not only are the bone marrow cells and the T cells coming from the bone marrow, all the blood cells come from the bone marrow. So how come these are T cells and these are B cells? Because these cells, they don't become adults here, right? As stem cells in the bone marrow, these T cells travel to the thymus and they become adults in the thymus. The thymus is what educates and creates the different types of T cells. So you're going to have messengers, helpers, killers, all of the different types of T cells. They get their education, their role, their job in the thymus. So if you have a poor thymus function, you're going to have T cells that are malfunctioning. And those malfunctions even include attacking your own body because T cells learn how to not attack human cells in the thymus. So now you're in the pocket, in the space of autoimmune problems. But nobody don't learn this. See, nigga, the herbal chakra community, they're not teaching you about this. Because see, you know what? They too busy laughing at me saying, Enqi got a fake certificate. He's a fake doctor. Okay. Okay. All right. All I could do is say, check the work. Because see, the work going to speak volumes. The work going to speak volumes. Because you could sit you a medical doctor or a surgeon right next to you while you watching this video, and they're going to be like, man, that boy on fire. He cooking. They're going to say, that boy cooking right there. That's how we should do. That's how you should do it right there. Man, you know what we need? And you know what the next thing a doctor or a nurse going to say after they see this type of video? They're going to say, man, you know what would really be good is if we could somehow put this in books and get these books out to the people. This is how we could really, and I'm going to say, see, you know, I had the same idea. You know, I had the same idea, and I just went ahead and put them all on Amazon. But people don't understand this is really one long book that I'm breaking down into a lot of small books. This is really one long book. That's how I could take you all the way back to this book and show you what we discussed in the new. You want me to go in here and show you the lymphatic system too? Y'all want me to go in? Huh? It's in there. So now look. Now we got a strategy. Right? Now, look, this is just the strategy that you would start to put together to try to resist against metastasis. This ain't even the strategy for you to attack the actual thing. This is preliminary. This is how I would sit down with people that consult. Like, this is how we put together the program. This is what you're looking at. It's not, oh, well, what you want to do is stop eating cheeseburgers and stop smoking cigarettes. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go out and you're going to pray with your chakras are going to open. And see, when that energy comes out of the chakra, it's going to. No. That's not what we're going to do. All right. This is the second thing. Because now we're addressing all of this, the blood, the B cells, the T cells, all of this comes from the bone marrow. And guess how you deal with the bone marrow? See? Now the bone marrow, you have to deal with the bone a completely different way. So we have multiple books that deal with this. Multiple books. Melanin versus Diabetes, book 2, bone marrow, right? You fast forward, you get to, where's that book? The hydrochemistry book. We have a book called Hydrochemistry. In the hydrochemistry book, we talk about different types of water, and we talk about the fact that your bones have 4 different types of water in them. So you want your bones hydrated and strong, 4 different types of water are in the bones, right? 4. We go through that in the book, right? Then we have another book. It's called Piezoelectrochemistry. Piezoelectrochemistry, right? Piezoelectrochemistry. That's how you build bone. When you build bone marrow, right? Piezoelectrochemistry. Why? Because that's how your bones is made. Your bones are crystals. If you don't address them as crystals, then they're going to rot. And your bones are rotting, just in case you don't know. That is more, for me, your bone marrow is more tied to the process of aging than any other theory that's ever been proposed. Because we've went through a bunch of different aging theories, and none of them more solid than what the Chinese folks gave us. I don't know, 1,500 years ago, 2,000 years ago. They still rocking. Period. Every other theory has come and went. Right. So if you listen to the two what was these two guys was some type of deviant sexual something, but they the ones that came up with the Horvath clock theory. Right. So you got a Horvath clock theory about methyl markers and all this kind of stuff. You got another theory that came and went. Remember, everybody was all about the telomeres and the telomerase and blah, blah, blah. And all of these different aging theories that have come and gone because they sounded good, but upon further research, they didn't pan out. They didn't stand the test of time. They didn't age well, pun intended, right? They didn't age well, right? This is rock solid, though. Rock solid still. Because when we're babies, we know that 100% of our bone marrow is active. As we get older, we have less and less and less active bone marrow. You say, wait a minute, Doc, what is active bone marrow? If you don't know what active bone marrow is, this is why I'm saying you need the books. Active bone marrow is bone marrow that produces B cells, T cells, white blood cells, red blood cells. That's what active bone marrow does. It supplies your body with all the different types of cells that you need. As you get older, you have less and less and less and less of that, to the point where when you're an adult, for the most healthy adults, only your ribs and your spine are actively producing blood and immune cells. Because all the rest of your bones, they gone. They're not gone, but they now is a wrap. No more active bone marrow in those. And so when you hear that your body got to make 3 million blood cells a second and all these kind of crazy high numbers, just know it's a small space where that has to come from. The bone marrow here in your ribs and in your spine. Now think about that. Think about that for all of the goofy niggas that want to have their spines, their ribs, their bottom rib removed for sports or for sex, or so that they abs can look a certain type of way. Because a lot of these guys that you see in modeling, some of them have their lower rib removed so that their abs can come in and look even sharper. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like it's crazy stuff that people do. I know martial artists that remove the nerves out of their hands so they can hit people and not feel like people's crazy. People's crazy. You wouldn't even think to have some of these ideas if you understood what was going on. Right? So now, this is what I was explaining in what book? What book was I explaining this in? Osborne know what book. I don't know what book. But it's either the piezoelectrochemistry book or it might be the Clean Abs Fascia book. See, I got the two books right here. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now. Oh, no, yep, it's the piezoelectrochemistry book for a fact. Right? In this book right here, let me read something to you. Right? I'm gonna read something to you. Now, this is in the intro. So when I tell you how tough this book is, right? Just know this is in the intro. This ain't even in the book. Right? And these books be $20, $30. Nigga, what are you talking about? This book costs a bag of weed. Bag of weed, a book from Enqi. Bag of weed, a book from Enqi. Whatever your decision is in that choice, in that situation, that's going to determine how your life turning out. If you go book from Enqi, bag of weed, damn Enqi, I'm gonna have to get that book next week because I got to get this. Okay. So I don't know if y'all know, but the last year and a half or so, since we got the books and everything, when people hit me for consultation, I keep telling people, I'm gonna consult you through the books. And the reason being is because if you're not buying the books, I know your health ain't that important to you. I'm not even going to waste my time with you. When we speak, I'm going to say, did you read this book and this book and this book? All right, cool. Get those 3 books, start reading those books, and hit me back after you get into those. Hit me back with what you get. Read them books, and then we'll talk from there. Because now we got a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Now I know you know certain things, and we can, you know, we can start to build. But let me read you a couple of these intro pages. Check this out. Right? Pay close attention to how the aorta, aka was scepter, is tied around and intertwined with the spine. This is what I mean by studying the Jed pillar. How do we study the Jed pillar once we learn that the spine is the Jed pillar? This is a question. How do you study? Like if you into the Egyptian Kemetic philosophy and all this and all that, and you learn that the Jed pillar is like the central thing that they taught, you know, the mythological science of the body around and all that. Well, how do you study it further? Once you find out the Jed pillar is really talking about the spine, the way you study it further, dum-dums, is to now study the spine. Duh. Right? Okay. When you study the spine, you're going to find out that all of your immune cells and your blood cells are coming from the spine. Niggas keep telling you about nerves and chakras. You see? They telling you about nerves and chakras, and I'm trying to tell you, yeah, all that fancy, that fantastic, that what you this is here what you want to know. See? And this is where the foolishness is going to compete with the space that you need the real shit to sit in. Because while you think it's chakras up and down your spine is the spinning wheels of light, I'm telling you that these pigmented cells. Anyway, the key now is the daily work. In this book, you are going to learn that the spine is piezoelectric. We have already discussed in the movement book the fact that the spine, aka Jed pillar, picks up radio waves. We have discussed in previous books that the spine has very active bone marrow that produces blood cells. Here we are going to discuss how to keep the spine healthy in a way you never heard of before. Well, that's not true. Everyone has heard of a pull-up before. But ... right? Because you didn't know that every time you do a pull-up, you're increasing the amount of blood and lymph and immune cells that goes out into your bloodstream. See, you never learned that before about a pull-up. You've never learned that from all these cock diesel guys that just came home from jail, that's in the park and look like they're getting ready to go back to jail, doing all kind of crazy pull-ups and turning around on the bar, and they doing muscle-ups, and some of them is flipping and they hanging off the bottom of the bar like that. They don't know none of this. Neither do the big muscle. I mean, Chris Bumstead just retired. He won the Mr. Olympics again and retired. He don't know this. He won Mr. Olympia 5 or 6 years in a row. He don't know this. I know this. Because see, while Chris Bumstead spent his life learning how to win Mr. Olympia, and other guys learned how to swing off the bar and go upside down to the mud. This is what I've been doing. See, I know this. I know this, right? So I know that the pull-up compresses and decompresses the spine, just like this, right? Piezoelectric, mechanical pressure, right? We're putting mechanical pressure on the crystal that's going to create what? What does a crystal do with mechanical pressure? Converts that into digital signals. What does your body do with the digital signals? Your body turns those digital signals into cytokines. The cytokines is now how they communicate. So the digital signal is going to provide the information that's going to be turned into a cytokine that's going to be used to communicate functions and things that the body needs and all kind of other stuff. Mind you, y'all be thinking we be getting super heavy with this stuff, but we don't even be in the book. This is the intro. I'm in Roman numerals. This ain't even the book. I'm in Roman numerals. But did you get the book? Did you read this book? You don't know it. You don't know what you're missing. Take a look. It's in the book, The Reading Rainbow. I can go anywhere. You take a look. It's in the book, The Reading Rainbow. I used to watch that show every day. Anyway, right? The rhomboids between the thoracic spine and shoulders. Oh, we go into more detail. The rhomboid between the thoracic spine and shoulders, the spinal erectors, the cervical spine, the latissimus dorsi, the lower thoracic, and lumbar vertebrae, running up into the upper arm bone, which is the humerus, the trapezius from the occipital bone to the lower thoracic vertebrae of the spine, and laterally to the spine of the scapula. The levator scapulae is a slender skeletal muscle situated in the back and side of the neck. It originates from the transverse process of the four uppermost cervical vertebrae, right? That's your C7, C6, C5, C4, right? So you're like, Enqi, when did you start paying attention to this stuff? I'm like, duh, when did you niggas meet me? I told you. What's the story? You forgot it? The nurse ran over my daughter, and then what happened to her? Her neck and her spine was broken. See, I'm debating and arguing online with different folks that's I put back together a broken neck and spine. Take a look. It's in the book, The Reading Rainbow. Right? See, y'all forgot how muscles work because in your mind, you're just trying to get big muscles, big muscles. I went through that phase. I got some amazing pictures from when I was younger at 6% body fat. That's amazing. 6% body fat's not healthy. Great pictures. It's not healthy. And it's insane to try to maintain. You don't want to live that way. But if you want to get you some abs, get you a couple of, hot girlfriends, or have a moment, or take some pictures, or market yourself or something like that, great. But don't think you're going to live like that. When you learn how muscles work, what you need to understand is that muscles are attached to bone. Muscles are attached to bone. So if I want to put pressure on bone, I could use my muscles to do that. If I want to put pressure on bone, I can use my muscle to do that. Right? That's one way I could put pressure on bone. Right? Another way is by shocking the bone. How do you shock the bone? Jumping jacks is an easy way to do it. Jumping rope is an easy way to do it. Be like, wait, but doc, you said we're supposed to be jumping rope every day. Duh. You see how I condensed all this down and made it simple for you? I didn't have to tell you none of this. All I had to do is tell you to jump rope every day, and you didn't realize that by jumping rope, you were shocking all the bones. Right? And that shock, every time you go up and down, that's why they tell you jumping rope is so healthy for you, because it shocks the entire skeletal system. The benefits that you get from jumping rope is not the same benefits that you get from riding a bike. Jumping rope or running, right, gives you completely different benefits than riding a bike or jogging. Because jogging and walking and riding a bike are low impact to the joints. And so everything is about people having low impact to the joints exercises. But guess what? The reason why you're losing the fluid in your joints is because you're doing low impact exercises. Your body has to gauge how much fluid is supposed to be in those joints by how much pressure you put on your body daily. If you don't put any pressure on your body daily because you're sitting down, laying down, and walking around all the goddamn time, of course the fluid from the joints is going to go lower and lower and lower. What is it? Your body doesn't need it there. Your body is the master of efficiency. Anything it doesn't need, it's going to move in resources somewhere. So you want the bone to get stronger and more dense. You got to attack the bone. Anyway. All right, so where we at? The serratus posterior superior, serratus posterior inferior. These muscles run from the vertebral column to the rib cage. The iliacostalus is a thin muscle that is lateral to the longissimus. It originates in the spinous process. That's the T11 to the L5, right? You're starting to get into that area. Like, y'all got lower back pain, right? Okay. Yeah, here's go right. And attaches onto the rib. There are even muscles underneath the fascia called deep muscle, like the transversal spinalis, etc. These muscles pull the spine in two different directions like an accordion, compressing and decompressing the spine. You will learn how building these wings really makes you fly. Let's take off and get the propellers going. Man, we're not even in the book yet. That ain't even in the book yet. We just playing right there. We just warming it up. Yeah, that's we warming it up right there. That's all that is. We just warming it up right there. I'm just warming it up. Look, I'm not playing these Roman numerals. Look, those ain't really, I ain't in the book yet. Oh, you can't see it. That ain't even in the book yet. We ain't even got deep into the book. So this is what I'm saying. You got to allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hove. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Goat. G to the OT. Ah. All right, so then we go through all the different types of collagen and all that good stuff. And then we go to, amongst other things in the book, which I thought was really important, was the interface between the pressure and the digital signals and the conversion to cytokines. So you actually have a specific set of enzymes all throughout the skeletal system that's there to translate that mechanopressure into digital signals and cytokines, right? And, you know, we have the diagrams of those enzymes, how they look, how they work, and all that kind of stuff, right? So we go, you know, we don't spare any details. We don't spare any details, right? But here's the thing. This is in its own book, right? Now, like everything else, can I take you into this book and show you where I gave you all that skeleton information and how to build the bones and da 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 da? Absolutely. That's why this book is what this. That's why this what this is. You know what I'm saying? That's why this what this is, right? All right. So hopefully we're making some sense, right? But after this, whatever we would figure out regarding your cancer, or whatever you would probably want to figure out with your doctor and your team and all that, is specific now. Right now, you want to get into specifics of whatever you got going on. You know what I'm saying? You got a brain cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, whatever. From this space, you want to start to get specific, and everything will be, you know, from there, it'll just be tailored to the problem. Right. But the beauty is with the new book that's coming out, like I told you, we address the herbs and the plants in that book in a biochemical, you know, we address them based on cytokines. So you learn that language in this book right? It's in this book, The Basics Beginning of the Cytokine Language. What page did that start on? Was it 38? Right. 39. Go to page 39 in this book. No. I gotta stop. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, that sounded crazy right there. But go ahead. You can finish doing it. Now I know what you're doing. That sounded crazy right there, though. Chase in the kitchen pouring liquid into the beans, but it sounded like somebody was using the bathroom. Anyway, but you go to page 39 in the book and you go into, we start to have that conversation about how the relationship between the cells and the cytokines goes, right? So that's that. And you get a nice little one page, like, okay, bop, 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 bop. Here's the melanocytes. Here's the cytokines, and here's how they relate, right? So you need to know that, for instance, melanin concentrating hormone inhibits melanin stimulating hormone and stimulates white blood cell production. So if I want to boost my white blood cell count, I also want to boost melanin concentrating hormone, right? So the benefits that's associated with fighting cancer, when they say, oh, well, cannabis is a good thing to help your body fight off cancer. It can help you manage pain, and it has some other effects on the inflammatory system in the body through the CB1 and CB2 receptor. Well, a lot of those effects are being modulated a little bit even further upstream because cannabis stimulates the release of melanin concentrating hormone. And as melanin concentrating hormone is released, your body is sending messages to the bone marrow to produce more B cells and T cells. Because that's what melanin concentrating hormone does. See, remember, these are words. These are conversations, right? Listen, I want you to understand this shit. Words and conversations, right? Listen. If a person hears a word, they can interpret it their own way. That happens inside your body. So melanin concentrating hormone, that's the word that goes out. Well, that word is interpreted differently everywhere. In the kidneys, right? Melanin concentrating hormone is going to be heard, and then the kidney is going to go, oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. So when the kidneys hears melanin concentrating hormone, the kidney yells out, EPO. So the brain goes, MCH. And then the kidney yells back, EPO. And so when the kidney yells out EPO, the bone marrow says, oh, EPO, oh. And it tells the factory, the what they call that? What they put into the processing line, speed it up. We need more. Speed it up. We need more. That's how that goes, right? Erythropoietin. That's a steroid produced by your kidneys, because your kidneys is what tells the bone marrows when to produce blood cells and immune cells. You see how this all is together? Like, it's not a separate thing. The body doesn't work like that. Everything is together. Now, forget cannabis, right? You don't have to have cannabis to stimulate melanin concentrating hormone. How else, doc, do we stimulate melanin concentrating hormone if we don't use cannabis or weed? Or maybe it's a kid. We don't want to give a kid no weed or no crazy stuff, right? Well, you just stop them from eating. After you miss 2 meals, once you start to get around 13 hours with no food, your body starts to release melanin concentrating hormone. And melanin concentrated hormone initiates the famous process called autophagy. How does it do that? Well, we just told you it stimulates more white blood cells. White blood cells is a part of the autophagy process, because what are you doing during autophagy? You're breaking down stuff that your body doesn't, it's cleaning. And it's a type of spring cleaning that's going with dead cells, senescent cells, spent proteins, and all that kind of junk shit that's floating around. The autophagy process, your body breaks that junk down and recycles that stuff to good, spare parts. But that's initiated by melanin concentrating hormone. See? So everything is working together, right? Everything is working together. If your kidneys start acting crazy, your bone marrow is going to struggle. And if your bone marrow struggles, what immune system you got? You ain't got no immune system. It don't matter what herbs you take. That's a comfort to a fool. That's a comfort to a fool. Because now you solely dependent on the chemicals in those plants to do the job that your body's supposed to be doing on its own. And temporarily, that's cool, but that's not health. Health is restoring your body back to doing whatever it's supposed to do by itself. Right? All right. So we're getting it. Hopefully, right? Hopefully we're making a little bit of sense. All right. So we apologize. We went to that ignorant video. Oh, we got some other stuff to talk about too. We got some other stuff. And I did want to get back to the herpes stuff too. So we still, when it gets past 3 hours, I start figuring out, did we cover everything for the day, like what we're trying to do. But no, yeah, we might need to, you know what? After recording all these videos, I got to stop going live for a few days because it's too much long videos. I got to cut them up and make short videos. So yeah, I got to study these. And then the days that I'm not doing lives, I got to use those days to read books. Instead, y'all getting bored trying to find another live to watch. Like, no, don't turn to Netflix or another channel. Pull them damn books out. That's the days you're supposed to be studying, right? Well, we're not going to have that problem for the people that join the Fraternal Order of the Soulcraft, right? Because I'm going to be on your heels. I'm going to be on your bumper. Pause. Right? Now, see, the one thing that we do in this book, which turns this from a strictly science book to a theosophical book, is that in this book, we look at a lot of origins, origins for sciences, origins for understandings. We look at synergies between systems at different scales, right? Like what we're discussing right now is synergy between systems at different scales. Your body, your conscious is at a large scale. But when we get here, this is a whole nother scale, right? Because your cells are roughly about 1,000 times smaller than you are. Right? So that's a scale, right? And then when we scale down again, viruses are 1,000 times smaller than a cell. Right? So some things we have to deal with at scale. The reason viruses get immune to medication is because of their size, because of their shape, because of their scale. Hello, God is music. Because of the scale, right? The scale is in the Bible, you know. One day of God is going to be like 1,000. Scale. Time is experienced based on scale, just like music. Okay, because that's going to start to go into a different conversation. Hold on. See, that's why I get excited when I get angry when I seen that video last night, because I'm like, yo, who misled this lady when we out here putting out the real? That folks is just telling folks anything. Okay. Because see, we got to deal with this. Oh, it's not right here. Wait, it's over here. We gotta go. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Here we go. Now y'all gonna recognize my man's voice. Now y'all gonna recognize my man's voice when I play the video.
R. Kelly's daughter. I don't even know if this is man's real daughter. What? I don't even know. I don't know nothing about this. I have no comment to make, but I know a lot of y'all know about this. What? Is this R. Kelly's daughter? And do y'all believe her? What? Do y'all believe that R. Kelly touched on his own daughter?
For no fame. There's a brother out there, his page is the number 4, the word no, and then the word fame all together. He does content like this, but I think the brother could benefit from my book.
There's Marquavius Nichols on the left and Shannon Stillwell, arrested for the murder of Shamel Drinks. Harvey isn't there to argue body cam of the arrest.
Yeah, he's going out to Cleveland Avenue exit. All right, he's making a right turn westbound on Cleveland Avenue. Okay, again, it's westbound on Cleveland. And again, so everybody knows, it's a white 4-door Audi.
So Shannon and Nichols just got out of the car. They're obviously being chased by police. And when they pull up to this house, whatever the house they're at, apparently in the backyard, they run to the backyard, a goat sacrifice is happening. And I think apparently it's a religious thing. I don't know much about that, but so the body cam probably shows that.
What? YSL members allegedly did a hit. Then when they, escaping or whatever, the helicopter's following them, and I guess either they escaped to this house, or I guess maybe they're saying that there's a random and they were just driving to get away and they just randomly pulled up at this house. But what are the odds that they wind up with a goat sacrifice going on? Like they're getting arrested with a goat sacrifice. After they just did a sacrifice, they wind up going to a sacrifice. You have got to be kidding me. You just cannot make this up. You just cannot make this up. Okay? And as a Haitian, I'm going to say there are spots and spaces where maybe you shouldn't jump to a conclusion when you see something like this going on. But for the little overall purpose in the conversation that we're having, bruh, you people that believe that it's just, you go to the studio, you make a song, you put it on the radio, and then you collect a check. Y'all are very confused.
Apparently, this co-defendant, Shannon S.B. Stillwell, got busted on murder charges back in March of 2022. But here's the kicker. He was arrested during a religious ceremony involving the sacrifice of goats. What? Yeah, you heard me right. Goats. What? So, during one of Thug's co-defendants' arrests, they found some wild stuff. A so-called religious ceremony involving the sacrifice of goats. What? Yeah, you heard that right again. Goats. Prosecutors are claiming this co-defendant, SB, is also part of the YSL crew, just like Thugger. Now, Thug's lawyers are arguing that talking about this goat sacrifice won't do any good and could mess with the jurors' heads.
That part is scary to me. Okay, just saying. That's scary to me, right? But now, listen, I know some of y'all may be like, listen, Doc, how are these things connected? Like, how is the health information connected with these rituals and this stuff that we see going on in the music thing? Well, that's a low-hanging fruit right there. That's low-hanging fruit, right? That's an easy one. All you got to do is go back to their origins. All you got to do is go back to the origins in pop culture. In pop culture, what's the origins? Come on. I'll give you a hint. It's one word and it starts with the letter G. It's one word and it starts with the letter G. Want another hint? This word could be a people or a place. Shit, damn near could be a thing. Come on now, watch it. Let's do this now. What is the number one poison that they put in the urban community? What is the number one poison they put in the urban community? What's the number one poison that they put in the urban community to kill you? Grease. The French fries, the fried fish, the fried chicken. The most poisonous part of the fried chicken is the grease. The most poisonous part of the French fries is the grease. A potato is not that deadly. I just want you to understand. A potato is not that deadly. It's the grease, right? You better stop playing with these spellings of words and learn the difference between phonetics and spellings, because we get into spelling. Now we really dealing with witchcraft. Okay. See, that's how the spells really work, because it sit it right there in front of you, and then you started thinking it's something else than what it really is. Anything that separates your personal mind from reality is a spell. That's what it means to be spellbound, right? That means spellbound. That means you're caught in the spell, the trap that's not the reality. All right, anyway, so we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. Another conversation. What we'll deal with here is the right? And this medicine. They both come from Greece. Same place, same people. So these rituals, these practices have become what you think of when you think of occult. But this is fake. Occult does not mean sex practices. Occult does not mean sex rituals. When you study the occult, when you go back into the earliest times, studying the occult meant two things. It meant studying the creation of the universe, and it meant studying the creation of the innerverse. The outerverse, the innerverse. You want to study the hidden, the things you cannot see that give rise to everything that you can see. It didn't mean you was doing some weird death sex thing. That's always been just what that is, a weird death and sex thing. That's what that is. Right? Now, these people, this was a part of their religion and their culture. So for people outside of here, to us, this is weird. This is weird, but only weird in the sense as we're unfamiliar. That's not how we get down. Thanks, I'll pass, like that kind of weird. Not like weird, like something's wrong with you. Just more like, not interested kind of weird. Like, yeah, we don't do that in my neighborhood. Like, that's, our gods are a little different. You see what I'm saying? Our gods, we don't, with the little boys and that's not a holy, that's not a holy or divine act. So we wouldn't attribute that to our God. Right? But in an evolved state of mind, you can appreciate, understand, and respect. That's what you do, until you begin to start tricking people into this, whatever this program is. Right? And so that's the big thing with Puff. They're like, yo, Puff was giving folks blackout drugs and they waking up with their booty sore, realizing that something may have happened. You're getting tricked. Right? Same thing I've been arguing against for years. Right? But y'all saying, Enqi, you gotta chill, bro. You always going at the OGs and the blah, 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 and the old heads and the... Nah. I've been telling y'all about this because this is what they packaged into the chakra system. This is what they did. They took this, the same way they took this and hijacked music and put these rituals and practices in the back of music. So if you want to go through music and be successful in music, they want you to practice this shit here. That's the same thing they did in your spirituality so that you wouldn't deal with no real spirituality. They put this shit in there and said, if you want to activate your spirituality, you got to do this. And if you turn around and you look around, all these niggas going to jail. And then I keep showing you niggas the picture with Puffy and Polite like this. So I can show you the niggas that was doing the chakra shit have linked with the niggas doing the music shit, because behind the chakra shit and behind the music shit, they doing the same shit. This. Yeah. Yeah. See, now if you don't know what this is, I'm gonna let you go ahead and research that on your own. We not gonna put this in. We doing enough. Right? Trying to tell you. Right? I'm trying to tell you. I'm gonna tell you like a nigga told me. Right? See, this is what we've been up against. And it's crazy how folks like, yo, Enq, you gotta chill, bro, because yo, and then all of a sudden, Puffy go, and then this whole Puffy situation go crazy, and everybody like, oh man, but how come ain't nobody been saying nothing? And I'm like, why y'all niggas ain't saying? I've been saying something for what? Let me show y'all I've been saying something, because this trips me out. Somebody need to be saying something. Somebody should have said something. What do you mean somebody should have said something? Somebody been saying something. Look. Let's recap it. Let's recap it. And y'all out there like, yo, Enqi, man, this info you be dropping is mad important, yo. You should have a much larger following like this guy or that guy. Watch. All the guys that you think I should have larger followings like, they all gonna be in this damn montage. Watch this. And then you're gonna know why I don't have that, because we're not doing this. This ain't in the program. And notice when we deal with this, we don't deal with this. This is why I always got to go to Kemet. And everybody like, oh, why Enqi keep going to Kemet? Because if we don't go to Kemet, listen, if we don't use Kemet as the reference for the science, There's only one other one. It's this. So we're going to focus on Kemet. Okay, we're going to roll with Kemet. I don't care how many times they show Geb rolling in a circle. We're sticking with Kemet because it's either Kemet or it's Caligula. Okay, it's Kemet or Caligula. If you don't know what Caligula is, y'all missing some serious history. Go watch Caligula. Go find that movie and watch Caligula.
And this deals with even with homosexuality. Because it's deep down in your ass. Plug it in. And plug in was a light one. Plug it in. It's deep down in your ass. If you want power in the streets, don't you got to be plugged in? And this deals with even with homosexuality. Because as a black person, your chakras is naturally pulsating. What I'm going to speak about is with them.
Did you see how he slipped it in? Pun intended. Pun intended. Pause. But pun intended. You see how he slipped that right in on you? As a black person, you see why we got to address these? Listen, I want y'all to see where all these little pet peeves of mine that you niggas innocently let slip by that turns into Nature Boy getting 30 years or Polite in the hotel room. Like, you let these little early little things, you just wait. Nah, Enqi, that ain't what they mean. Enqi, that's not what they saying. Then turn around a few years later, Nature Boy like, oh, no, I let the kids play with my thing. You're not, yeah, I'm going to let your kids do it. Nature Boy just put it all the way right out there, exactly what's going on. And then I'm looking at the video like, hey, I told you niggas. Oh, come on, Enqi, you down? I said, what the hell is going on out here? We got to define these little things because they slip in my, as a black person, listen to this shit here.
And this deals with even with homosexuality. Because it's deep down in your ass. Plug it in. And plug in was a light one. Plug it in. It's deep down in your ass. If you want power in the streets, don't you got to be plugged in? And this deals with even with homosexuality. Because as a black person, your chakras is naturally pulsating. What I'm going to speak about is what don't nobody want to speak about. Each chakra is a portal. It's a circle vortex. The chakras that come out of the front of you from your chest out spin clockwise. The chakras that go out of your spine spin counterclockwise. So these are actually like metaphysical rainbow tornadoes coming out of your chest, out of each 7 centers of the body. So now this is why you can put your hand in front of your face and close your eyes and you feel that energy. Now with that being said, if you want to learn how to maintain them, and depending upon what size your chakras are, will let you know if it's too open or too close. Now let's make up a scenario. Let's say the average chakra size is a CD, but when it's too open, it's big as a pizza. When it's too small, when it's not open enough or barely closed, it's either closed all the way, or it's like, let's say small as like a peppermint. Negro make slick ass comments out their mouth like, yo, you acting like a female, you want some gay shit. No, you're not. You just in tune with your heart chakra, and this female energy, this yang energy is needed to commute into your higher self. This is why the black woman is gone, because she's naturally on this frequency. In order to balance the chakras, you have to find the virtue associated with it and act it out. And this deals with even with homosexuality, because the second chakra is rooted in the gender, the opposite sex. So if you're a man and you like another man, you have a closed second chakra. And this goes according to nature, because in order to open that chakra, you would have to commute with the opposite sex energy. So this proves my point, just like in my video, homosexuality in the chakra, that homosexuality is a spiritual miscommunication of the body with itself. They got to plug into you. Your soul is deep down in your ass. In order to balance the chakras, you have to find the virtue associated with it and act it out. Your soul is deep down in your ass. And this deals with even with homosexuality. They got to plug into you. And the second chakra is rooted in the gender, the opposite sex. So if you're a man and you like another man, you have a closed second chakra. And this goes according to nature, because in order to open that chakra, you would have to commute with the opposite sex energy. So this proves my point. Just like in my video, homosexuality in the chakra, that homosexuality is a spiritual miscommunication of the body with itself. It got to plug into you. Plug it in, plug it in. Plug in was a light one. Plug it in, plug it in. Connecting the physical body to the auric body. And plug in was a light one. Plug it in, plug it in. You know, each of these is like I was showing you earlier. It's the receiver for each of these ends. This is the universe. The black box of Saturn. Let's look at it like that, okay? Now, in order for the 7 regions of the light spectrum to power you, they got to plug into you. But if there's no ports for them to do that, how are our bodies being powered right now, Enqi? Yo, plug it in, plug it in. And plug in was a light one. Plug it in, plug it in. You gotta be plugged into the universe. You gotta be plugged. Listen, when you talk about receiving power in any way, you gotta be plugged in. I like to use this example for street niggas. If you want power in the streets, don't you got to be plugged in?
And once a week, because that's the key now, because that's also the kingdom is in the root chakra. It's supposed to rise up. The root chakra is a spiritual kingdom, but it is covered over. Okay, they say there's a curve, and mythology says there's a curve. Go down the advancement of the Kundalini energy shooting up when you unlock this system. But that's the key now, because that's also the kingdom is in the root chakra. It's supposed to rise up. The root chakra is a spiritual kingdom, but it is covered over. Okay, they say there's a curve, and mythology says there's a curve. Go down and recover the curve from the ravenous dragon that guards it. So you'll see stories like Jason and all that. They go to cover the golden fleece. Golden fleece is always a dragon, a serpentine type of monster. They call it the curve. You understand what I'm saying? Well, the ravenous dragon that guards the curve is your soul. Your soul is deep down in your anus. In an alternative dimension. I did all that female orgasm shit and that.
Listen, do you hear what this? Now, there's a lot of people that consider Bobby Hemmett to be a master teacher. So if this is these guys' master teacher, right? This is what he's telling you. He's telling you that your soul is located in your anus, and some type of serpent has to go down and free it. So they got to put the serpent up in there to free it, and that needs to happen like once a week. And then when they go deeper into it, they explain to you that the soul is gonna, once that serpent dragon goes all down into your anus, it's gonna free the soul, and you're going to feel energy shooting up your spine into your brain and all that, and this and that. Now, some of y'all would say, Enqi, but he didn't mean it like that. Well, what I did was in the video, I put his #1 student so that his #1 student could explain to you how he applied the teachings and exactly if he means it in that same way that I'm saying. Now let's see what his #1 student said.
I I did all that female orgasm shit, and believe me, that shit ain't no fucking problem. I had a fucking female orgasm and turned into a fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? I was in bed, my legs were shaking. Oh, don't touch me. Don't hold me. Don't touch me. You know all that bullshit. You could feel the orgasm come from the fucking universe.
You listening to this man describe to you his first experience with another man. As a way to activate his chakras. Now, wherever he is, let him rest in greatness, rest in peace. You know, I purposely didn't address the brother for a very long time to give the family and the friends and all that time to grieve. The brother then passed on. But listen, this just is what it is. This come from one. This got one spot it came from. So now you listening to the man tell you he had a female orgasm and he was left laying on the bed like, oh my God, don't hold me, don't touch me. Like that whole mannerism is, what are you doing? And just for the people that's not sure that they fully understand, because I know some of y'all look for any reason to find a way out. Let me let you know that there's only two types of orgasms. There's a male orgasm, there's a female orgasm. A male orgasm is an orgasm that you get from penetrating. A female orgasm is an orgasm you get from being penetrated. We're not going to play. That's what that is. That's what that is. So when he explains to you what his female orgasm was and how it came from behind him. Huh? No blood clot this.
I did all that female orgasm shit, and believe me, that shit ain't no fucking problem. I had a fucking female orgasm and turned into a fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? I was in bed, my legs were shaking. Oh, don't touch me. No.
Now, mind you, while you watching this, I need you to check out my man's necklace and all that shit that's on the back of his wall back there. I don't know how y'all thought this was cool or cute. Y'all niggas are sadly confused. And then what's crazy is all you niggas that like to participate in all this brother rich bullshit with all these niggas doing all this goofy shit, when the Puff Daddy situation goes on, y'all want to step back and go, how could this have happened? As if you niggas is not funding this on small scales in your own. What are we talking about? You created the mental space for these monsters to exist. That's occult science, just in case you didn't know. You created the mental space for these monsters to exist. You didn't know when you saw them right in front of you. Right? That's why I had to make a song called Angels, because I need you niggas to know what one look like and recognize one. Did Enqi make a song called Angel? Enqi did make a song called Angel. We out here with these folks. Y'all just don't know what y'all looking at. Y'all don't know what demons and angels going to war look like. Y'all looking to see like fireballs and wings and horns and shit like that. No. You just got to watch these niggas right here.
I did all that female orgasm shit, and believe me, that shit ain't no fucking problem. I had a fucking female orgasm and turned into a fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? I was in bed, my legs were shaking. Oh, don't touch me. Don't hold me. Don't touch me. You know that bullshit. You could feel the orgasm come from the fucking universe. You can guide your orgasm centered in the gem. Plug it in, plug it in. And plug in was a light one. Plug it in, plug it in.
Myron!
Dude, I can't stand.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking
called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, this ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I was I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such Myron!
Dude, I'm talking.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking-
are.
That Phil Valentine finger does the same gesture for sex when he says kundalini. That's a sexual gesture that he's doing when he says kundalini. So you clearly, I'm telling you, this anus chakra shit is real.
Once you kick that in and you raise that kundalini, once you kick that in and you raise that kundalini, once you kick that in and you raise that kundalini.
See? Now look at that. You think that it's just a coincidence that Phil Valentine finger does the same gesture for sex when he says kundalini? That's a sexual gesture that he's doing when he says kundalini. So you clearly, I'm telling you, this anus chakra shit is real. Not to mention that, but these niggas is clearly dope fiends. Look at this nigga is nodding off right here. Your brother Pantry is looking like a classic textbook dope fiend right now, while Brother Rich and Phil Valentine is hosting a cocaine pineal gland class for children. I kid you not. Click the link to get the full breakdown.
And that's the reason why they put that cocaine in there, because the M-dimethyltryptamine, when you snort that up, it kicks in the N-dimethyltryptamine. And your body has the strongest psychotropic. I don't care if it's cocaine, it could be crack, all.
Yeah, that's Phil Valentine teaching that cocaine and crack activates the pineal gland and the kundalini. You know, it activates the kundalini. This is Phil Valentine. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all not understanding. See, so when we talk about it close to home, you niggas get upset, but it's because you allow it at home that it's everywhere. This is how your kids could get roped in, because you are at home already studying and teaching and talking about this, and your kids is walking around listening. Your kids is listening to you, just listening to these guys talking all this crazy stuff. And so now when they go somewhere, it's already lined up. They nice and easy for R. Kelly or Puffy or one of them to tell them, oh, yeah, this is what's spiritual. And God's going to give you everything. All we got to do is this. And now what happens? They do that. And then what? They start getting money and popular. So now they're starting to believe that what? Because we think money is blessing. So now I could give you money. I could give you blessing. So I could trick you right on up out of that booty hole and have you walking around, because you niggas listening to these niggas. And now we just introduced the drugs in to the chakras, right? You're like, oh, why did they have the drugs at the party? Didn't Phil Valentine breaking it down to you right now. Another master teacher for you niggas. So the master teachers is telling y'all to get high and be homosexual.
Once you kick that in and you raise that kundalini, once you kick that in and you raise that kundalini, once you kick that in and you raise that kundalini.
See? Now look at that. You think that it's just a coincidence that Phil Valentine finger does the same gesture for sex when he says kundalini? That's a sexual gesture that he's doing when he says kundalini. So you clearly, I'm telling you, this anus chakra shit is real. Not to mention that, but these niggas is clearly dope fiends. Look at this nigga is nodding off right here. Your brother Pantry is looking like a classic textbook dope fiend right now, while Brother Rich and Phil Valentine is hosting a cocaine pineal gland class for children. I kid you not. Click the link to get the full breakdown.
And that's the reason why they put that cocaine in there, because the M-dimethyltryptamine, when you snort that up, it kicks in the N-dimethyltryptamine. And your body has the strongest psychotropic. I don't care if it's cocaine, it could be crack, all of that. Your body has the highest and most purest and the strongest form of get high. that can be created. Your brain does that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay? And that's what they don't want you to tap into, because once you raise the first eye, not the third, because the first eye, this was the eye that was created first. These two, they match the dual plane. They came afterwards. The first eye is where that the fuel that opens it up is the N-dimethyltryptamine.
Look at that.
And when you raise that kundalini,
Look at that.
and kick that bad boy in,
You see that?
Lights the lamp
Hey.
that takes away the sin.
Hey, you see that? When they start talking that kundalini in your butthole and all that, the donations start rolling in. When I start telling people how to save their life, I gotta wrestle with a nigga to try to get $5 on the Cash App. I gotta damn near choke somebody, choke slant. So this is the problem.
Of the world. And what happens is inside of that, the cave of Brahma, because where the pineal is, it's covered in a black cave. That's what they call the cave of Brahma.
Right.
Once you kick that in, and
Right.
once you kick that in, and you raise that kundalini, you raise that kundalini.
Right.
Once you kick that in, and you raise that kundalini.
Right.
Once you kick that in, and you raise that kundalini.
Right.
Once you kick that in, and you raise that kundalini, it begins doing this. It begins turning left and right. It begins to rotate.
What is happening with Phil Valentine's finger, my nigga? Like, what? Seriously, right now. If we just listen to this with no volume, like, what is really going on? Now, these is the guys that tells you that symbols and sigils are magical, and that symbols and sigils are everything, and they tap into the subconscious mind. So right now, what is happening with your what are they inserting in your subconscious mind right now? What kind of magic is the anal chakra cult led by Bobby Hemmett and Phil Valentine promoting for our children? Just saying. I'm just saying, you got to ask. You got to ask yourself at that point. See, this is what I've been talking about all this time. So now when it comes to Diddy, now we want to act crazy like we don't know how this started to happen. We don't know how this happened, Doc. Yo, Doc, break it down to us, Doc, because we don't know how this happened. What you mean you don't know how this happened? Come on now. Come on now. You know exactly how this happened. Mm-hmm. You know exactly how this happened. What's this? Let's see. Oh, how far y'all want to go today? Let's go all the way crazy. Oh, let's go crazy. Here, let's watch this. Which one is this? Let me see. Peace to the family. Please like the video. Please share the video. Please subscribe. Turn on the notifications. Please help me to help you. Thank you. All right, so right out the gate, before we start, I'll answer your question. The reason you should watch, share, and study this video, and then get the books, etc., the herbs, the detox, is simply this. There is an ancient system of personal empowerment that is 100% fail-safe. Some people stumble on to some of his principles and practices. Some people are taught, but most people will live in sickness depression, depravity, poverty, and all manner of pain for the rest of their life. Drug use is at an all-time high, pun intended, because people are in pain. See, this goes through all stations in life. Even the people who have accumulated a lot of money are not necessarily successful. We forgot what real success is. Yo, let me ask y'all a question. Hold up, I gotta ask y'all a question. When y'all saw this, right? When y'all first, I'm not talking about when I'm showing it to you. I'm just saying, for those of you that are familiar with homeboy Roden, Mike Roden, or whatever his name is, right? And y'all first saw this vortex math, right? The vortex math. That's what this little clip is here that we're showing. Vortex math. You telling me none of y'all looked right at this and said, oh man, that's the square compass right there of Freemasonry. You telling me you telling me y'all didn't look right at that? See, that's why we got to have these conversations, because y'all are being misled all the time. Y'all being taught that anus, all kind of crazy stuff is spirituality and this and that. And the thing y'all need to be focused on, y'all being told that that's devil. So this is literally textbook. The devil's job is to do what? Make evil fair seeming and make good look like it's evil. So y'all been told that Freemasonry, which is Kemetic science, devil worship. Stay away from that. However, you got this being jammed down your throat, pun intended, a variety of different ways. Right? You got it coming through the church with TD Jake and them folks. You got it coming through the music. You got it coming through the TV. You got Tyler Perry. You got so many different influences to get you to go in this other direction. You got to be upright. See, you start that bending, you got to be upright. The Masonry teaches you to be upright. Okay, now.
Peace to the family. Please like the video. Please share the video. Please subscribe. Turn on the notifications. Please help me to help you. Thank you.
All right, so right out the gate, before we start, I'll answer your question. The reason you should watch, share, and study this video, and then get the books, etc., the herbs, the detox, is simply this. There is an ancient system of personal empowerment that is 100% fail-safe. Some people stumble on to some of his principles and practices. Some people are taught, but most people will live in sickness, depression, depravity, poverty, and all manner of pain for the rest of their life. Drug use is at an all-time high, pun intended, because people are in pain. See, this goes through all stations in life. Even the people who have accumulated a lot of money are not necessarily successful. We forgot what real success is. Success is not a denomination of money. Success is not just living or accumulating money. It's what you do with your life, where you invest your time, where you invest your money, what you build, what you leave, what's your legacy, how many lives you change. It's the difference between Tommy and Ghost, Ghost and Tasha. Ghost knows it's about what you build. Yeah, I know it's a TV show, but it's the principles that I'm establishing here. It's about what kind of people you are magnetized to. What kind of people are magnetized to you? What type of doors can you walk through? How many doors are you leaving open behind you? Right? Now, let's get to the soul craft. Right? So hopefully you understand why you should be on this journey to relearn the soul craft and its principles and bring them into your life. Right? So on the origin of jiu-jitsu, I think we first need to eliminate a few things before we get to the quote-unquote meat and potatoes. First, the word or term jiu-jitsu is Japanese, so jiu-jitsu is Japanese, period, if we're strictly using semantics. Right? Now, if you got this far and you haven't watched the introduction to the soul craft, right, you might want to stop this video right here and go back and watch the introduction to the soul craft. It's about 20 minutes, right? As if you listen to the first minute or two and then you said, okay, I'm with you. And then I said, origin of jiu-jitsu, and I lost you. That means you probably didn't watch the introduction to the soul craft. So you might want to go back and spend 20 minutes and watch that video. And then come back here. This video is going to be waiting for you. And I made this video available to you at no cost. It's for free. It's not on my paid screen or donate, click program, or it's free for the people. So the video will be waiting right here for you. Okay? Now, before we go any further, the spirit of how these arts are transmitted should be noted. Right? This is a two-sided coin. So on one side, when you earn a black belt, and this is very important, so follow me. When you earn a black belt, you earn the right to teach. With your right to teach comes your right to modify and personalize the art that you are teaching, that you have learned, that you have bought into. With that being said, honor is the other side of the coin. Okay? Now, I have two problems with what's going on today, largely caused by the blind push for money. You may not see it at first, but you'll see it as we go on. Remember, this is just chapter 1. This is just chapter 1. So we have a few more chapters to go. Right? This is just chapter 1. The first problem is that Kemet is obviously not in the conversation on the origins of jiu-jitsu. The conversation goes to Brazil or it goes to Japan, and that's where the conversation ends for most people. Right? Very few people. Very few people I discuss this with will say, oh, well, no, we know about Damo and Ubishi and Shui Jiao and Chinna. So that's a very few, but nobody, almost nobody, will go and take the conversation all the way back to Kemet, with the exception of a few very special people like Baba Kalende
and some others. There's a very small handful, right? But by and large, no credit. And there's a reason why, because there are keys that are missing from today's martial arts systems and society as a whole that need to be replaced as these arts and sciences are spread. And the only way to do that is to get back to the roots first, right? So the second problem, which is most pressing, is Neanderthal syndrome. Neanderthal syndrome is simply a phrase that I coined to describe martial arts devoid of spirituality and internal cultivation. Martial arts is totally marketed for sports or self-defense today, neither of which is the true need or purpose for martial arts. Now that right there might sound crazy to some people, like, wait a minute, didn't you just say? Now we know martial arts wasn't designed for sports. We get that part, but did he say it wasn't designed for self-defense? Yes, this martial arts was not created for self-defense. This is why today you have so many variations and splinters of martial arts. You have systems of breathing and systems of yoga and systems of stretching, and those are all a part of martial arts. That was all one. So we'll get to that. So
okay, first time cleaning my system. This is gonna be a break. Woo! Oh, come on. That's some shit right there. What's that smell? You sitting in my house, you going to hell.
Hold up. The book just dropped. The book just dropped. The book just dropped. The book is live. The book just dropped. Just letting y'all know. It was at this moment. It was at this moment while watching the original Soulcraft.
Yoga and systems of stretching, and those are all a part of martial arts. That was all one.
Do y'all remember this movie? This was like one of the craziest, like this was one of the main, like this was a big thing. There could only be one, The Highlander. The Highlander was a martial arts movie and TV series, and nobody paid attention to the connection between the martial arts and the demonic spirits that they cause in and out of their body. Nobody paid attention to that part. So I just want y'all to understand that whenever you see movies and they depicting like demonic spirits coming in and out of folks' bodies like this level, these are the same ones. These are the same ones that are supposed to be in the liquor. These are your elemental spirits. These are the same ones at the sex programs and the sacrifice. Yeah, this. So when they sacrifice, notice they put the blood back into the ground or back into some plants or whatever like that. That's going to the elementals and all that. So just know that, yeah, there's that. So there's shit that you just never paid attention to that was right in front of your face at all times.
You have systems of breathing and systems of yoga and systems of stretching, and those are all a part of martial arts. That was all one. So we'll get to that. So
okay, first time cleaning my system, this is gonna be a break. Woo! Ooh, come on. That's some shit right there. What's that smell? You sitting in my house, you going to hell. Who is it? I don't know if you've been doing voodoo, but I smell doodle. When you done, get your shit. I just took that detox. I'm about to pop. Damn, I don't know if you've been eating that swag. Or smelling like that. God, this cake, you know, child, man. You know, I got this bag. Pops, I'm pee-shitting. It's coming out wet as hell. You smell like Lucifer. Your ass hot as hell. Come on, my bathroom. Shit, man, yeah. Man, I told him I'm sitting in my house. You gotta pay the piper. Your ass in a diaper. Ooh, wow. Come on, my bathroom.
The true purpose for martial arts is to cultivate the mind and spirit through the body. To cultivate the mind and spirit through the body. Like a living pyramid. Now, many people will hear that and say, okay, yeah, he's definitely going. You know, and I'll probably elaborate on this a little bit further as we move along, but, you know, it's, like I said, I get it, right? Before the means of conversation, hey, if one piece of food pop up between two men, it might have been a scrap. Or one woman, it might have been a scrap. So violence and the ability to articulate counterbalance one another. And as society develops, as you become more intelligent, more articulate, violence becomes less necessary. Taking this into consideration, society's advancement could be measured by its murder rate, right? Or violent crime. You know, but that might be a subject. That might be a whole nother subject. I can, right? But I'll say this. We have a big problem, or I'll restate this. We have a big problem determining success by money acquired instead of what we do with our money and our time. On our subject of the root of martial arts systems, I found myself somehow mentally traveling to the 12th dynasty camp. Mind you, I did quite a bit more traveling. That's just, we just gonna start here at the 12th dynasty. We're gonna slow walk it, so you might want to take out your notebooks and take notes. We're gonna move around within a few different seemingly unrelated areas, but you'll soon see that as we sew things up. You'll see the relation and you start to put these things together for yourself. Once you mentally travel with me to 12th Dynasty Kemet, you'll start to see why this should be the cradle for grappling arts as a whole, and more specifically what we call today jiu-jitsu. During the Old Kingdom era of Kemet, a city named Memphis was its heart and center. Just outside Memphis, the capital or heart of Kemet, is the tomb of Beni Hassan. It's a tomb site, right? Built in the old kingdom, but renovated during the Middle Kingdom. Okay? And there are a bunch of tombs here, unlike the pyramids. And I say that for those of you that don't know, because the pyramids are supposed to be tombs. Whatever. Anyway, tomb number 15 for Becket III is here. And forgive me, ancestors, in advance, if I mispronounce anybody's names or name of the city. Just forgive me in advance. Follow the information. Don't get caught in nitpicking. Right? So, tomb number 15 for Becket III is here and features the complete system of what we would call jiu-jitsu today. Now, for those of you that know, in Enqi vision, right? You know how I do. The most profound image in this ancient canon of jiu-jitsu techniques is the depiction of one practitioner holding his belt, his black belt, mind you, while the other practitioner is fastening his belt. Now, to emphasize the belts, these practitioners look almost naked with the exception of their belts. And the reason I say almost naked is because there's no nipples or genitalia showing. So what I'm taking away from that is that they're not naked, but what's emphasized is the belts. The belts and the techniques.
iPhone, $1 foul line. Each spikes rate, $2.44. Draws, $3.57. Gucci socks, $2.22. Red bottoms, $14.92. Being geeked up off of BigGuys.com and non-GMO to the point where you outside damn near buck naked, jogging, listening to Sylvester Stallone, Rocky Balboa shit in the snow, looking like you dope, looking like a dope phenom on 25th Street in Lenox Avenue. Priceless.
Now, we get ready to step outside the kitchen real quick. Join me on this real quick. We're going to take a little quick thought trip, a little thought experiment, biblical thought experiment, mind you, okay, about these belts. These quote-unquote belts, right? Now, the belt looks like nothing I've ever seen before in Kemet and all of the artwork. So let me say this about Kemet, because I think this is one of the most simple things, but I think it slips past everybody's grasp when thinking back to Kemet, right? Especially the stuff that's in hieroglyphics on these walls, okay? People don't like to do their homework nowadays. People don't want to write an essay. People don't want to read a book. Think about how serious. Just take a second and think about how serious the need to communicate and preserve what's inscribed on these walls has to be for you to chisel. Like you're chiseling in. And the things that aren't chiseled, their biochemistry is through the roof. Their level of biochemical precision is through the roof. These colors, these pigments they mix, you can't even call what they mixed and painted. You can't even call it paint. Like literally, they mixed pigments, these things. So they
They took incredible amounts of time. None of this stuff just like got freestyled onto these walls. Like it just. So you have to really understand that what's put in these tombs, what's put in these pyramids, what's put on these walls was there for a reason. And they put painstaking detail into not just recording and writing it and making sure they got every piece of artwork correct and making sure that this information will be preserved. So just keep that in mind, like what it really took to build these tombs out of mountains, or put together pyramids and carve or inscribe or draw and then redraw and have it approved by a head. You know, like it was a process. So I'm looking at this belt, and it looks like nothing I ever seen before in Kemet, except for, you know, the letter H, right? The sound equivalent for the letter H, roughly speaking, of course, with all due respect, right? Because Kemetic hieroglyphs and letters are light years apart. Light years apart. And I personally have a problem with reducing a hieroglyph to a letter of what we have today. That's a huge. We lose so much when we do that. But so anyway, but you know, just follow me for a second. So this letter H, right? If you look at the letter H, it looks just like this belt, right? And we'll talk about it a little bit here. I just want to give you a little bit here. We'll really go into it in a future chapter. It can't even fit here. I just want to give you just a few nuggets here, though, so you begin to expand your mind a little bit, right? I want to give you an opportunity to choose the red pill or the blue pill, right? I want you to expand your mind. In the Bible, we have a very interesting occurrence. We have a few interesting occurrences in the Bible. And I think today we're spending so much time trying to debunk the Bible that we might be missing the jewels and the nuggets that are in there. Right? Don't let anybody fool you. Right? So there's a very interesting occurrence. Right? And you don't have to believe in the Bible, whether you think it's an astrology book or it's historically correct, or it's totally irrelevant. Just follow along with this thought experiment, right? In the Bible, for the small handful of people that understand how a name was viewed in the ancient world, right? So that might be another piece. You have to really understand the reverence given to your name. It was very powerful. Your name just wasn't, you didn't just Google a name like, oh, Craig sound good. Like it, nah, you didn't, oh man, Obama, okay, yeah, cool, we're gonna go. Nah, a name was a whole, it was a process. You're putting an electromagnetic signature on a life force coming into this world. Like it was a process. So just follow me for a second. You have a gentleman named Abraham and his wife Sarai, right? So hopefully you're familiar with this. If not, this is all Googleable. So go ahead and Google it, or open a Bible up. I'm sure you should have one in your house, right? And just look this up if you're not familiar. But Abraham and Sarai made a deal with God to have babies, right? Sarai couldn't have babies. They were struggling to have a son. So they make a deal with God to have babies, and basically the deal was God pretty much was like, I got you covered, don't worry about that, but you're gonna have to raise the babies a certain type of way. I give you, as many as unlimited. You're gonna be lit. That's basically what God said. You want babies, you're gonna be lit. Don't worry about that. You just gotta raise them a certain way, right? So after making this deal to having their genes modified, right? Because if we're going to put on our thinking caps, right? If you're genetically unfertile, right? Something has to happen. Something has to change within you so that you can become fertile now, right? So after undergoing this genetic change, their names were changed to reflect the changes in the genetic code. And the changes in their name were simple. A H was added. A H was added. And this is not just like your letter H. So I don't want you to get caught in the letter H. That's why, I don't want you to get caught in the letter H, right? Because we have a letter H, but so it just don't get caught in the letter H. Understand that there is the actual sound, the vibe, the frequency, like the sound. Then there's the representation for it. So don't get caught in the representation. That's subjective. That's completely subjective. But the sound, the frequency, right? So this letter H was added. So now you have Abraham and Sarah. If I'm not pronouncing that correctly, right? But Abraham becomes Abraham in English, respectfully. And Sarai becomes Sarah, right? So now when you look at the hieroglyph, right? When you go back to that hieroglyph and you look at that hieroglyph and you see that hieroglyph looks just like our modern depiction of DNA. It will literally send chills up your spine.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, you walking right in, fat boy. What's up? Who are you? How you doing? Why do you have my... Well, that's what I'm saying. I just moved in and you left your packages over here. Seem like you're a doctor or something. You got medical supplies in there? Well, not necessarily medical. I am a doctor, though, and you could use my services around that midsection. You look like one package of ketchup away from a heart attack. Oh, okay. I see how it is. So I come over here. You got your packages. I didn't open them. Okay. What you want? Doggy biscuit? What? Oh, actually, you do. You do want.
Hold on, I had to stop. My bad, John. I know some of y'all like, hold up, Enqi, you messing up the movie. Enqi, we loving this Sunday afternoon. We killing it. Listen. Some of y'all don't realize everything in these videos is there for a reason. So, they got the belts. I'm also cluing you into the fact that there's a biochemistry associated with this stuff, right? So we look up. I said, what's the aha? Ooh. Okay, go look up aha math. You're gonna get references to early algebra, and you're gonna get a bunch of stuff, right? Unknown, how we calculate unknown quantities. That's the algebra, right? But then you also are gonna get. It says the nucleus accumbens becomes active as the basal forebrain, triggering dopamine release. You learn this in full contact martial arts when they start talking to you about proprioception and how addictive martial arts becomes. It's because of the parts of the brain that you're tapping into and the fact that when you start to do these things, they're releasing dopamine. And the reason it's releasing dopamine is because your body, what you're doing with martial arts basically is like a riddle, like figuring out an unknown quantity, but you're doing that physically, right? That's what a fight is. It's like a chess match, but it's physical. So I have to be able to predict what you're doing based on patterns that I've observed and be able to counter that move and then put my move in place. Yeah.
It will literally send chills up your spine.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, you walking right in, fat boy. How you doing? Who are you? How you doing? Why you have my... Well, that's what I'm saying. I just moved in and you left your packages over there. Seem like you're a doctor or something. You got medical supplies in there?
Well, not necessarily medical. I am a doctor, though, and you could use my services around that midsection. You look like one package of ketchup away from a heart attack.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. So I come over here. You got the packages. I didn't open them.
Okay. What you want? Doggy biscuit? What? Oh, actually, you do. You do want a snack for it. What? I got choked out of a sausage away from wow. I'll break your package with my fucking neck. What? I'll have to do that shit. I'll move you tomorrow. What?
Now, this was deep for me. This was deep, especially knowing the chain of events to follow, beginning with their son Isaac, right? So they now have the son. Now they have the son. His name is Isaac. And his super significance, right? I mean, there's some stuff I don't want to minimize his story or his life, or however you want to view it. But besides staying in Canaan, he fathered Jacob, right? Jacob would have a complete name change, right? And Jacob, now just follow me. Don't just pay attention now. I'm telling you, just pay attention. Jacob had his entire name changed, right? So Abraham and Sarai, they have a meeting with God. They get their name changed based on some genetic changes. They have a son now. Their grandson now is in deep communion. He's in deep communion. Well, first, before we go there, we'll backtrack. Jacob is dreaming of this ladder. And this ladder has spirits going back and forth through it. Now, mind you, if you look at this ladder, it looks like a ladder looks like a big letter H. So we have to understand beyond the confines of languages. What we have to understand is that we use language to describe experiences. We use language to describe experiences, right? So you have to try to put yourself in the seat of the people speaking the language in which you're reading or studying. So he has this dream with this big leg. Why do we think of it as a ladder? Why wasn't he having a dream about his DNA? Why wasn't he having an internal experience? See, we limit the intelligence of our ancestors. That's a whole other story. So anyway, Jacob has this dream. Then fast forward, Jacob is in a deep communion with God when a mysterious man appears. A mysterious man walks up on Jacob and they wrestle all night. Out of nowhere. Okay? At the end of this session, the mysterious being gripped Jacob's sciatic nerve via his hip, at which point Jacob demands a blessing and the being declares that he will be called Israel from that moment forward. So think about that. Think about that for a second. The most important, possibly, I can't say the most important, because you got Noah. But this is like Noah's great-great-grandson here, right? So one of the most important stories in the Bible is based on this wrestling match. Like, this is a roll session. If you know anything about jiu-jitsu, like, they had a roll session. They rolled all night. He grabbed his hip, right? Okay. Yeah, see, only a few of you gonna really get the full impact of what I'm saying. It's okay. For the rest of you, you guys are gonna study, and it's glad that you're listening. And I'm glad that you're listening. I said it's good that you're listening. For those of you that don't know, the art called jiu-jitsu today, it is all about the hips. It's centered around the hips. You're in a dominant position when you're controlling the hips of your opponent. That's when you look at dominant positions, it's about whose hips are controlling whose hips. Because when you control, well, that's later chapter. But just understand this whole art that you know about jiu-jitsu, when you're talking about Brazilian or traditional, centers around the hips. Right? You even have the mitzvah of porging in the Hebraic tradition. Now, take a second to think about what I'm saying. Whether or not you're a follower of the Torah, the Old Testament, New Testament, atheist, right? You can be an atheist. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All of Israel, David, Solomon, Jesus, they all go back to this wrestling match. If the wrestling match doesn't happen, like they're not there. I'm Haitian, so even Moses, the most famous Levite, is a great-great-grandchild of Israel. So everything is about this wrestling match. So whether you believe the Bible is historically accurate, a science book, a mythology book, right, completely made up to communicate some points or whatever, an astrology book, a prophetic book, right? If you look in the book, you'll see that 3/4 of the book is about a family tree, a bloodline, about genetics. And what I'm telling you here, just so that you will understand the importance that grappling held, right? Because we know no matter what we feel about the Bible, we know how important that book is to the structure, the fabric of global society. And I'm showing you that in the most important part, the crux. So you understand this is not just, I don't want you to take, oh yeah, well he just talking about jiu-jitsu. No, this is, so we're gonna go through some, I need you to get this, the importance of this. Right? Now, mind you, this whole wrestling match took place at a place called Pineal. What? Which is the first recorded. This is the first time the word pineal was recorded. So I'm gonna just put that on your plate as well. We're gonna move on from here for now. We're gonna move on. I just want you to give you that information right there. So now you can go Google belt wrestling in the Bible if you want more information, articles on that topic right there. Right? I just wanted to give you some food for thought real quick. Okay? Most of my avid readers know that I have elaborated on the references to biology and microbiology and quantum science in ancient texts. So this will be no different. Right? This will be no different. Many of us may not realize, but the X chromosome could very well be called the H chromosome. dependent on the picture or the diagram. It could go either way.
Wait, we're going to the James.
Okay, hey, go team.
Oh, did you see?
Hey now, they winning.
Hey. Why you saying did you fart?
No, I didn't fart.
Hey, there's two of us in here. If I didn't fart, you farted.
Okay, but yes, I did. My fart's been sticking out a lot lately.
I seen you raise up, but what kind of shit? I seen you. What was that?
It came out. I've been trying to hold it
21
in.
days. 21 days. You. Oh, I gotta break a fucking window in here. What the?
I'm sorry, baby. Light a match.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, is it that bad? Ooh, I do stink.
That being said, right? I don't want you to think I'm beating that horse. I'm just showing you some things here real quick. Because when you look at some of these things, so you have to be astute in a variety of disciplines to be able to see, because our ancient sciences have not been destroyed, but what they have been is divided, split up. So you have to go and sit down and study here, and then you'll get some proficiency and go sit down and study here and get some proficiency and go sit down here and study. So just take your time, be patient with me, and just take this journey with me real quick. Right? So understand that the X chromosome, right? Remember, we're describing things with language, but language is subjective. So the X chromosome is not the name of it because there was some official, there's an official, no, it's when we got a chance to look at it via our technology, it resembled an X. So, okay, cool, X. Right? But if you take a look for yourself, you'll see how it could easily by another group of people look at it and say, oh, H. They could be H. I'm just saying. It's just thought experiment.
Do y'all see that?
This is thought experiment. I'm just giving you some ideas.
Yo, do y'all see how close the actual electron microscopic picture looks to what they put in Kemet? Look at this. Do y'all see this? Listen. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Let's go back. Look at this. Wait. Look at this. This is now you look at this. These X. This is cellular reproduction. Healthy cellular reproduction. Viral cellular reproduction. This is cellular reproduction. And look how it mimics. It looks just like the same thing with the whole jujitsu program. Like,
right? This would be no different. Many of us,
and it's called crossing over. Now, mind you, many of you that may be studying, right? Like, hold up, that's the real Enqi voice. Many of you that may be studying, you may not exactly be familiar with the fact that the origin of the name Hebrew, right, or Ivri, right, they don't really have an origin for it. There's theories on where the word originates. So one of the most popular theories is that the term means crossing over, right? So for me, once again, that is another one of those, you'd be like, wait, what is that called again? Oh, they didn't know about this back in those old times. How didn't they know about it? Because clearly Sarah had to be changed from an infertile woman to a fertile woman. That implies genetics, right? But if we remove that whole conversation, if we talk about the speckled cow and the plain cows and how to mix babies with there's quite a few spaces in there where, yeah, that part.
Not realize, but the X chromosome could very well be called the H chromosome, dependent on the picture or the diagram. It could go either way. That being said, right? I don't want you to think I'm beating the dead horse. I'm just showing you some things here real quick. Because when you look at some of these things, so you have to be astute in a variety of disciplines to be able to see, because our ancient sciences have not been destroyed, but what they have been is divided, split up. So you have to go and sit down and study here, and then you'll get some proficiency and go sit down and study here and get some proficiency and go sit down here and study. So just take your time, be patient with me, and just take this journey with me, right? So understand that the X chromosome, right? Remember, we're describing things with language, but language is subjective. So the X chromosome is not the name of it because there was some official, there's an official, no, it's when we got a chance to look at it via our technology, it resembled an X. So, okay, cool, X. Right? But if you take a look for yourself, you'll see how it could easily by another group of people look at it and say, oh, H. They could be H. I'm just saying. It's just thought experiment. Right? This is thought experiment. I'm just giving you some ideas, right? This is just thought experiment. Right? Now, when we look at reproduction, we're talking about reproduction, genetic modification, being unfertile, right? So when we're looking at that process, what we're talking about is meiosis, or part of that process. And there's a very small but very important process called synapses within meiosis. In synapses, the oocytes and the spermatocytes, the chromosomes literally wrestle one another to create genetic variation. Right? A brother asked me on Instagram, he said, we know that the Egyptians studied nature to develop their sciences. So I wonder what they were studying. I wonder what they were studying that gave them an idea to grapple in a certain way in the first place. And you have to have some understanding of that. So I'm just putting something on it. I'm just giving you certain information just so you can do your own research. I don't want to come to a conclusion for you, nor do I want to share my conclusion with you. I just want to impart some research to you, share it with you so that you can go and open up some conversations and some books and come to some new conclusions on your own, right? Even if they're not mine, right? Or even if they're not conclusions that we share or opinions we share, there'll be some new conversations generated around this subject. So when your chromosomes wrestle one another, they literally create genetic variation. So during this little genetic roll, Each chromosome is sharing information, and the process of sharing this information is called crossing over. Now, some of the people listening, what? That's crazy, because they already know that the word Hebrew means those that cross over or crossing over. So they'll be able to see the analogy. But listen, I'm just laying out the facts. Some of you might want to stop here and rewind real quick so you could just absorb that little tidbit from our thought experiment, right? So, all right, I'm done. All right, I'm done with that. Right, soon, boom, we out of there. All right, so travel back with me, 12th Dynasty Kemet. Sorry, all right, so we're 12th Dynasty Kemet. And we're in 12th Dynasty Kemet with our 2019 minds. Right, so our 2019 minds tell us that jiu-jitsu came from Brazil, and or it came from Japan, right? And then there's a small group of us that say, oh no, well, before it got to Japan, it came through China and India, Damo. So some of us know the connection, Kush, Indus Valley Kush connection. A very few of us know, but most of us are going to say Brazil, jiu-jitsu, right? And in 12th Dynasty Kemet, we're going to stumble on.
Once again, when you're looking at this little cartoon clip, right? Just in case you ever wonder, these are always elemental spirits that they're showing you. So when you see the little, there's all this little,
Kush, Indus Valley Kush connection. A very few of us know, but most of us are going to say Brazil, jiu-jitsu, right? And in 12th Dynasty Kemet, we're going to stumble onto this tomb, right, of Becket III. And in this tomb, all of the techniques, all of the techniques are on this wall from the 12th Dynasty. All of the techniques. So before there was a Brazil, before there was a Japan, these techniques were written down. These techniques were being written down on the wall here in the 12th Dynasty. Now, mind you, for them to encode these techniques in the tomb wall in the 12th Dynasty, that means that the techniques were already very old, right? Because we have inscriptions and walls from the 5th and 6th Dynasty. Well, we'll stay in the 12th Dynasty. Right? So all the techniques on the wall. Not only are all the techniques on the wall, but they put a high significance on wearing a black belt. This is this is crazy for me. Because everywhere I checked, now mind you, I have children, so anything I study, we study as a family. So when my children ask me questions, we research, we look things up. Say like, Dad, where did this come from? And where did that come from? And how come when we're in traditional jiu-jitsu classes, we have green belts and yellow belts whooping? How come when we're in the Brazilian jiu-jitsu classes, it's a blue belt and it's a purple belt? And what's the difference? And where did this come from? And where did that come from? And anything I don't know, I'll ask or go start to look up and get books. And so everywhere I look, said that the belt thing was like a recent development. That was brand new, right? That was a brand new thing, a recent development. So you can imagine my astonishment when I noticed that we got the full set of techniques and the belt on this wall from the 12th Dynasty. This is like, I don't know, I always feel limited when I'm trying to express myself, but yet stay within the confines of the rules of writing, because this is a part. This is a part of the book. Remember, this is a part of the book. I'm giving you guys literally chapters out of the book. Right? So I want you guys to have this information. So back to the origins of what we today call Jiu-Jitsu and 12th Dynasty. Many people have heard of the Rhine mathematical papyri or papyrus.
I'm out here. All right. What up, dog? You all ready, OG? You got the pill? You got the bread? You know I got the bread, baby.
All right, easy with them joints this time, too. Listen, you know how them boys be when you go out of town with the pill.
I already know, man. Shit be kind of hard, but you good. Good looking, though.
Listen, the problem is what happened at the niggas get up.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, but it wasn't even that hard last time.
I know. I got you some help.
What you mean, help?
Bam. Hormone help pills. Keep the dick hard all night. About to get busy, baby.
The Rhine mathematical papyrus is from the second intermediate period in Kemet. But fewer people know that it's actually copied from an older version from the 12th Dynasty, right? So everything's bringing us back to this middle, to this same period. So this is crazy. So remember, I laid out some of the prerequisite sciences that had to be known in order to create a system, an intimate system of grappling like jiu-jitsu. Is very, very scientific, right? So now it's really crazy because now I have a document with all the sciences that are prerequisite to forming these techniques. Then I have the techniques and I got the belts. All 12th Dynasty, right? So I'm floored. I'm floored. Complete system of techniques, belts, documents, with all the prerequisite sciences, logic, geometry, leverage, right? All starting to get spooky now. Starting to get spooky, right? So just, if you're not familiar with the Rhine mathematical papyrus, it's divided into 3 books. The first book is reference material, instruction tables, some tabulation equations, right? Tabulation equations are similar to what our times table would be. Like if you get a black and white notebook, you have the times table in the back, right? To help you tabulate things quicker, right? You got algebraic problems in this papyrus. You have the legendary aha problems, right? So just put that aha term in your mind. It's on the cover of the book for a reason. So we're going aha, right? Because we got this guy named Archimedes who's famous for Eureka. Right? And I really believe that Eureka is nothing more than a bad play on aha. But I'll digress from that for a minute. Book 2, geometry, particularly the geometry of cylindrical granaries, right? And oblong square granaries. And those should automatically ring a bell for someone more study, right? Those of you who are a little bit more speculative. In the I King Squared book, we discussed Euclid, the father of geometry, and the specific source of his knowledge. Right? We discussed the specific source of his knowledge. So get the I King Squared book. Like this is a follow-up to that book. So you going to need that book. Because I don't have time to go over everything that we already do. But I didn't mention the Berlin papyrus, and I should have mentioned the Berlin papyrus going over Euclid. The Rhine papyrus has a very peculiar problem. Problem number 47. Problem number 47 in the Rhine mathematical papyrus is very, very, very peculiar because it's solved with the eye of Hecate fractions, or the eye of Heru fractions, or the eye of Horus fractions. However, you're familiar with the term, right? Because it just when you became aware, it was originally the eye of Hecate. So, but it's all the same eye, right? Then it's followed by a series of equations on area of various shapes. This section of the papyrus concludes with how to calculate slopes of pyramids, right? Based on the base, pun intended, of the pyramid. Then book 3 elaborates further on the eye of Heru, Hecate fractions, algebra, critical thinking, geometric progressions, right? Very key, very important. Geometric progressions give us the binary code of the I King or the I King or the I Ching, depending on however you're familiar with hearing that term, right? But what we know of as the system of divination coming out of the Book of Changes from the Orient, right? Very pertinent to our conversation here. But again, if you're familiar with the I King series, then we already know, right? So, but this geometric progression is where these things come from, right? Computer code, right? All of that stems from these fractions, these number series, these geometric progressions. So bear in mind, not only do we have to examine the contents of these papyri, we have to look at the order in which the papyri are written, i.e., we get dimensions of granaries followed.
Charles to get more than that interview. Oh Lord, that's crazy. Home, I done got 40,000 for an interview. Damn. I went to California last year. Right after the BET Awards, man. I was 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love. Love and faith. My name is Minister Enqi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Measures for volume of grains, followed by how to calculate slopes of pyramid. Like, so there's a whole like, it's nothing is happenstance with these things. In the same vein, right? We got the Berlin, Moscow, the Rhine, the leather papyrus, we have the Reasoner, and we have the Enqi tablets, right? These are all documents. You also have the Diary of Merer. Now, the Diary of Merer is not necessarily mathematical papyri or papyrus, but it does go into
masonry,
the undertaking of temple building and construction. So, and all of the mathematical, or most of the mathematical papyri, spend a good portion. Like this was crazy for me. So some of you, may not, but just be patient and follow what this is. Particularly speculative, but noteworthy. Okay, the amount of space taken to go over the wages of temple builders, craftsmen, as well as the plans of building the temple throughout these papyrus is crazy. A very important side note is you got to understand there's something different about math, right? While humans have invented, right? We invented various alphabets. We discovered numbers. That means our bodies are wired for numbers like nutrients. The same way we discovered vitamin C. We discovered that we needed vitamin D. Ooh. Numbers are in that same vein, just for a different part of us. The absence of mathematics causes our brain to atrophy. The weaker our brains get, the less access we have to our minds. Math builds your brain like going to the gym for your body. Most alphabets are completely made up, 100% subjective. They only say what they say because we agree that that's what they say. And then we pass that on to future generations, right?
What? Listen to me, okay? I know that we trying some new freaky shit because you got that new male enhancement from dickgods.com. But do not go too rough. There are people out here. Come on, babe. We have to be quiet. Babe, I got you. I'm going to be quiet. Come on, you know I got you. Babe, I know. Dick God's got me right, okay? Dick God's got you right. But I'm telling you, take it easy. I am going to take it easy, babe. I'm dead serious. Could you stop? Could you come on and let me finish? Let me do this. Let's start. Come on, turn around. Oh, shit.
Who the fuck head is that?
Oh, shit. My bad, babe. I didn't mean to. Oh, shit. Is that Dominique? What the hell? Is she bent over? Oh, God. They fucking in the closet, y'all.
They're staring at me. What do I do?
Just slowly pull your head out, babe. They may not notice that your head... Dominic!
But it's completely arbitrary, completely subjective. There's no... So we have to go through, like, rote memorization to make these things stick. Like our brains are not, our nerves, it's not, our bodies aren't wired for these things. The number one cause of people's eyesight going bad is college. Like people start losing their eyesight after coming out of college. What's happening in college? Reading. I swear to God, this, believe it or not, right? It's a very weird statistic. It's one of those statistics that it doesn't sound like it'd be true, but it's there. If we have 2 apples, think about this. If somebody gives us 2 more apples, we actually have 4 apples. It's not subjective. Now, the language we use to describe that reality is subjective, but reality is not. Reality is described by number. Comitian mathematics or ancient Egyptian mathematics is so advanced that it seems foreign to the Western mind. But the proof is in the pudding. Math is geometry. Geometry is math. We have sitting over there in the desert the most exquisite geometry and proof, so to speak, of all mathematical prowess that the planet has ever seen. What was once falsely thought to be left brain activity versus right brain activity, now we actually know is subject matter versus natural activity. That's why we have to force our brain to conform to certain things. And then once we condition our brains, so once we condition our brain to memorize things and that type of learning process, it kind of takes a little bit away from our creativity and our ability to deduce and calculate. So you usually have one of two types of people. So when you look at report cards, a lot of times people either do well in math and art and those types of classes, or they do well in social studies and language arts and writing and those types. But usually you don't have both. Right? Now, on the other hand, from the subjective things we have to force into our brain, you have numbers, you have sound, you have light, you have picture. These things are so readily absorbed by the mind, hence the brain, that there are healing therapies based on light, sound, number, picture, smell, because these are naturally absorbed by our minds, reflected in our brain chemistry, our brain structure. Most of our internal cultivation centers on the brain. So trust me, we've already began walking through internal cultivation, just in case you didn't know. In the textbook, I King Squared, we discussed the threshing floor. And we discussed the hieroglyph for space-time in conjunction with altars and grains. Here, we're going to expand that conversation a bit to the Eye of Hecate, known as the Eye of Horus. And there's a reason, right? So follow me. In Kemetic math, there is a system for parts of a whole that resembles fractions but are not what we know of as fractions. Right? So that might sound a little crazy as well, but you have to understand there's two ways that we can use the term fraction. We can use the fraction meaning part of a whole, like my slice of pie. There's one slice I could refer to as a fraction of the whole pie. But then there's a system of mathematics where you have a numerator and a denominator that we also call fractions. So don't confuse the two. Kemetic fractions are always parts of the whole, which is why there is no numerator, just a vibration. There's a vibration, so the vibe is there, pun intended, right? So instead of a numerator, they have the mouth hieroglyph. Right? They have the mouth hieroglyph and then the denominator. So it's not what we would call fractions, but it's a system of parts of the whole. Right? It's just so much that we don't know. The more I learn, the more I know we don't know. Right? But I also learned that there are many blocking you from learning. The Eye of Hecate or Horus presents us with a second and separate set of fractions. Okay? A separate set of fractions or parts of a whole. Right? Or we'll say fractions, we'll say quote unquote fractions. So you keep that in mind always. Right? because these fractions were only used for grain. They were only used for grain. So this is the reason I referred you back to page 33 in the I King Squared book, because we discussed the other type of grain, i.e. multi-domain, pseudo-domain, single-domain, and supermagnetic. Right? If you don't know what those are the grains of magnetism. So again, I'm just putting something else on your plate. The teaching style of Commissions was naturally designed for multifaceted learning. Multifaceted learning. So when we take this all into consideration, we have to figure out why the Horus fractions were given with the grain, right? But only referred to grain. Because the Ayah Haru fractions were given with the Ayah Haru, but the Ayah Haru is created in a way to depict the brain anatomy. And the fractions go along with this anatomy. So on one hand, you can get too deep and swim way out there in the deep water and say maybe the pineal gland and release the DMT and the soul was the seed planted in the soil of the flesh. Right? Right? You might do that. Or you might go a little bit less spooky and say, that the brain was for vegan. The vegan is for the vegan brain. It's healthy for your brain. Right? Or
Horus right there.
You might be a little bit more in alignment with
That's
me.
the falcon right there.
Now, my conclusions are based on my unique research, which I'm sharing with you so you can do your own research and come to your own conclusion. Because for me, the connection is magnetism. The Eye of Hecate or Eye of Horus fractions were given in parts of the brain, but only also used for grain because of the brain's magnetic field. That's my answer.
I gotta get hard. You can't do the EnqiSpeedTalks.com. You lit. Hey, fuck all that goofy shit. I'm trying to get up for my girl tonight. What? I'm puzzled. You need to detox because you probably taste like sauce. You don't need to be tasting that. What the fuck is you want? Oh, you got these things about detox. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to get hard. You trying to get hard. What's wrong with you? Wait a minute. Here go the dick pills right here. You got a dick dick. Damn, that's a dicky. Oh, you can't let you trying to stick. When he got a dick, he trying to have sex. Beyond me. This is beyond me. Beyond me. You're just like mustard and ketchup. Or steak and eggs. Oh, he trying to get hard. He's trying to have sex. Bring me the pills. I'm horny too.
Because even today, this very moment today, we still refer to magnetism scientifically as grain. We talk about qualities of magnetism in terms of grains. We describe the activity of the brain in terms of magnetism. All of our newest technology uses magnetic equipment to read what's going on in the brain. So those of you that purchased or read the original I King book, that's out of print now. Better grab that I King Square because I think I'll be playing. But if you got that original I King book, you remember how much time we spent on the significance of the numbers 8 and the number 9. I didn't even know at that time that in Kemetic math, they used 8 over 9 as a constant and foundation of geometry instead of what we use today as the number pi, 3.14, right? With this irrational behavior, right? They use 8 over 9, right? Now, this is all just elaboration on the internal cultivation aspect of these sciences. However, I know skeptics will say, oh, well, this is too spooky because the Egyptians, they didn't put any stock in the brain because when people died, they pulled the brain right out of their nose. So the brain wasn't important at all. And there might have been a point where I thought that too, but you live and you learn. When you learn better, you do better. When you know better, you speak better. So what you have to understand is the mind is largely produced by the heart. But the significance of the brain is the access we have to the mind. There's an exchange of light between the brain and mind. Hence, the eye. The eye is symbolic of the brain as a light processing unit. What does your eyes do? Your eyes process light. So immediately right there, because we go to the fractions associated with the eye of Heru, and we go, oh yeah, well the papyrus clearly, okay, yeah, it's used with grain. But hold on, we forgot it was given to us with this eye. So we're going past that. Hold on, before we get to the, so light processing unit. So my point is showing you internal cultivation is about the intangibles. The mind, the soul, the spirit, using the flesh as a conduit to change, to augment those intangibles. Today, martial arts looks crazy. That's why I call it Neanderthal syndrome, because it's all based on, okay, I can tap you out, right? So if I can beat you, then I obviously know more about martial arts than you because I can beat you up. I'm like, what the fuck? Those ain't Rolex diamonds. What the fuck you done to that? What happened to the knowledge-based portion, which was the major part, the more important part? This is crazy how debased these ancient sciences have become, but we are here now to restore that significance. This is why we got to take it to the root. So today, now, we know that neurons, right, in the supplementary motor cortex, the supramarginal gyrus, Exner's area, the middle temporal lobe, and the occipital lobe are key areas involved in tabulation, calculation, counting, right? Numbers. We know word problem activity. That's your dorsal cingulate, temporal lobe, the middle temporal lobe, Broca's area, the angular gyrus, Wernicke's area. We know multi-step equations or situational life situations that involve a certain way of solving them, right? That was practiced. You're learning critical thinking with multi-step equations. This again, your dorsal cingulate, the parietal lobe. And the parietal lobe is particularly involved with proprioception. So anybody that knows about personal training or martial arts, he knows that proprioception is almost like the entirety of one of the things that you can't teach. That's a part of the intangible, invisible martial arts, proprioception. That's the parietal lobe in the brain. These areas can be tapped in through mathematics, and 5,000 years ago, we already had systems designed to do all that for you. This again brings me back again to the Eye of Hecate, the Eye of Horus, and its depictions of particular light processing geometric progressions in the brain. Some of y'all are like, what? Geometric progressions, right? So when you look at the fractions, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64, right? Referencing the olfactory system, right? Or the 1/2 represent references the olfactory system. The 1/4 represents the optic system. 1/8 is for thinking or coherence, right? Or the cohesion of these working systems together. Hearing, 1/16, taste, a 32nd, touch, a 64th. When you translate these fractions and add them all up, it's 63 over 64. Very close to that numerical constant I just gave you, 8 over 9, which is half. An approximation for half of modern pi. We used that number in ancient times to perform the same functions as people do now with pi. But I know you know, if you know me, that there's a greater deal of significance to this line of inquiry, right? So some of you're like, okay, well, 64, we know that means that goes back to the I Ching system or the I Ching. And we know that goes to the genetic code and the amino acids and the DNA. But more important, as geometric progressions, that's where we get binary coding and Boolean logic. Binary coding and Boolean logic are the information processing languages that we use for computers today. So when we look at this IF and IF content, not only does it describe the parts of the brain, but it also gives us within the fractions how, like literally the language of how light is processed and stored via electricity and magnetism. So if you've never heard of Boolean language, or you don't know the computers run on binary code, like if you don't know those things, it might be new to you. But if you do, this should be like, you should have chills running up and down your spine right now. This should be crazy for you, right? So this is why I had to get to, and let me remind you, this is only one chapter in the book. There's only one chapter in the book, but I said, you know what? I got to give the people some of this information. I got to get this out there. So your charge for getting this is you now have to share this. You got to put this on your social media, your platform. You got to put this. You got to share. You have to share this.
Come on, I gotta pee. Damn, man. Damn, you been patient long enough. Oh. Gino! Yo, you good? Boy, you almost killed me. Hey, you must have slipped and bumped your head, because I ain't do shit to you. The hell you didn't? Almost passed out from that shit you took, boy. I ain't even taking shit, nigga. I pee. If your piss smell like that, your insides fucked up. Boy, you need a motherfucking detox. Man, what the fuck is a detox, bro? I don't smoke weed. Boy, you like a snail having sex with a turtle. You slow as fuck. Can you just tell me what a detox is? A detox is something that cleans your whole body. Something that you need. Can you just tell me where I can get it from? It's called Herbal Detox, and you can find it in the description below. And move out of my way, because it's stinking here. Oh, wow.
Right? You have to do what you need to do. Text blast it, email blast it, do what needs to be done. Right? Now I know for some of you might be saying, okay, well, can you make the rubber meet the road a little bit for me right here? Okay. So grappling as a science or martial art, right? It doesn't just pop into existence without the knowledge of all of these sciences that are replete in the papyri which were written in the same time period as the complete system of grappling at the tomb of Becket III at Beni Hassan. And to take it a step further, let's go a little bit deeper. The art of grappling, specifically what's come to be known to us as jiu-jitsu, revolves around joint locks and base, right? Joint locks and base. So in one word, you can describe the whole system as leverage. Leverage in relation to some of the papyri, particularly the temple building, is not just the cornerstone of architecture and construction, but the actual science required to build the tools with. Woo. Even the carpenter's compass, which the master builders use to draw up the plans or the blueprint, is designed on this premise. Even your cellular movement is based on this principle.
Come on, Doc.
So once again, as with the intimate martial art we're discussing, no one credits Kemet with the origin of this science. And this is why it got crazy as I started to look into this. When you look up the origin of lever, right? Lever is the root of leverage, right? Lever is the actual tool that you get leverage with, right? So when you look up the origin of lever, you get one or two answers. You get the origin of levers are unknown, or you get the origin of levers goes back to a Greek guy named Archimedes. Now, the problem with trying to credit Archimedes with the lever is the receipts. And this is why I said the aha and the eureka. Like, come on, it's just crazy. We got receipts now, right? You got the receipts. And you're like, what receipts we got? Right? What receipts we got? You got the papyri. All of those mathematical papyri that I told you. The Rhine papyrus, the leather papyrus, the Berlin papyrus, right? All of those papyri, right? The Moscow papyrus, all of those are receipts. Besides that, you got the big pyramids themselves sitting there. You can't, it's impossible to build them pyramids without leverage, right? And if somebody tries to say, okay, well, maybe they built the pyramids, but they didn't know about the science of leverage. That right there, trying to discredit them people, you actually would be empowering them, because at that point you would have to say, well, if they didn't know about the science of leverage, then what you're saying is those people had to be strong enough to lift those stones with their hands and move them into place with laser beam precision. Right? Then you got the Hall of Osiris. So you got the papyri, which is the receipts. You got the pyramids themselves, and you got the Hall of Osiris. Now, for me, it's even super crazier. And I always say to myself, maybe it's just me. Maybe, I'm in Enqi vision. I be bugging sometimes, but it's crazy that people who literally, so dig this. There's a group of people out here that want you to believe that people who literally had a god, Ma'at, right? Ma'at. A god whose name literally translated to balance, that they didn't know about leverage. Crazy. Huh? Yo, like, this is crazy. So the papyri relevance, right? The papyri relevance should now be obvious. Now, like I said, the pyramids may be true, maybe for the true skeptic, not so much. You know what I'm saying? Pyramids, but you should get it now. You're either saying that you obviously have to give them credence that they understood leverage at a very high level, because not even today's caterpillars could move them blocks, the pyramids, and put them pyramids in place like that, right? So either you saying they understood leverage or that they were superhuman, right? And so while it may be obvious that a lever or leverage is required to raise the rough ashlars from the quarry, what very few people know is that the working tools, which were mostly all levers, that was required to cut, shape, size, transport, all these things are levers. All these things are levers. So it's not just about raising the rough ashlars, but all the working tools are levers. So you can't dress these stones and turn them, you can't shape them if you don't understand the language. Rough ashlars are rough stone. So you got to think about this. Maybe you don't know, but if you have a pair of scissors, that's a lever. Scissors were designed based on leverage. Crowbars, hammers, pliers, wrenches, wheelbarrows, right? Shovels, scales. These are all levers, right? And that's kind of where we go with the Hall of Osiris. So all the temple builders and the craftsmen alluded to in the papyri demonstrate a high understanding of levers, leverage, and the entire science, the levers, their usage, so on and so forth. The Hall of Osiris, which is etched in stone via the pyramid and tomb text, features a lever scale to weigh the heart's magnetic field. You go to the Hall of Osiris, the weighing of the heart ceremony measures the heart's magnetic field against the electricity producing feather. So we may debate over that, but the scale is there. That's undebatable. So keep in mind, like I said earlier, nothing is just etched in stone overnight. So now if you're talking about the pyramid text and the funerary text, this goes back to fifth dynasty.
Bro, I got these pills, bro. They work wonders, bro. Bro, you know what fucking type of pills, nigga. Happy pills, bro.
Right? Pun intended. Our body is designed on the principle of leverage as a whole. Your legs form your basal fulcrum. Your hips are your pivot. Your arms are your levers. Right? And that's on a macro scale. All of our kinetic force is centered on this system. So, you know, we'll discuss kinetic chains later, but all of our kinetic force is based on this system, which is why the art is centered on this system. So this is why I referred you to the hips earlier. Our joints on a micro level are all pivots or fulcrums for the surrounding bones, which are your levers, being pushed or pulled by perpendicular or parallel muscles to create force and manage our weight distribution to enable work.
I hope
There
y'all
are
hear
three
it.
basic types of levers. Your first class lever, and it's pretty simple. So just we closing out. Trust me. I know I done fried your brain already, so it's all right. I know we're closing out. You can go back and rewind, study, look it up, try to debunk, try to break these things. Look these things up so that you can prove that I'm a crazy man. Or prove to yourself that you got some studying to do. Because this is how you raise your internal magnetism to attract the right people, the right places, the right situations into your life. The right type of health, the right type of strength, the right type of mental fortitude and discipline. So understand there are three basic types of levers, right? You have your first class, which is pretty much like a seesaw. So if you just imagine a seesaw. In the middle, you have your base or your fulcrum, low pyramid. You get the board on top, that's your lever. Then on one side, you add force, which moves the load up or down, right or left. Typically, keep in mind also that this is based on a circle, 360 degrees. All levers move in a circle. Right, so we might discuss that. The second class lever has the load in between the force and the fulcrum. So instead of the fulcrum being in the middle, this time the load is in the middle. Your third class lever, simple switch. Now the force is in the middle, in between the fulcrum and the load. Okay? So in your body, you can look at, we'll do that later. The relationship of force and speed is the ratio of lever to joint. Okay, this is the basis of the science. The further you get from the joint, you have more speed. Flip side, the closer you get to the joint, you have more power. So you know that when you keep your arms and your legs close to your core, close to your hips, you're stronger. This is why. Swords, knives, hand-to-hand weapons were built on this premise to be extensions from your joints to accentuate either speed or power. So knowing that your knees, your ankles, hips, wrists, elbows, shoulders, your neck are all levers, having the knowledge of how levers work allow you to then create a system to overload these levers to failure. And that is what we see on the wall in Beckett III. That is what has come down to us today as jiu-jitsu. All these levers move in circles. Blocking the load while maintaining or increasing the force is the whole key to joint locks. So, I'm going to just go on the record and say that the Cometians have demonstrated the best mastery of leverage the earth has ever seen. So, that's it. We out of here. For a recap, the Tomb of Bedi Hassan, Middle Kingdom, right? And we haven't even discussed the 5th Dynasty grappling depictions in the Tomb of Ptah Hotep. We got the mathematical papyri, we have the anatomical papyri. Oh, I didn't even give you those, right? So you have the ritual of embalming papyrus, you have the Edwin Smith papyrus, you have the Ebers papyrus, you have the Cahoon papyrus, you have the Hearst papyrus, you have the Carlsberg papyrus, you have the Chester Beatty papyrus, you have the Brooklyn papyrus. All of these detail in-depth knowledge of anatomy. But then you also have muscle and tendon. You also have the Ramesseum papyrus, right? And it's spelled Ramesseum, right? This papyrus in specific dealt with the muscles and tendons. So listen, I hope that I've laid it out in great detail for you to be able to lay any of these questions to rest, and then begin to start to build on this foundation that I laid with this first chapter. We have the unrivaled knowledge of masonry, leverage, and weight distribution. So I'd say we now have a location for the true origin of what has come down to us today as jiu-jitsu, and a good place to begin restoring its spiritual and internal cultivation components. Peace.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Man, nobody reading no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I was hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the books. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Yeah, well, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. Your animals to the shit. Animal, baby.
Now check this out. I got a throwback. I just had to pause the video so I could announce the throwback. This is the very first video I did with Myron, right? And the crazy thing is I didn't cause him blowing up. I'm just saying now he's at a level where he get ready to be in movies and all kind of crazy stuff. Let me show you the first video we did. Yeah, we going in today. Check this out. Look at this.
Who you finna do what, Myron? You finna, first of all, why you throw the phone? Who the fuck you talking to? No, the fuck you wasn't. Who the fuck was you talking to? You went on the phone with that fucking pizza hut? Really? Really? Fuck out of here. How the fuck you get a receipt before you even got the pizza? You lying. Bitch, you can't even hold up while you telling the next bitch what you gonna do. Dick having ass. Shut your weak ass up.
You ain't say shit when I had the mail and Hampton bills when I had them dick
Get the fuck out of here. And you must not have been taking them lately, bitch. You need to call them up on the main line and get a fucking refill. You shut up. You weak ass teenager. Get your ass up. Call them on the main line. Call them on the main line. Call them on the main line. Get the fuck out. Get your ass out, bitch.
Peace to the family. Please like the video. Please share the video. Please subscribe.
Oh my goodness. It's been a long journey, right? It's been a journey. It's been a journey. The product is not even the same anymore. It's not called that anymore. It's anabolic hormone help. But that's how old these, you know what I'm saying? So the Soul Craft books is out though. Let me say this. The Soul Craft books are out. There's 2 Soul Craft books. Both of them is out. The first one is called Rise of the Black Culture Vultures, right? And the second one is Herpes versus Leukemia, right? So now, with the first book, yes, we go through all of the industry stuff, right? We go through all the industry stuff, but there is important science in that book. So now I remember when I put out the Race Hustlers Volume 1 book, when I was beefing with Saab, some people was like, oh, you know, I don't necessarily want the controversial stuff. You know, I'll get the books on the science, but I don't know about that. And I'm like, hold on. A small piece of this book is based on this, but you're going to miss the whole science, because that book just happened to be the book that we wrote on haplotypes and single nucleotide polymorphisms. So if you got scared of the drama associated with that book and you didn't get the book, well, you don't have any of the information on the herbs, the haplotypes, and the single nucleotide polymorphisms. And guess what? That book is now out of print and you can never get that book. So what I'm saying is, the book, The Rise of the Black Culture Vultures, 60% of that book is based on cellular communication, how cells talk to one another, right? So don't think that I would make a timeless thing, which is a book with a timed subject matter, right? This situation is cyclical. We keep kind of seeing it repeat with R. Kelly and Puffy and Quincy Jones and this one and that one and blah, blah, blah. But cellular communication is the main thing in that book. Now, when we talk about cellular communication, you have to understand a part of cellular communication is this soul thing that seems to be for sale. So, you know, as people want to get into the conversation of selling your soul and those things that you see on the surface level, we have to continue to go within and make sure that we're defining soul and understanding why it's so important for people to trick you out of it. And why would, you know, why would millions of dollars be offered to tempt you out of your soul? Like, what's the value in it and what does it do? Where is it located and how's it working? All those good things, right? So don't forget, it's like, don't think that this, you know, we're just talking about Puffy and R. Kelly in this book. And if you don't want to buy a book about Puffy, then whatever, because you're going to miss the cellular communication book. And it's not going to be another book about that. It's just that book. So you're going to need to have that, because cellular communication is the basis for how your body functions at all times, whether you're happy, sad, horny, angry, depressed, tall, short, skinny, fat, muscular. Your cells have to communicate. And so when we get into, well, y'all remember what we did earlier, some of y'all that was here. When we get into the specifics of how the cytokines function within the plants, remember, that's the communication. That's the whole idea. That's how you build in the herbal formulas, understanding how plants communicate to your cells, how cells communicate to one another. That's the cascade of events that you use plants for, right? If you're trying to do something health-wise, or how hospitals, pharmaceutical companies use the plants, grab extracts, and then use them in your body. There's either a direct physical component with the molecular structure of whatever it is that they're extracting, or there is a information transfer which has to happen. Cell to cell to cell to cell to cell. Right? So, I think that since we're on the subject of herpes, I think we should stay right in here. I think we should stay right in here. I think we should go right to the herpes thing since we got this. Now at least we got an understanding of how these two things are both in the occult science class together. The ritual crazy stuff and the quote unquote medicine, right? Not healing, but medicine. Because remember, the father of medicine is also the father of poison, right? The father of poison, right? Because poisons are medicines. At least that's the philosophy. Poison in the right amount is a medicine. So anyway, let's take a look at this thing here. All right, let's yeah, we going crazy. We all over the place, but what else are we doing today? So let's first establish herpes comes from the troglodyte. Herpes is a troglodyte virus. Troglodyte. What the hell is a troglodyte? Enqi? Enqi, what is a troglodyte? What is a troglodyte? What is a troglodyte? A troglodyte is like the first 2 weeks, or when you're trying to get your waves to come in, but they don't. No, I'm just kidding. A troglodyte is a chimpanzee. A troglodyte is a chimpanzee. Okay? A troglodyte is a chimpanzee. So you see with this monkey business, listen, this monkey business been going on for a long time. And we need to put an end to the monkey business, because the monkey business resurfaces in a variety of ways. So hold on. First things first, I want to go into, it might be this Clean Abs facial book. Let me see something. Yep. It's the Clean Abs facial book. See, y'all got to get these books. You don't know what you're missing in these books. So we go to the Clean Abs facial book, right? And guess what we have? We have an article starting on page 93. We have an article on page 93 from the National Library of Medicine. Right? Let's check this out. The facial system, it's talking about the fascia, the connective tissue. The facial system the mic too loud. The facial system, due to its enormous capacity to connect all other body systems, is currently highlighted for a better understanding of human life and health. The evolutionary theory is the most accepted explanation today to describe the development of this enormous variety of life on our planet. The report presents phylogenesis through the eyes of the facial system. The development of the facial system and its adaptations have made it possible to increase Homo sapiens survival and success. We present a historical contextualization of the evolutionary theory, followed by the main changes in the movement fascia in the transverse diaphragms visceral fascia, dermis, subcutaneous tissue, and neural fascia. The article presents the evolutionary perspective with the resulting increase in efficiency with less energy expenditure. Now, this is a very interesting take on the fascia, right? Because in it, it begins to highlight some things that can't be explained. So as the article discusses certain changes, we have them there as science. We can document. Pop, pop, pop. This ain't me saying this. This is somebody that's pro-evolutionary theory that's also saying, yeah, these differences that are almost like impossible to explain. Yeah, impossible to explain, right? And so when we talk about these, there's some very specific ones. Right? Because you know what I center my conversation on in terms of the difference is, you know, I center my conversation on mitochondria distribution, right? And the mitochondria distribution is with your great apes, your monkeys, your primates, all of that. The mitochondria is in the skeletal muscle. What I'm saying, no one has been able to debunk yet. Right? What I'm saying is someone would have to explain to me the redistribution of mitochondria. Because when you compare gorillas and apes and all that to people, their mitochondria density in their skeletal muscle is way different. Right? And not only that, because they have the mitochondria density in the skeletal muscle, their muscle fibers are laid differently. Their muscle fibers are laid differently. This is why they don't have fine motor skill. They don't have fine motor skill. They way stronger than us, and they never work out. Monkeys and apes don't get gym memberships. This is natural based on where the mitochondria is at. We don't have the ability to use our full strength like that because of how our muscle fibers are laid, right? Our muscle fibers are laid in a way where we have the highest level of hand-eye coordination and precision. We were designed as designers. Listen to what I'm telling you. We were designed as designers out here. We're not designed like the rest of these animals and all that. We were designed to be like God's tool, like the facilitator of God's will, almost, if that works for you, right? We're here to design. We're designers. We're co-creators, right? That's why our muscle fibers are even totally different. So not only is the mitochondria, are they powered differently, but they're structured differently. So, right, so that's an overall thing. People versus the apes, right? Now we getting ready to have a court case. Now we getting ready to have a court case. We getting ready to have a herpes court case. This is going to be the world. This court case is going to be the world versus Germany. We're going to convict Germany of giving everybody herpes. Yeah.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Okay. So now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to send everybody a reminder to hit the Cash App. That's the first.
Charles get more than that interview. Oh Lord, that's crazy. I done got 40,000 for an interview. Damn. I went to California last year. Right after the BET Awards, man. I was 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love, love and faith, faith and love, love.
Now, really, this is going to sound silly, but this is really, really important. Cutting edge genetics. One of the areas I'm really lucky I'm blessed to work in 3 distinct areas of biology: immunology, genetics, and reproduction. And on the genetics side, I get to go to conferences and hear about advances in genetics in all species. And I was just at one a couple of weeks ago down at the Cold Spring Harbor Lab in Long Island, and I learned a bit about what's being known about the genome of Neanderthals, the genetic makeup of Neanderthals. That the genome sequencers, led by Svante Pabo, who works in Germany, has taken tiny little fragments of Neanderthal bones, isolated DNA, and determined the genome of the Neanderthal, and used that information to determine, using genetic methods, how long ago Neanderthals and humans were a single species, where the common ancestor was. And they've also been able to compare human genomes and ask the question of whether there's any evidence of Neanderthal genes in the human genome. And they found that there is. And the amount is quite significant, upwards of 5 to 7%. Neanderthals used to live in the Neander Valley. You could have called it the Cayuga Lake Basin, but that's where they lived. And out of Africa came the modern humans, and the word the geneticists use is admixed. They admixed with the Neanderthals. And they all used to live in caves in those days like this. Came out of Africa, admixed with the Neanderthals. This was the Neanderthal territory. There was another group of Neanderthal-like creatures called the Denisovans. They lived up here in Siberia, and they have their genome has been sequenced. They were distinct from the Neanderthals. And so you can find in people of European and Asian ancestry evidence of about 7%, 5 to 10% of your genome is common with that of Neanderthals. We've been separated from them for 30,000 years or so. And in some of the tribes in Papua New Guinea and those islands out there, there's evidence for a different kind of genome, which is probably the Denisovan genome. And they might have 7% Neanderthal and 5% Denisovan. So they might be 12 or 15% different from us. And in fact, the Africans who came out from Africa have no evidence of any Neanderthal genes in them. No evidence of admixture. So they're the real pure humans. Homo sapiens. Different from us. And in fact, different from us. And in fact,
So just so y'all can relax and try to be as unemotional as possible with this, this is a white guy. I know you, I know you can see it, but I just have to make sure that you're understanding what's happening. Okay. This is a European. So he's explaining his research on his history, which is why he's saying us. Right? So this is not a black guy. This is not a militant video. This is none of that.
Denisovan. So they might be 12 or 15% different from us. And in fact, the Africans who came out from Africa have no evidence of any Neanderthal genes in them. No evidence of admixture. So they're the real pure humans. Homo sapiens. Really, really interesting, and it gives you a lot to think about. Right.
Okay. All right. So we okay. So we're gonna put that. We're gonna put that piece down, right? We're gonna write that down. That's so. There's that, right? All right. They're like, oh, Enqi, you trying to really get some waves over there? They coming. Listen, y'all better stop hating, man. They coming. They on the way. They on the way. They coming, man. Y'all better stop hating. These waves is coming, man. It's just the light y'all really can't see. Anyway, so we're gonna start writing some stuff down, right? All right. So we have genetic proof, right? We go Neanderthals, DNA. Neanderthal DNA. Can somebody tell me what type of DNA do we have? We have double-stranded. Wait, what exactly is the herpes virus? Is herpes virus is the herpes a RNA virus? Anybody? Anybody? Is the herpes a RNA virus? Anybody? Anybody? Is herpes a RNA virus? No, herpes is a DNA virus. Herpes is a double-stranded DNA virus. Herpes is a double-stranded DNA virus that originated in the great apes and the primates. Thing is, the great apes and the primates culminate in this guy, according to that science, the Neanderthal. Now, the problem that totally, I'm talking about, I done dug up 1,000 problems, but this problem literally throws the evolution theory in the air. Let Chloe do something. Let Chloe put that in one of those things that closes up. But don't put it in the fridge. After you put it away, bring it to me. This definitely takes the evolution theory and so the Neanderthal, which is supposed to be like, that's supposed to be that. Problem is, Africans don't seem to share this genetic material. Okay? So Africans do not have this, right? Genetic material. Let's keep that in mind, right? We don't have that genetic material. Genetic material, right? Your DNA is genetic material. Viruses are genetic material, right? Genetic material. Switching and changing from different animals and different populations. It's called horizontal gene transfer. Now, sometimes when the genetic material of one type of species gets into another animal and that tries to replicate, well, that causes a big problem. So, okay, so Africans have none of this. 0%. 0%. This means that this material, this genetic material, I'm going to be very repetitive and slow as possible so that all this makes sense. To the ones all the way in the back. Because now that we done got this herpes personal stigma off of people, so Danae can stop crying in the cameras on everybody's damn social media and timelines. And so people can stop talking about they get ready to kill themselves because they got herpes or Gucci, whatever this guy. Look, so we get rid of the personal stigma. Whoop. Right. In fact, we ain't even finished with that yet. We're going to double back and we're going to go through GlaxoSmithKline and we're going to go through the whole little program just so you have that. Right. But here we go. We got Europeans and Asians. Okay? Europeans and Asians have between 5 to 10%. Right? 5 to 10%. Which means, so you familiar, these groups of people, the Asians and the Europeans, their bodies are familiar to Neanderthal DNA. Let me say that again in a different way so it sinks, right? Europeans and Asians, Neanderthal DNA is not foreign to their bodies. I need you to get this. Is not foreign to their bodies. Okay? Africans have 0 Neanderthal DNA. So everything coming down through the Neanderthals is foreign genetic material to the Africans. Okay, hold on, Doc. I don't understand. Okay, what is a virus? A virus is foreign genetic material that comes into your body. Right? And usually, I mean, it comes from some other animal, right? That's why they name it. The swine flu, it came from pigs. The avian flu came from birds, right? Yeah. So this is how it goes. So you got genetic material from a pig, it makes your body really sick because now it's telling your human cells pig instructions, right? And then they trying to take over cells and do their own thing. Got it? Birds, this one, that one, the monkey guys. Right? So let's rewind this back. Let's get this one more time.
Really, this is going to sound silly, but this is really, really important. Cutting edge genetics. One of the areas I'm really lucky I'm blessed to work in 3 distinct areas of biology: immunology, genetics, and reproduction. And on the genetics side, I get to go to conferences and hear about advances in genetics in all species. And I was just at one a couple of weeks ago down at the Cold Spring Harbor Lab in Long Island, and I learned a bit about what's being known about the genome of Neanderthals, the genetic makeup of Neanderthals. That the genome sequencers, like led by Svante Pabo, who works in Germany, has taken tiny little fragments of Neanderthal bones, isolated DNA, and determined the genome of the Neanderthal, and used that information to determine, using genetic methods, how long ago Neanderthals and humans were a single species, where the common ancestor was. And they've also been able to compare human genomes and ask the question of whether there's any evidence of Neanderthal genes in the human genome. And they found that there is. And the amount is quite significant, upwards of 5 to 7%. Neanderthals used to live in the Neander Valley. It's, you could have called it the Cayuga Lake Basin, but that's where they lived. And out of Africa came the modern humans, and the word the geneticists use is admixed. They admixed with the Neanderthals. And they all used to live in caves in those days like this. Came out of Africa, admixed with the Neanderthals. This was the Neanderthal territory. There was another group of Neanderthal-like creatures called the Denisovans. They lived up here in Siberia, and they have their genome has been sequenced. They were distinct from the Neanderthals. And so you can find in people of European and Asian ancestry evidence of about 7%, 5 to 10% of your genome is common with that of Neanderthals. We've been separated from them for 30,000 years or so. And in some of the tribes in Papua New Guinea and those islands out there, there's evidence for a different kind of genome, which is probably the Denisovan genome. And they might have 7% Neanderthal and 5% Denisovan. So they might be 12 or 15% different from us. And in fact, the Africans who came out from Africa have no evidence of any Neanderthal genes in them. No evidence of admixture. So they're the real pure humans. Homo sapiens. Really, really interesting, and it gives you a lot to think about. Right.
Okay, so that's why I said this is the world versus Germany. This is the world versus Germany, right? So if you're from Russia, if you're from South America, if you're from anywhere around the world, like, nah, Germany, y'all gonna have to hold this L, bro. Y'all gonna have to hold this L. Okay, so if you're from anywhere from around the world, just know the further away from Germany you are, the less of this you have percentage-wise. It culminates in Africa where 0%, right? But I just want to make sure you have the facts that maybe you don't have, right? So when he says that the Neanderthal is from the Neander Valley, you just nodding your head at the house. Do you know where's the Neander Valley? Because some of y'all just saying, yeah, because it sounds like the black folks is innocent. Some of y'all saying, yeah, because y'all angry with white folks. But do you know where's the Neander Valley? Yeah, y'all looking it up now. Like, hold up, we're going to tell you in a second. No, I said, do you know where it is? Do you know where it is? Right? Come on. Come on. The Neander Valley. Interesting. The Neander Valley is what? Is a small valley of the river Dussel in the German, in the what? In the German state. Oh, because see now that's interesting. So now that's interesting. So the Neanderthals come from Germany. The Neanderthal is German. Yep, and we're going to give the germ man back his germs. Oh, no, buddy. It's bad enough that you actually gave us the germ. You're not going to give us the credit for this. We don't want this. We're good on the credit for this. We're giving you back your intellectual property. You can have this. Yeah, you can have this back. Herpes comes from here. Herpes comes from Germany. Herpes comes from Germany. Doc, how do you know herpes come from Germany? Because herpes comes from the monkeys. The monkeys and the Neanderthals come from Germany. You see, it's only goofy niggas that are running around in the conscious community that's teaching you some other shit, because I don't know who pays these niggas. But I'm telling you, that's why I keep this in the same pocket, because I believe at some point, these niggas running around in the conscious community, just like we done seen one after another with polite and this one and that one. And this. These folks is with the satanic agenda. This is the satanic agenda. These niggas is with the satanic agenda. The same folks with the music is the same folks in the consciousness. Now, you done seen back-to-back conscious folks getting locked up. You don't think it's a conscious police? The same way it's a hip-hop police? You think they not watching the smart niggas? Or maybe you forgot that consciousness broke away from hip-hop. That consciousness started in hip-hop. So if they were eyeballing hip-hop, what were they doing? they eyeballing consciousness 10 times as hard because they thought they got rid of consciousness in the hip hop when they put the coup, the inside takeover. They thought they got rid of it. No, you just got rid of it on the music. We still going to teach our babies. So don't you be confused. So maybe y'all need to see some theories. Here's go some theories. Let's take a look at this thing here. Okay, so we got Neanderthal Valley, sometimes called the Neander Valley, is a small valley of the river. The river. Now that's important. You need to know that, right? You need to know that because we already discussed how herpes is spread, right? Herpes is spread through the body fluids. Herpes is spread through body fluids. So what you need to spread a virus like herpes is an ecosystem that you share, right? We went through them all. So if you didn't see it in the videos, it's either part 4 or 5 of this series, the Occult series. We go through 1 through 8, right? And it's communal. Hello, it's communal. What does it show? Utensils, right? People who are sharing cups, plates, spoons, forks, toys, towels, toothbrushes. It's communal. People who live together, right? People who live together. In Germany, you have the Neanderthals and the apes all together. Germany, you have the Neanderthal and the apes all together. Now let's go over here. Let me show you something else. So you can put this in the back of your mind as we're going through this information. Because here's where the black people are dirty with the STDs comes from. This is an average, right? On average, they might say something like, the new cases of herpes outbreaks is, let's say, 30 to 40% of them is in black folks. Now, as they break it down, they might say that, you know, the white community makes up maybe, I don't know, 15% of the new cases of herpes, and maybe the Asians are somewhere around there with 10%, right? Or maybe the Asians got 15% and the white folks got 10%, whatever. So people are going to look at these blind statistics and they're going to go, oh, this is proof. Them niggas is dirty. Clearly, look at this. Right? This is proof right here. No. No. No, it's not. Not to something everybody's exposed to. See, when you understand the science, if we're talking about a 95 to 100% saturation rate amongst the people, then outbreaks have nothing to do with exposure because everyone's exposed. Everyone's exposed. So if everyone's exposed, how come this group of people is having a tougher reaction than these groups of people? Well, we got the info right here. Because this is completely foreign genetic material to these people, the black people. They have zero exposure for this historically. So they're going to have a much more drastic and pronounced reaction as opposed to the people who this originated with that already have some degree of functional immunity because it's been passed down. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is GOAT. G to the OT. It's okay. You're going to learn. You're going to learn. Right? In fact, here, let's do one better. Let's do one better. Let's do this. This is new. Let's look over here. tiny new species of great ape lived in Germany 11 million years ago. First ever report of two ancient ape species cohabiting in Miocene Europe. Ancient apes in Germany coexisted by partitioning resources in their environment. Wait a minute, that's the perfect situation to spread herpes. That is very interesting. Their Hammershire fossil site in Bavaria, Germany. Wait a minute, Bavaria, Germany? Wait a minute, Doc. Bavaria, Germany? This was a cult class. Bavaria, Germany? As soon as you hear Bavaria, Germany, you're supposed to go, ain't that where the Illuminati started? Wait a minute. So the Illuminati that does the rituals with the, wait a minute. So all this shit happening right here in Germany? Come on now. Wakey, wakey. Are you niggas sleep in the back? Wakey, wakey. Take this shit off black folks. So discuss herpes. Herpes is German. Right? When you discuss herpes, just know that's German. That's German engineering. Listen, that's German engineering.
Myron!
Ooh,
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Nobody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I went to I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. There we go. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
I hope y'all listen. Did y'all go get the books? The books is out. Y'all been hitting me up saying it's not on Amazon yet for the last few days. The books is officially on. Go get them books. Now listen. Come on. Go get them books. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you German, this might be slightly uncomfortable. But I'm not concerned with you being uncomfortable if you German. You know why? Because you probably haven't been, as a whole, not you specifically, but German people haven't been concerned with black people being uncomfortable with you giving us credit for your dirty laundry. Pun intended. So we just got to give this back. We just taking this to the lost and found, which is what responsible people do. When you find something that's not yours, you just give it back to who it belongs to. That's how I was raised. Okay. Evolutionary origins of herpes simplex viruses 1 and 2. Herpes viruses have been infected and co-diverging with their vertebrate hosts for hundreds of millions of years. The primate simplex viruses exemplify this pattern of virus-host co-divergence. At a minimum, as far back as the most recent common ancestor of New World monkeys, Old World monkeys, and apes. Humans are the only primate species known to be infected with 2 distinct simplex viruses. Human herpes simplex viruses are ubiquitous, with over 2/3 of the human population infected by at least one virus. Here we investigate whether the additional human simplex virus is the result of ancient viral lineage duplication or cross-species transmission. We found that standard phylogenetic models of nucleotide substitution are inadequate for distinguishing amongst these competing hypotheses. You need to pay attention to these terms, right? And this is how you could see real naturopath work, right? Naturopath work, right? You got to get to the root of the problem to find the solution. Root of the problem, solution. So they're looking for the historical way that herpes got into the humans in the first place. And what are they talking about? Nucleotides, correct? So where do they go to make the very first cure for herpes or treatment? Antiviral, acyclovir? Doc, wait a minute. Isn't that a nucleotide analog or a nucleoside analog? Okay. Interesting, right? To more accurately estimate ancient viral divergence times, we applied a branch site random effects likelihood model of molecular evolution that allows the strength of natural selection to vary across both the viral phylogeny and the gene alignment. This selection informed model favored a scenario in which HSV1 is the result of ancient codivergence and HSV2 arose from a cross-species transmission event from the ancestor of modern chimpanzees to an extinct Homo precursor of modern humans around 1.6 million years ago. Now, who is that? Who is that? Who is that extinct ancestor of modern humans? That guy. That guy. Yeah. You're just going to let that sink in. You know how many families been toe up behind this crazy shit? Right now, every Black person on earth right now should be showering me with gifts. I should be hearing Enqi Boomaye in the streets right now. It should be pandemonium breaking loose. Did you read that there? There's nothing more you need right there. That's just grand opening, grand closing. They've identified that the parent of modern humans, according to science, the now extinct parent, which is this guy, is the guy who had the DNA, the genetic material, right? Which is the reason why we see a much higher what? Outbreak rate, not infection rate. See, y'all don't know how to read this science stuff. When you see it says 40% of new cases, right? New cases are what? New cases are not new exposures. Y'all are confused to think that an outbreak is an exposure. That no. Yeah, within 10 days. No. That thing could be in there dormant for years before you get an outbreak. or you could never get an outbreak. You could be completely asymptomatic. But most people are asymptomatic for a time. Then their immune system, something happens, or they have a sudden traumatic experience which impacts the immune system. Then all of a sudden, there's an outbreak. And so we're now counting outbreaks, but we don't understand the source and the thing that determines who has more and who has not, right? Exposure. That's why they say the earlier you get exposed to these things, the better your immune system will work in the long term. Well, there's no earlier exposure than already having it in my genetic material from my parents. It passes down. Yeah. You pass down immunity. You pass down immunity. Your body passes that down. You know what I'm saying? The information that you got stored for all of the various antibodies. You didn't get that all in one lifetime. Just pass down. Oh, yeah. We're going to let these niggas have it. So when you hear people in ignorance, oh, yeah, black people got the most ST. Oh. Hold on, family. We need you to. This is the German for a reason. Okay? It's a reason that it just so happened that there's a country literally named Germ, like it's. I didn't name them that, nor did I find out this. I just showed you a white guy that broke this down. He discovered all this thing. I didn't name these folks. I didn't discover this. None of that. I'm just clearing our reputation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just saying you can do better. Tell me who's infected lately. I'm just saying. Don't put that smut on my jacket. Don't put your smut on my jacket. Come on now. 2 plus 2 is 4. Why do you think the herpes virus is so reactive in the sun? Google, use your own computer to Google that. Why is the herpes virus so reactive in the sun? What is that? What is that? Why? The herpes virus is as, listen, the herpes virus is as volatile in the UV sun as Germans are. These are only facts. Why? Because this is German DNA. Yeah, see, this is all hot shit. So we're going to take this off of Africans. We taking this off Africans. Come on. Come on. The herpes virus is a family of DNA viruses which epitomize the pattern of viral co-divergence with their vertebrate host dating back hundreds of millions of years. Across three subfamilies, alpha, beta, and gamma herpes viridae, there have been a multitude of within-host viral lineage duplications in which viral descendants follow the phylogenetic history of their host species. What did that say right there? Viral descendants follow the phylogenetic history of who? Their host species. This is why they have a lower outbreak rate. They will always have a lower outbreak rate. Herpes simplex viruses and primates exemplify this phenomena, and evidence of co-divergence dates back to at least the ancestor of the New World and old primates. Yeah, our good old Neanderthal. These viruses have been characterized in monkeys, where each host species is infected with a single species virus. So look at this here. See that? Look at that there. Look at that there. Go and get the book now. Wow. The discovery of the first non-human ape simplex virus. The discovery of the first non-human ape simplex virus. Chimpanzee herpes simplex virus shed light on how two distinct human simplex viruses arose. HSV2 is much more closely related to the chimpanzees than is HSV1, which suggests that CHHV, or chimpanzee herpes, chimpanzees are the troglodytes, by the way, chimpanzees and at least one of the human herpes simplex viruses arose via host virus co-divergence. Therefore, there are 10 parsimonious scenarios explaining the phylogenetic relationship among HSV1, HSV2, and chimpanzee herpes that require only a single viral lineage duplication or cross-species transmission event. All of these scenarios predict extant or extinct undiscovered simplex viruses in apes, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, and gibbons. Primate simplex viruses could have undergone within host viral lineage duplication after apes diverged from old world monkeys, but before humans diverged from the pan genus. Alternatively, HSV1 could be a result of cross-species transmission event from gibbons, orangutans, and gorillas. Finally, HSV2 could be the result of a cross-species transmission from pan troglodytes, pan troglodytes, pan paniscus, or their common ancestor. And look at that. You see? So you go, Enqi. You see the African ape duplication right there. Of course I do. But these came down from Germany, which is the reason why it's important for us to understand the history, right? The history. That's like saying, yeah, but it's in New York right now. That's fine, but we tracing back the history, right? Did it came through Africa? Of course it came through Africa. Everything do sooner or later, but we going back to the history. You see? And we're returning that. We're getting a refund on that. We're getting a refund. You see, we're getting a refund. That's why we got to go back 11 million years to Bavaria, Germany. That's why we got to go back to Bavaria, Germany 11 million years ago. Because we're not talking about last weekend. We're not talking about last year. We're not talking about when the pyramids was built. This thing here was going on long before there was pyramids. Okay. So get that out of your mind. Pyramids 5,000-6,000 years ago, by some conspiracy theorists, maybe 10,000, 20,000 years ago. Fine. Stretch your mind out there. It's cool. We're talking millions of years back. This thing started up in Germany, where guess what? There's no UV light most of the year. There's no UV light up there most of the year, right? So all this is foreign. All this is foreign. Look at that. Niggas is quiet. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'd have put them to bed. Yo, I'd have put them to bed. This is nuts. Y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up. Wakey, wakey. See, y'all get scared of this shit like this. Y'all get scared. Y'all looking out the window. Ain't nobody coming to your house. Relax. Y'all all right? Y'all are all right. Relax. You're just learning some history. That's all. Now, see, here's the thing. Now's the good point to add in. The reason why the first book is called Rise of the Black Culture Vulture, right? Because Dame Dash, if you listen to Dame Dash, who's a race hustler along with Umar and Tariq Nasheed and all this and all that, he talks about the culture vultures and how white people are culture vultures, right? Because they want to be all up in the black culture. First of all, what you niggas are calling black culture is not black culture. What you're calling black culture is what was brung here by the criminals that Europe let loose. So we learned hood culture from these people because the upper class, the educated, the people that had trades and intelligence and those people, they didn't send them to the adventure to the new world. They only sent the criminals and the lower classes. Yeah, they sent the hood. So they sent the hood to America, and this is what established the more pristine looking communities over in Europe. Imagine if we were able to do that. Imagine if we were able to identify all of the criminals and lowlives in America and just ship those niggas somewhere else. Overnight, we would be progressing, right? Think about that. That's what they did, right? That's what they did. But it's even further than that. It's even further than that. Ladies, them wigs. What culture is that? Because black ladies refuse to go outside without their wigs on. Like, what culture is that? Are you black ladies European culture vultures? Yes. Yes, you are. When you go to a beauty supply place, you know, the place that supplies beauty. When you go to the place that supplies beauty so you can purchase beautification items, is the beautification process making you look more African or black or indigenous? Or is the beautification process skin lightening cream? Is it straight hair? Is it lighter color contacts? Well, none of those things is part of your program. So that means you are a culture vulture of somewhere. Wait a minute. Enqi, you know what? Stay in your lane, Enqi, because that's not your lane. Okay. So don't be getting in nobody else's lane. That's not your lane, Enqi. Stay in your lane, Enqi. Talk about the food. Okay, so Chinese food. Yep, we're eating Chinese food on a regular basis every day. Italian. Oh, damn near the whole Thanksgiving gonna be Italian food. The main parts of Thanksgiving is Italian. What we lasagna, mac and cheese. Yeah. So Chinese, we eat Chinese food every day. We eat Italian food every day. What else do we eat? German food every day. So we eat Italian food, German food, and Chinese food, and that is the bulk of our diet. 99% of what we eat every day is German food, Italian food, or Chinese food. Anything that does not fit into German food, Italian food, Chinese food is primarily processed food. And the processed food, we purchase that from other folks as well. Case in point, the chicken spot. The chicken spot is traditionally run by who? The Africans. Wait, damn. Okay, come again. What else do we eat? Oh, the Spanish food. Okay, so wait. What do we got in the neighborhood? We got the Arabs that sell us the chicken. Then we got the Spanish folks with Spanish food. Then we got Chinese folks with Chinese food. And then we got Italians with Italian food. Okay, and now, is there any black restaurants that sell black food? Wait. Black food. What is black? Damn it, Enqi, we back to this what is black shit again? Because before we can define what's black food, we got to define who's black people. Because see, we say Chinese people, Chinese is China. We say Spanish, we know these are Spaniards, right? Going back to Spain, right? If we say Italian, we know that goes to Italy. Shit. So what is well, are we eating Italian food? I mean, African? Oh no, we don't eat African food. So is there anything else? Well, shit, what is African food? The Africans don't even know anymore. The Africans no longer know. Do you know why? Because you goofy niggas have allowed them to put Domino's, McDonald's, and Burger King and all that all around the pyramids. Yeah. Next time you know somebody going to Egypt for vacation, tell them niggas when they take a picture of the pyramid, right? Tell them don't move. Say just stay in that same spot. Don't move your feet. Just do like this with the camera. When you go like this, forward and take the picture of the pyramid, go like this and turn 180 degrees and just take a wide shot of what you see behind you. Take a wide shot. You want to talk about desecration of Holy Land? Take a wide shot of what the hell they got going on behind the pyramids. The pyramids is turning into Disney World. The pyramids going to turn into Disney World. So well, do we wear African clothes anymore? Wait, no. We don't wear African clothes. You know what we wear? We wear foreign. We dress foreign. And what is the culture? The culture is foreign is the thing. Wait a minute, but check this out. We so crazy, we don't even know what foreign is because we have an imported culture from Europe that is now called the American culture. And as Americans, which is already a foreign culture, right? We want to dress foreign. Not even this foreign. We want to dress that foreign. So now we super confused because we come from places where, like, yeah, there's places that we come from. Pants wasn't even in these places. Pants wasn't in these places. So we definitely not even like. So to get tighter and tighter and tighter with the pants and this is all foreign culture. Wait a minute. Is this German culture? Are we dressing German and eating German? Wait, no, because the fashion comes from Italy. Okay. Let's do some homework on that. Let's do some homework on that. Let me see something here. We're just gonna knock all this dumb shit out today.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Mm-hmm. Can't find what I need. What I need. What I need. Okay. Oh, I know how to do this. Boom. Oh, hell yeah. We're getting ready to go crazy. Okay. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. Yeah, this is one for the history books. We doing a lot. We dealing with a whole bunch of yeah. All right. All right. I'm just waiting for this fake ad to finish playing, and then we up. Then we up. And we're going to throw a few joints. We're going crazy, bro. Man, we're going crazy. Man, we going crazy there. Y'all better hit the Cash App. Y'all better go to Amazon, get them books. We going crazy today. Charleston White said he got 40,000 for 8 hours. Now, how much y'all sent me for the life-saving info? Charleston White got 40,000. He probably spent his whole 8 hours talking about Hassan Campbell and who had paperwork with WAC 100. For 8 hours of life-saving work, how we going to take care of Dr. Enqi? That's all I want to know. What we doing?
Exactly how all the current kings and queens of Europe are related. I'll be using this family tree chart, which includes 5 kings, those of the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, Norway, and Sweden, and 2 queens, those of the United Kingdom and Denmark. Currently, there are 12 countries in Europe that are classified as monarchies. However, only 7 of those are kingdoms, meaning that their monarchs hold the rank of king or queen. These other 5 countries, all very small, have some other sort of monarch. Luxembourg has a Grand Duke, and Liechtenstein, Monaco, and Andorra all have princes. And yes, Vatican City is technically a monarchy. The monarch of Vatican City is the Pope, but keep in mind that the Pope is not actually a king. His exact title in English is simply that of sovereign. So my point here is that the terms kingdom and monarchy do not always mean the same thing. All kingdoms are monarchies, but not all monarchies are kingdoms. And in this video, I'll only be looking at the 7 kingdoms of Europe. So the 2 monarchs who are most closely related are the Queen of Denmark and the King of Sweden. They are first cousins. You can see here that the Swedish king's father and the Danish queen's mother were brother and sister. For the rest of the video, I'm going to use Queen Elizabeth as the vantage point. The monarch that she is most closely related to is the King of Norway. They are second cousins. You can see here that the Queen's grandfather had a sister who married a King of Norway. So these 2 were brother and sister. These 2 were first cousins, and these 2 are second cousins. The next two that Queen Elizabeth is most closely related to are the monarchs of Denmark and Sweden. Both of them descend from Queen Victoria. That's through this connection here. That makes them both third cousins to Queen Elizabeth. The two queens have an additional connection, though. The Danish queen descends from this former Danish king, but so does Queen Elizabeth because of this marriage here. So that takes care of this side. Now let's look at the other side. Philip VI of Spain and Queen Elizabeth are related because both of them descend from Queen Victoria. Let's look at the details. These two were brother and sister, meaning that these two were first cousins. That makes these two people second cousins. And it means that Queen Elizabeth and the former King of Spain, Juan Carlos I, are third cousins. The way to describe Juan Carlos's son, Philippe's relationship to Queen Elizabeth, is to say that they are third cousins once removed. The connection between Queen Elizabeth and King Philippe of Belgium is more distant.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Man, nobody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, this ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I was hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to
You
read.
have 30 minutes.
As a win, because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids.
You've no doubt.
There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the
Heard the old saying, you've no doubt heard the old saying, politics makes strange bedfellows. Well, it also makes for some pretty strange family ties. Listen to this. It turns out that one of President Obama's toughest critics is actually his cousin. Claire Shipman shakes the family tree.
Turns out these two are more than just political enemies. They're having a family feud.
They're 10th cousins, which means that they share a common ancestor. So a man named John Smith, who was an early settler to Massachusetts.
Yes, you heard right. Barack Obama and Sarah Palin are cousins with a family tree that takes them back to one Mr. Smith of the 1600s.
Are we talking about a relationship on the mother's side or the father's side?
All these connections are to his mother's side.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now.
It is no secret that President...
Save us, to save our souls.
It is no secret that President Obama comes from a diverse background. This morning, we have new information about his ancestors that you have not heard anywhere else.
This surprising connection goes all the way back to the earliest days of colonial America. Bill Plant is at the White House with that story. Bill, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Well, we've already learned that Barack Obama is related, however distantly, to people as diverse as Warren Buffett, Sarah Palin, Rush Limbaugh, and George W. Bush. But now the researchers at Ancestry.com have discovered startling new evidence, a connection in his mother's family tree. President Obama's diverse roots from Kenya to Kansas are widely known, but now researchers have found a new link.
President Obama is the 11th great-grandson of John Punch, who was the first documented African to be enslaved for life in the American colonies.
Joseph Shumway of Ancestry.com says the president's white mother is a direct descendant of the first known slave in the American colonies through a family by the name of Bunch.
We found that through DNA testing done by members of the Bunch family, that their direct ancestors are of sub-Saharan African origin. Eventually, we were able to make a connection with the earliest Bunch family members and a gentleman by the name of John Punch.
In 1640, John Punch, an African, was a servant in Virginia who escaped, was caught, and sentenced to remain in bondage to his master for life. As for the difference in the names, Punch with a P versus Bunch with a B, researchers say that's not unusual, that early record keepers wrote names as they sounded. Though records are incomplete, the Ancestry.com genealogists say the slave John Punch is the only likely person to have been the father of John Bunch sometime before 1637. John Bunch's mother was white, and so was his wife, which means that President Obama descends from the first known black and white couple who left traceable descendants. How certain are you of this conclusion?
We're extremely confident in the conclusion that we've reached.
What were the racial attitudes like in colonial Virginia?
At the time in the early 1600s, the racial attitudes in colonial Virginia were quite a bit different than they later came to be. Racial marriage wasn't as looked down upon until about the 1660s and on upwards into the early 1700s did laws become in place to prevent that from happening. The Bunch family, over the generations, continued to intermarry with white people and just became white for all intents and purposes.
John Bunch I in Ancestry.com's Obama family tree is the first in a 7-generation line of Bunches, originally in Virginia, moving to Tennessee, Arkansas, and finally to Kansas, where President Obama's great-grandmother...
Men, the gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Hi everyone. Since it's Halloween week, I thought I'd do a video with a bit of a connection. Hi everyone. Since it's Halloween week, I thought I'd do a video with a bit of a connection to the horror genre. I'm going to be showing you the family tree of Count Dracula. Now, I've put Dracula in quotes because the figure that comes to mind when we think of Count Dracula was not actually a historical person. Rather, he's a character from the 1897 novel Dracula by author Bram Stoker. But it's generally thought that Bram Stoker based his character on this individual here, Vlad the Impaler, from a Romanian noble family known as the House of Draculești. Vlad was a real historical person, and in fact, his brother is one of the ancestors of the British royal family today. So I'm going to be explaining that connection as well.
Wakey, wakey. Not only is this Vlad the Impaler a real person, but the House of Draculești is a real thing. This is a real bloodline of folks. This is real people. So now that last clip should have already debunked this idea of black and white. You know who's who by looking at the skin. Because they just broke down to you how black folks became white. Or how white folks became black and operated through Obama. Yeah, I told you. See, y'all asking questions I'm not even sure y'all want the answers to.
Let's start with Radu I, who lived about 650 years ago and was voivode of Wallachia. First of all, voivode.
Yo, y'all sure y'all want this esoteric knowledge, man? I'm not sure y'all want this, bro. Y'all sure y'all want this information, this occult information? Y'all sure y'all want this? I'm not sure y'all want this. Look, the brothers is already putting together their own study group. Y'all sure y'all listen, because this might be. All right, let's do it. Bayat, listen, Bayat is a supporter. Bayat is one of the small group of folks when I be like, hey, everybody hit the Cash App. He one of the niggas that actually hits the Cash App. So you say we gotta keep going, damn it.
Is a title that is used in Eastern European countries and is somewhat equivalent to a duke or count. Second, Wallachia is a region in what is today Romania. If we look at the map, you'll see that it is close to Transylvania, a region associated with vampires, thanks again to Bram Stoker and his famous novel. It also bordered the Ottoman Empire, and therefore the individuals we're about to talk about often came into conflict with them. The house that Radu belonged to was called the House of Bazarab, but after him, the house split into two branches. Two of his sons served as voivode after him, and the descendants of Dan I became known as the House of Danae, named after him. And the descendants of Mircea I became known as the House of Draculesht, or in English, Dracula. From this point on, title of voivode of Wallachia would often go back and forth between these two branches of the family, but we're just going to look at the House of Draculesht. Mircea had a son who became Vlad II. He grew up in the court of the Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund of Luxembourg. This particular Holy Roman Emperor created a noble order known as the Order of the Dragon, with the purpose of fighting against the Ottoman Empire during the Crusades. Vlad II was made a member of this order.
Hey, ain't that what Bobby Hemmett was teaching about the dragon? The dragon thing. Okay, I don't know.
And therefore the word Dracul was attached to his name, Dracul meaning dragon. This is where the house name Draculesht comes from. Several of Vlad II's sons became voivode after him, but the most famous was Vlad III, known as Vlad the Impaler. This is the individual that Bram Stoker based his character Count Dracula on, albeit very loosely. Vlad the Impaler may not have been a vampire, but he was known for being extremely cruel and fond of brutal, bloody punishments. He earned his nickname, the Impaler, because he would often have his enemies impaled. Now, it is sometimes said that the British royal family is descended from Vlad the Impaler. This is actually not true, but they are, however, descended from his brother, Vlad IV, known as Vlad the Monk. This means that the current queen, Queen Elizabeth, is distantly related to Vlad the Impaler, but not actually descended from him. So let's look at the connection. Vlad the Monk was the father of Radu IV, also known as Radu the Great. He, in turn, was the father of Mircea V, also known as Mircea the Shepherd. All of these individuals served as voivodes of Wallachia at various times. Mircea had a daughter named Princess Stancha, and if we go down 8 generations past her, we come to a countess who was still living in Romania and who was a direct descendant of the House of Draculesht. I'll put the full list of names of the generations not shown here in the video description. This countess from Romania married a German duke and had a child with him who became Francis, Duke of Teck. The Duke of Teck was the father of Mary of Teck, who married King George V of the United Kingdom, and who is the Queen's paternal grandmother. So there you have it. The Queen, and therefore Prince Charles, Prince William, and the rest of her descendants are all related to, quote unquote, Count Dracula. So what does this mean? Well, not much. If we were to look at the total number of ancestors of Queen Elizabeth living 500 years ago, taking into account all the cousin marriages that are common within royal families, that number would still be at least 1,000. So this individual here, a member of the Dracula family, is just one of 1,000 other ancestors.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Good, man.
Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
All right, so y'all ready to bring it back around again real quick? Y'all ready to bring it back around? Y'all want to talk about that? Yeah, listen, I want y'all to know we still in one pocket. What did I tell y'all? Where did I tell y'all the technology? Listen now, I told y'all the technology. Where was the technology invented for rap? The records, the magnetic tape, the recording devices. Then we had this conversation. Are you niggas asleep? Did we not have this conversation? So I guess it's going to be a coincidence. Listen, I guess we're just going to say this is a coincidence that herpes, the rap technology, huh? What the? Okay, Doc, can you bring it home even closer to the music business? Because the technology part, that's not really like record labels or artists. Like, what about to that side of the business? Like, we get the technology and the banking part. We know that the banks is all owned by Europeans. So these royal families own the banks that finance the technology companies in Germany that made the rap technology. But now you niggas want to know, because y'all trying to find a way out of this. You don't realize that you the culture vulture, that this is all German culture, that you are culture vulturing. How about we do this? Let's do an experiment all at the same time. Do this for me. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to do it. I'm going to let you do it first. I want to see who's awake. Come on, participation time. If I could talk up here for 7 hours and 40 minutes, then you could type in the chat. Let's go. Google right now. I want y'all to Google the first rap label. What is the first rap music label in in the States? What's the first rap label? So go to Google right now and type in, what is the first rap music label? Come on. Is it Masterpiece label? No Limit Records? Is No Limit Records the first record label? What about Bad Boy? Who's that in the street? Bad Boy. Oh, Sugar Hill. Hold up, Enqi. We got you, damn it. You tried it, Enqi. Because we know that Sugar Hill, now that's going to your neck of the woods, Enqi, because Sugar Hill Sugar Hill is Harlem. So now hold up. Sugar Hill is Harlem, Enqi. So you messed up, Enqi. You had us going there, Enqi. You was rolling. You niggas confused. Watch this. Watch this. Watch me work. Watch how this go. Now I'm going to type the same thing into my Google. Watch this. Hold on. I'm going to type the same thing into my Google, and you're going to see how the Enqi vision goes. See, this is the difference. I'm going to show you how it go. This is the Enqi vision. Now we're going to do it like this. Look. Now see, I done typed it in mine. Now watch this. Look. I got the same answer y'all got, right? Okay. So we all on the same page, right? Now see, this is what the Enqi vision do. See, I'm going to go ahead and click on this, right? And then I'm going to do this, right? And now instead of dealing with this right here, I'm not interested in Joe. I'm not interested in Sylvia Robinson, because you know what I know? I know that a label has a parent company. God damn it, Enqi. What is going on right here, Enqi? Enqi, what is this right here? Now, who want to put some of that old money on the wood? Money on the wood is all good. Now, let's put a little money on the wood and see if we don't find ourselves. What does this say right here? What does this say right here? What? 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 There's a hell of a lot of coincidences, right? That all the royal families, they go back to Germany. The presidents in America, they go back to Germany. Hey, do you know? Oh, we just found that out. In class 1, I believe, that all the technology and the money used to finance the technology and the first contracts all came from. And now we know that the very first rap label in New York was see, you didn't know that you was the culture vulture. You didn't know. Yeah. See, all this shit is smoke and mirrors. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This shit gets different. Shit gets different. That is very interesting. And now we over here at BMG. Now we over here at BMG, which is the Berlin Music, Germany, whatever. Right? BMG, the Bertelsmann Music Group. In 1950s, Bertelsmann entered the music business when it added music to its book club. Ariola, a record label, was launched on Sonopress. A pressing plant was established. In 1975, Ariola opened up an office in the United States. Bertelsmann acquired Arista Records in 1979 and RCA Records in 1985, thereby becoming one of the world's largest music companies. Wait a minute. Arista? Wait a minute. Arista? So hold on. So Arista Records was also Germany? Hold on. Arista Records was Germany? You mean the Arista records of Clive Davis? You mean the Arista records of Clive Davis that gave Puffy an imprint called Bad Boy? You see, this ain't conspiracy theory bullshit now. Now we dealing with this. This ain't fake. It gets very interesting. It gets very interesting. It gets very interesting. Wait a minute. Let's see. Let's keep on seeing what happened here. Okay. Bertelsmann agreed to merge its record label interest with Sony in 2003. The company was called Sony BMG. Furthermore, in 2006, Bertelsmann sold its subsidiary BMG Music to Universal Music. Hold on. So Universal is these niggas too? Hold up, bro. What are we doing right now? Because we know, wait a minute. Okay, we just looked at all the royal families. And what are basically the royal families? Basically, that's like ancient Gaul divided up into France, Italy, Germany. France, Italy, Germany, right? England, right? Even though England is like the stush, the no style, but everywhere else is style, right? Think about it. Germany is music. Italy is clothing. France is food, sex, blah, 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 right? So the entire style of pop culture that we think is ours, it's not ours. We are black culture vultures and don't even know it. And we look insane because we're blaming people for stealing something that belongs to them from us. This is why Young Thug gets $1 million check to wear a dress. How do I know? I spoke to Young Thug's father. This is not conspiracy theory YouTube land. Dr. Enqi spoke to Young Thug father. He told me they gave him $1 million to wear the dress. Why? Because that's high fashion. And high fashion is hip hop, whether we know it or not. That's why things happen in the hip hop culture that we have no control over. And we got to roll with the punches. When they decide you're wearing this, you're wearing this. That's what it is, because this is European culture. So you wear the foreign clothes. What's the style now? Come on now. Don't get stupid. You know what the style is. Foreign clothes, foreign women, foreign cars, foreign food, foreign drinks. Yeah. These drinks, the champagne, all this and all that, that's all foreign. We didn't do that. You don't have indigenous culture did that. We made a different type of alcoholic beverage to drink. Our people, we pioneered the bitters. So all of our ancient alcohols had herbs and other things in there. The goal wasn't to get inebriated or loaded with spirits and all this and all that. Nah, that's why we have a book on bitters so you can understand. We wasn't getting drunk. We was healing. The same as you have an herbal tincture now. They make herbs with alcohol. That's not a new thing. Right? Come on. Let's see who owned the rest of these record labels while we at it. Let's see if these also go back to the royal families of Europe. Let's see. Okay. So this is Sony began in the wake of World War II, 1946. Masaru Ibuka started an electronics shop in Shirokiya, a department store building in Nihabasha area of Tokyo. The company started with a capital of 190,000, I'm going to assume that's yen, and a total of 8 employees. On May 7, 1946, Ibuka was joined by Akio Morita to establish a company called Tokyo Toshiko Kogyo Telecommunications Engineering Company. The company built Japan's first tape recorder called the Tape G. Interesting. In 58, they changed their name to Sony. Huh. So we got this, the Japanese people getting a bag, right? We seen when we went back to Neanderthal, it's Europeans and Asians, right? Okay, so that's Sony. We already got Germany. Let's see who this is. Oh, this is interesting. This is a Dutch group. And wait a minute, the Dutch people are known as the masters. They was running the slavery rough. So these are like the lords of human trafficking type of, like. So now we got the Dutch folks up in here. American branch of Decca Records. Right? Now, during World War II, many record companies donated their metal masters to recycling for the war effort, consolidating into a Vivendi subsidiary. What is this? What is all this? For music, UMG, this is UMG, was cast under separate management from Universal Studios, when Vivendi sold 80% of the latter to General Electric. Wait, what is happening? General Electric? Wait, hold up. General Electric owned the record? I thought this was black culture. I ain't seen Puff Daddy name. I ain't seen a nigga from Harlem. I ain't seen a nigga from North Carolina yet. Correct me. Have you seen an African, an American, what they got? The Moorish Washington? I ain't seen none. I ain't seen not a Kemetic nigga. I ain't seen an Israelite. I'm just saying. It's no Moorish. I didn't see nothing there. I didn't see nobody mixed in there. Just correct me where I could be confused, but I ain't seen none of the names that black folks call themselves. I ain't even seen nothing black in there. I ain't seen no blacks, no Moors, no Kemetics, no Israelites, no indigenous, Aboriginal, Washington, Native American. I didn't see nothing. And just in case you didn't know, if we put a Chinese guy next to a Japanese guy, the Japanese guy would be the white guy and the Chinese guy would be the black guy because, yeah. So I'm just saying, even if we stretch it to include our Filipino brothers and Chinese brothers, yeah, we ain't in there. This is started by this crew, and then it spread it out to them same royal families. That is interesting. That the royal families of Europe are also the owners of the music industry. Okay, hold on. And so the rituals, them sex rituals, remember, this is why their gods are important. This is their culture. You want to take place. How do you honor a people? Listen, how do you honor a people? When you go, like, say for instance, let's just keep it common sense. Say you got a Spanish girlfriend or boyfriend. How do you honor them? You go and eat with them. You do party with them. They're going to put on the Spanish music. They're going to have Spanish food. You're going to eat the Spanish food, listen to the Spanish music. You're going to be in the Spanish culture. And the more you assimilate into that culture, the more, that's a sign of honor, love, and respect for that culture. And if you have a partner like that, you're supposed to be learning their culture. They're supposed to be learning your culture. And that's y'all marriage or whatever y'all bring to the table. That's how that We having something going on like that, but we confused. We don't know left from right. We like this, but hold up, Enqi. The rapping, we could trace the rapping back to Africa. We could trace the dancing back to Africa. Okay, what does that have to do with? That's why we had class number 1. We talked about what you're selling. We talked about what you're selling. What are you contracting? What are you contracting, actually? Your thoughts, right? Written, but not just the written thoughts. It's your voice and your thoughts and your emotions and your electromagnetic fingerprint, your soul. You better go to Amazon and get them books.